Hello, everyone, and welcome to Davinsky TV. So, today we're going to talk about the racialization of food stamps, EBT, and the advent of blackface as a Halloween costume for these in real life streamers, right? So, you know, the narrative online when it comes to food stamps and EBT is that it's an overweight black woman that is going to Walmart and getting lobster tail for herself and, fizzy drinks for her kids and going to the nail salon and buying weaves, right? And the stereotype that doesn't apply is when it comes to, white people, which are the largest recipients in a absolute number. And this is the kind of case where per capita doesn't actually matter. So if you look at, say, USDA data, SNAP food stamps EBT, it's about 42% of SNAP recipients that are white Americans. 24 to 26% are black, 17 to 19% are Hispanic, and Native Americans are 4%. Well, they live on reservations for the most part. So, look, we're talking about if we got rid of SNAP and EBT tomorrow, white families would be affected the most because there's the most amount of white families on them, right? So, this is something that the per capita doesn't really take into consideration. It's like, well, if there's an overrepresentation, who cares? In absolute numbers, there's going to be more white families that are struggling than anyone else. Okay, so when it comes to Medicaid enrollment, white Americans, 40% plus of Medicaid users, black Americans, about 21%, Hispanics, 30%. So, I mean, when it comes to these things, I don't know why you got so many conservatives that are advocating against policies that are going to shoot white Americans in absolute numbers in the foot. And with the future and direction of AI and automation and robotics, there's so many huge companies that are just releasing 10, 20, 30% of their work staff overnight. We're firing these people because the machines are taking over to take their jobs. So I just feel like they're too caught up with the per capita and they don't understand that, well, there's so many white people that are on these benefits, and without these benefits, you're actually harming in absolute numbers more white people than anyone else. So what a white it's like, oh well, black people are going there and buying great Kool-Aid and fried chicken. What are white people doing at Walmart? Are they buying mayonnaise and Mountain Dew? What are they buying?
Right.
What's up, Jelani? What is this talk, and why is it so racialized when it comes to food stamps and these social safety nets? I just think that a civilized society needs to have a social safety net, and if you don't, then you're going to lead people into criminality. Because if the choice is either starve or steal, most people are going to take the decision to steal and commit crimes if their basic needs aren't covered. Jelani, are you there? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you hear what
Can you
I
hear
was
me?
talking
Can you hear me,
about?
Davinsky?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I did. I did. Yeah, I can. Yeah,
Okay, so what do you?
it's the same old story here in America. Yeah, it's the same old story here in America. Um, uh, they are more preoccupied and concerned with what Black Americans are getting, even though it happens to be the crumbs most times, and most times we are getting, the least of everything that's given, but yet so much focus is put on that particular small percentage that does come to Black Americans. While the majority of the resources and the majority of the funds goes to other races and to other people. So, it's a trope as old as time. It's propaganda, is what it is, and people have been so propagated for so long that it's all they know, and people really do not ever look into the actual budget to see who's costing the most, to see who's receiving the most, and to see who's receiving the list. But that particular stereotype has just been jacketed upon Black people because that's the narrative that needs to be pushed so that the lesser people or the masses can focus on Black Americans, while the politicians and the rich steal the other money. It's very strategic and it's very tactical, and it's done for that specific reason. To keep people's attention off of the actual stealing that's happening by having them focus on the crumbs that poor people are getting, and making it seem as if these people do not deserve these benefits, even though they are also tax-paying citizens themselves. It's a complete, farce.
Yeah, very well
So that,
said. They're
that
missing the forest through the trees. And if you
mhm.
want to look at per capita and overrepresentation, okay, but now you're missing on absolute numbers. So if we got rid of these benefits tomorrow, who cares about per capita? You're going to disenfranchise in absolute numbers more white families than anyone else. So, like, does it really matter at the end of the day? There's, 42% of these SNAP programs, EBTs, go to white families, and same for Medicaid. So, I mean, why would you advocate against that, especially when so many people are being laid off? Why would you advocate against social safety nets now, of all times, when currently there's less jobs available than there are unemployed people, right? There's about
Yeah.
400,000 people that, even if they wanted to work, there's not enough job openings. This is recent data from August. So you're advocating for a time to remove social safety nets at the time when companies are laying off 10, 20, 30% of their work staff overnight. They're releasing these in earnings, Amazon, Intel, it's across the board.
Hmm.
It's just ridiculous because now more
I'll
than
be
ever,
I'll,
we need to move towards a universal basic income. And this is when conservatives are being the loudest about removing social safety nets.
Right.
I'll be
That's
on.
the. Go ahead, you
I'll,
could go ahead.
I think what it is, they really don't want people. I'll just be honest. They don't want the FBA to have anything. Like it's weird, man. Like because these programs are supposed to be for Americans, and they act like poor people are causing this country to go
You could,
bankrupt.
you gotta have to finish your
That's
food, bro. You gotta finish
oh
your
my
food
bad.
and
Go ahead. Go
finish your
ahead.
food and come back. Just mute your black. Sorry to
Well,
cut
yeah,
you off. I do want to hear what you have to say, guys. Welcome. We haven't done this in a few days. Welcome back, Jelani. I don't know, all my things like screwed up, so I had to put the window back on there. I have to put the Pepe back up there. But guys, if you want to join the live, we haven't done this in a couple weeks. I think it's been a couple weeks. I'm gonna
yeah.
post a comment here. This is a StreamYard's link. So if you want to come up on the panel, you don't need an account. Just click on the StreamYard's link. I just put it in the comment section and join the panel. I see Goyam down there. Goyam says, an engineer, a rocket scientist, and a fatty. What a panel. Okay, well, this guy, Goyam, is an Albanian, right? Did you know that Albanians, because he always talks about black criminality, Albanians are the most criminal group, ethnic group in the United Kingdom. So 1 in 50 Albanians are currently
Hmm.
in prison. One in 50. The second highest is people from Kosovo, which are basically Albanians. So the two most criminal nationalities in the United Kingdom are from Albania. 1 in 50 Albanians. Do you know how drastic that is? That's not people awaiting trial. That's not people with priors. That's people currently in prison. 1 in 50 Albanians are in there. So yeah. And by the way, you have a stock
Oh, wow.
investor, you have a young entrepreneur, Yakub owns real estate, and you also have an accountant on the panel, Goyam. So don't feel inferior. You can come on up and tell us. I think that this guy, he's kind of like one of those Grant Cardone people where he goes to conferences and tries to shill people into buying like timeshares. I think that's what he does. But he's
Mm.
projecting his insecurities down there. Goyam, don't be a coward. Come on
Right.
up. I'd love to hear your little whiny voice. My name is Goyam. I'm Albanian. But by the
Mm-mm-mm.
way, you could go ahead when you finish your meal. What are you munching on? Let's create a new banner.
Well, yeah.
So
Yeah.
go ahead, Jelani.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's the propagation. It's that's been fed into people for so long here in America that uh, um that it's wrong to have anything or to get any assistance for the most part, from the government, and that if you're getting something from the government, then you are the one who are the burden on the taxpayers. So the whole narrative for America is poor people are the bulk of the tax burden, and that's what everybody focuses on here in America. But when you actually look at the budget, what poor people get, especially when we're talking about food stamps and EBT, it's only about 2% of the budget, 1.5 actually now. So 1.5% of the budget gets the blame for the burden put on the American taxpayer. When taxpayers see money come out of their check, the first thing they think about is EBT, food stamps. They don't think about Boeing overcharging for their contract. They don't think about Israel getting $3 billion a year. They don't think
Yeah,
about
look,
Ukraine.
yeah, it's sorry, I
Instantly
finished
they
eating.
just think about poor people. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right, bro. Like most of the U.S. budget's spent on the military for obvious reasons. Then it's probably Israel, and then a bunch of other things. EBT represents are probably like less than 2%. The problem is in America is like it's the same problem I have with these conservatives that are like pro life is they don't actually care about like poor struggling people. They just want to use it as like a LARPing tool. So all these people hating on these people getting like government assistance, they don't realize most of these people actually do work regular jobs. Like I've worked with people that were on government assistance and they were working 45 hours a week. The problem is just with today's economy, you can't afford to live on what most of these companies pay unless you're doing some kind of trade or you're making like $35 an hour. Like that's what you have to that's what you have to make in order to live by yourself. You have to make over $35 an hour in order to sustain yourself in this economy. And these people don't understand it. A lot of them are trust fund babies or they just shill for rich. I mean, you look at the 2008 financial crisis, the US government bailed out all the bankers and all the evil motherfuckers that stole trillions of dollars and nobody said anything. I don't understand this. Like this country will say like the fertility rate is so low. Like all this is what I don't understand about Western countries, right? They'll say the utility is low, the birth rate is so low, we need more babies, but then they won't help people that are in need, or they'll turn a blind eye on need. Like nobody's gonna want to have kids in a country that doesn't have any social safety nets, where they're on their own, where there's no community. Like why would you want to bring a child into a world where they have no financial support, they have no emotional support, they have nothing. People that have nothing, like they don't have any family members or anything, those people don't live a long life. They don't live good lives. Like I just don't get these people, man. They're brainwashed. Um, Tesla, Tesla moved to where I'm at, and they destroyed the city basically, and they get the most subsidies by the government. All these corporations are subsidized by the government, but we
Yep.
don't call them welfare queens. Boeing, Tesla, Google, Microsoft, all these countries are literally funded by the government, but nobody calls them welfare queens. Why? Because in America, we're trained to worship corporations because
Uh-huh.
they say, oh, you're a socialist if you don't, you're a communist if you don't. But it's like, why would I these are the same corporations that are selling your jobs overseas. People don't
Yep.
understand this. It was the U.S. government and what's his name, Henry Kissinger. He should be dealt with. He committed treason against his country. Him and his goons. Henry Kissinger literally sold this country off to China. They always talk about China, but Henry Kissinger set up China. The reason China was set up because of cheap labor. The U.S. literally set up China because they refused to pay American workers what they're worth. So they said, "I'm going to exploit these these foreign people," and that's how China got set up. And these corporations literally export cheap labor all the time, dude. It's all about cheap
Yep.
labor. That's why they're all about it, man. Because
Yep.
in order to be a real capitalist, and you can critique this if you want, but in order to be a real capitalist, you have to be okay with child exploitation and labor
Yo, love
exploitation.
got
I
me
mean,
your
it's all
mic.
about it's all
You're
about
gonna give me
profit.
a mic?
It's all about profit, right? Like
Don't I already have a mic?
No,
a
no,
real
mute it. You're
a real
interrupt.
a real capitalist cares about profit over everything. And how do you make the most profit? You got to exploit people. You got to bring in cheap labor. You got to sell jobs overseas. I mean, that's just what it is, man. It's all about cheap labor and exploitation. And that's it.
Yeah,
I
no.
rest
But
my case.
doesn't that
Hold up,
improve
hold
your
up,
country?
hold up, love go. You cooked just now, Castizo. You're a lot smarter than people think. So I want to. So
All right.
SNAP,
All right.
food stamps and EBT is about 1.3 to 1.7 of the federal budget. Housing is about 1.5% of the federal budget. So if we're looking at like
3%.
food and housing programs are combined about 3.5% combined, right? And so when you think about giving people food and housing, which are the basic, if you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, who just burped? Mute your mic. If you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you'll see that you need basic necessities covered. And those are the like most basic of necessities, food and housing. And that's 3.5% of the total budget. So this whole idea, and then you can add school meals and nutrition programs, and that's another 0.4% of the budget. So like to feed America and feed the people that are like most disenfranchised, you're looking at about 4% of the budget. Then, if you want to look at military expenditure, if you want to look at these write-offs of companies, why do you think Elon Musk got so upset when Trump got rid of the EV tax write-off? It's because they do benefit from it. Is corporate welfare. But you can jump in. I love school. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, did you have
I don't
anything
know.
to say?
I'm just listening to the conversation. Maybe I
Well,
don't know.
Americans have this. They have this worship of the rich. They have this. It's called keeping up with the Joneses. And there was a poll that I saw a couple years back, and it was something like 50% of Americans feel like if they just worked hard enough, they too could become a billionaire. But the way that like the system's set up is for people to have excess, people have to have less. And so if not everyone can become a billionaire, right? It's extremely, extremely rare. And I think that at some point there should be a wealth cap. Why do you need someone with like, going on to $1 trillion net worth? How does their life significantly improve after say 20 million or 30 million or 50 million? I think that there should be a point in which companies are too large, personal incomes are too large, that there should be a wealth cap. Because when you get these extremely wealthy people with billions of dollars, they have undue influence. They mess with the democratic system. And that's where you got Musk. He bought the election, you know, millions and millions of disinformation, misinformation on X. He stole that election. And then what happens? He gets brought
Oh
into
my
Trump's
God, is that
administration.
Yakub?
He gets brought into Trump's administration, and he's
Oh,
the head of Doge. So he bought his way into political office, right? And this is what happens when you have, excess wealth and undue influence from these huge corporations. You get corporate lobbying, you get foreign lobbying, and you get kind of people above the law.
Fucking Goyam just commented saying an engineer. Wait, what? Hold on. He said an engineer, a rocket science, and a fatty. What a
yeah,
panel.
it was good.
Is he talking about you being the fatty?
No, he's talking about me. He's talking about me.
I feel bad.
Well,
I'm
look,
sorry.
I said earlier that Goyam is the type of dude to project his insecurities and his shortcomings onto blacks especially. And if you look at Albanians per capita, all right, these are the most criminal group in the UK. 1 in 50 Albanians is currently in prison. That's not even a waiting trial. That's not people with priors. That's currently in prison. One in
But
50
Davinsky, they're
Albanians.
white. It's still not as bad as what the blacks are doing. That's what Goyam was saying.
They're involved with a
But it
lot of
is.
heavy drug trafficking,
It's
gang
way worse.
wars. Yeah, they're involved with the cartel down in Colombia and
You
Mexico.
serious? All the way to
Yeah,
Colombia?
the Albanians are out there like that.
Gangsta.
No
Shit.
matter where they go in the world, they seem to have a propensity for criminality.
Yeah, I mean, even here in America, they do. They have whole gangs, up on the East Coast and shit. Like they're real big here in America. The gangs are.
And who is this nigga supposed to be? I'm sorry,
And
sir.
you
I
know
just
that his family probably benefited from welfare because when you think about it, refugees are welfare recipients. Like America brought in his family after the Yugoslavian war, when they were dirt poor, they didn't have anything, and they gave him an opportunity. Like what if it wasn't
Right.
for American like kind of compassion? His family would still be herding goats and living in like a tin house in Albania. So, but someone like that, they'll come to America and they'll have this inflated ego. It's like, well, a generation ago, you guys were out there farming goats and having relations with sheep.
but Davinsky, I get that you're making fun of Albanians, but do you really blame them? I mean, when you constantly hear that you're white, you're supreme. I mean, what type of fucking mindset are you supposed to have
But the
when
thing
you
is, no one
flee to
really
America?
puts Albanians in whiteness besides them.
Yeah, no, yeah, fuck
I've never
Albanians.
really heard a Western or a Northern European consider Albanians white.
You're more Muslims or like Arab, if anything. They're like a lesser version of an Arab.
They're what you call Turkish rape babies.
Swarthy. Call them
Yes.
swarthy.
Well, Benjamin Franklin didn't consider Germans and Swedes white at some point, and now we're considering
For the French
Albanians
people.
white.
Well, see, in America, they're able to do that because of the blanket whiteness that
Yeah,
is,
there's only two
um,
Yeah.
sides, right? Like it's kind of
so,
crazy
so
because
anything,
I've seen this shit for a long time. When I look up pedophiles near me, 50% of the list are like a Hispanic, but when you look at the race, it's white right near them. And I finally see someone calling it out on Twitter and just pointing at it. Like it's like a lot of these people they just want to be put into that white category because they think it's the most.
Well, it makes it actually is. They should just label them Hispanic or like mestizo or
Mestizo. Get the fuck. Nobody want to learn that, bro. Go
well,
ask the average
well,
person if
like
they know what this
Hispanic's
is.
fine. Hispanic's fine, bro.
Yeah, okay.
Hispanic's fine. But I think they actually label them white Hispanic because like Hispanic's not really a race, and I don't know.
True.
Somebody told me like Mexicans fought to be white in like the '60s, or I think I talked to Rick about it. I guess Mexicans fought to be white in the '60s, so they get labeled as white. But
Hmm.
they're supposed to put white Hispanic on. They're not. So there's like they have obviously white non-Hispanic, black non-Hispanic, and white Hispanic and black Hispanic. But what they're doing, I think they're just not even labeling them Hispanic. They're just labeling them white, and like that's it. And then it like reflects on
they
the.
still have they still have the non-Hispanic categories on most applications.
They do in all of them, and every single one of them I've filled out. They
Yeah.
always got that shit. They be like
Yeah,
black,
Americans,
non-Hispanic,
like we really do worship billionaires. Like we're literally um engineered to worship billionaires from like day one here, because the whole narrative here is that we're overtaxed. Never that we're overpriced, but that we're overtaxed.
And we
And
are overtaxed as a working
Just, just,
class. We
just,
well,
just, just real quick.
well, we are overtaxed, but not
as a
as
working
much as
class,
we
not the
always thought.
billionaire. No. This is what they do though. This is how they fuck with people. The working class pay all the taxes. The people that work
Right,
their jobs pay all the taxes. The
right,
billionaires
right.
don't pay any taxes. Amazon pays zero in federal taxing. Microsoft pays zero in federal taxing. So if you're a
Yep.
worker, you pay the taxes. The
I
billionaires
mean,
don't.
Yeah.
So
Warren Buffett.
when they say they're overtaxed, they don't pay any taxes. The
Warren
workers are
Buffett
overtaxed.
famously proclaimed that he pays less income tax than he does his secretary. They have
Yeah.
loopholes to get away from it. They get paid in stocks, and then they get loans against the stocks, and then they pay interest, and it's not an income. Right. So, guys, we got
Right.
40 people in here across our platforms. If you want to come on up, I just put the StreamYards link in the comment section. Click on that or go to the description of the video. You don't need an account to come up on stage. So,
You don't need to
it's
make
no.
an account. You just get you can just join.
Yeah, that whole idea, that's just fraud, bro. We the workers pay all the taxes. The fucking rich people don't pay.
Yeah.
Elon Musk pays no taxes. Jeff Bezos pay no tax. Warren Buffett. That's what they do. They borrow money against their stocks so they don't get taxed. Because if you were to get taxed, what's the tax rate? I'm not familiar. Let's see what the tax rate in my city is. I'm just gonna do my city tax rate and my city. I'm not.
Well, I mean, that's just gonna be a
Eight.
sales tax
So
rate.
even
You,
okay, yeah, it's
that's just a sales
8.2%.
tax rate. Your income tax rate is going to depend on your
Income
state, and the federal is
tax.
going to depend on your income.
Okay,
Whatever tax
so
bracket
we
you're
don't
in.
we don't actually have a state tax in my state.
Okay,
We'll just
what
do
state are you
federal
from?
tax. Federal.
Were you in
Yeah, we don't.
Texas or Florida
No,
or
I'm in Nevada, bro. We don't have a.
Nevada? Okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So the
Nevada.
federal tax state is 10
It's
to
going to depend on your
37%.
income.
Yeah,
Well,
let's just do.
no. It's only 37% is the highest. So that's for earners who are around 600,000, like 400,000, 600,000 or more. So it depends on your income bracket. So
All right, well, let's just say
you
you make $1 million a year, you're like super rich. So if a person making $1 million a
okay,
year,
well,
what is
yeah,
it?
37%.
So 37%, that would be
Yeah, so it's gonna cost 370,000
370,000. Yeah,
in federal taxes.
they're not paying that because there's so many, dude, that's like half their money. They're not gonna pay that. But they'll tax the guy,
It depends. So it depends. If they are an employee somewhere making that, then yeah, they will pay that because their employer will have to take that out of their check. Say like a football player or something, someone who makes that much every pay period, they will have that taken out automatically. Now, a business owner, or let's just say maybe a shareholder or someone, then yeah, now that's a different story because they have the responsibility for paying the taxes on their own. So then they hire an accountant to come up with all different types of ways for them to, get around paying their entire 370,000 to the government. Which a lot of times they'll probably have side businesses, or they'll have other things they're into that they can claim as expenses. They may give charity, but most people at that particular income level, they're going to have some type of other business with a lot of expenses to offset their tax debt.
yeah,
The thing about being a billionaire, some people say that you don't achieve that with skills. It just happened. You just end up lucky because if you could achieve it with skills, a lot more people.
Everybody would do it. If hard work made you rich, everybody would be rich. Hard work does not make you rich.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. It just makes you a fucking slave and you die fucking miserable. Honestly.
Right.
yeah,
It takes,
dude, that's the
takes
lie told to us, man.
an extreme amount of fucking luck for it to happen.
Yeah,
because
just like what's that dude that owned Facebook? You know how it happened? He stole his friend's work, not even knowing where it would get him. I mean, he knew it was a good idea, but he didn't know he was going to be a fucking billionaire.
Yeah, he didn't at all. But it just got lucky. Shit.
Yeah,
that's how it happens. That's exactly how it happens.
So, how do you guys feel about the Halloween was over the weekend, and we social media influencers, especially women, they're doing blackface and they're going viral with that. How do people feel about that? Go ahead.
I think it's
Let's hear from
I think
Love
it's
Gore because he's
retarded.
probably the
Oh, go
darkest in
ahead.
here.
I mean, he just said it. He thinks it's retarded. I think it's low IQ behavior, honestly.
It's like, bro, like you can dress up as so many. Like I like Michael Myers, Ghostface. Like that's just like low IQ dumb shit that just makes people look bad. It just gets it. We kind of are heading towards a anti-white world, and when you do things like that, you're just gonna make people hate white people more. You're not even helping white people.
You know what I just realized?
These people aren't even gonna donate to they wouldn't even donate to homeless white people if they saw them on the street, bro. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's pretty common to find a white person hating on other white people, like hating in the entire group of white people. Because my coworkers, a lot of them are white, and some of them are wiggers, right? When I talk to them, a lot they don't have a political stance really, but I can tell like the way they think it's more towards conservatism, but they just don't claim it. But a lot of them, one of them told me that he grew up in a racist fucking household and he never had his father around because he got arrested for drunk driving and he killed the whole entire fucking family. So he was arrested for like what 15 years. And when he got out, he just went somewhere else. And he was telling me how racist his fucking household was, his uncle, his mom, and everybody else in it. And he said like racist people are very fucking low IQ and stupid. A lot of them just sit around smoking meth, and they will internalize that their lack of, how do you say it? Their lack of stability. They internalize it and just hate on a whole group of people to make themselves feel better. That's all they do. And a lot of them are just fucking meth addicts, bro. Low IQ champs. That's what they are, honestly.
I have to agree with that because a lot of them aren't really successful. Like,
They're
if you
not.
look at more successful people, dude, like, I mean, their job is to sell out. So, like, they just care about money. So they don't even care about you. They're gonna do whatever it takes to get them the most profit
Yeah, they think
in the world.
the same way they would play a black guy, they will play an Asian, a white. It doesn't matter to them. As long as they can benefit from you, it doesn't matter your fucking race, really. But if you're poor and broke, I mean, shit, you might as well just sit around smoking meth and go on Twitter and just hate on black people.
I mean, it's the
That
irony of these like MAGA people because they think that they're on the same side as Trump because they're American and they're white. So he plays into these racial dog whistles. But when it comes down to it, Trump may as well be a different race. Elon Musk may as well be a different race because, their commonality is that of extreme wealth that, you don't think that if they saw a bulldog, like let's say that Elon Musk and Elon Musk and Trump walked past Bulldog or went to his community and saw how they're living in trailers and the opioid epidemics. Do you think that they can relate on any level just because he's white? No, they would view him as like a subhuman. They'd view him as a different, like, ultimate. Like he may as well be, black or
you
Native American or
black,
Hispanic at that point.
but it's true though. It is fucking true. Bulldogs live what? He lives in a fucking trailer park in a box truck, and he
No,
showed
he said that his box truck cost more than my house. I remember talking to him. That shit was funny.
that shit is not like that dude is stupid. He showed his room, bro. He didn't mean to. I think he was showing his legs because Davesky kept calling him chicken legs because his way his legs look so fucking weak, bro. So he showed his leg, and you can see his room is so fucking dirty, fam. And there's shit everywhere. I mean, that's fucking nasty, bro. I don't know how some of these people be doing it, bro. Like, fuck yeah, like I get anxiety when my clothes are everywhere and there's a bunch of water bottles around. Like I get annoyed. I gotta get up and do something. But you got people.
He cut out. He
Yeah,
cut out.
yeah, he cut out. No, it's sad, man. Like, I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist, but I think we should help people that need help. Like, I don't think they're abusing the system. Rich people abuse the system, dude. A guy working at Walmart. A lot of people don't know Walmart. Like, a Walmart hires a lot of Americans. I don't even think they have health insurance. They pay them
Well,
like,
about half of people on SNAP and EBT have at least one person working in the household. So it's like, these people are working. It's just that their jobs that they're getting it's not countering the cost of living in where they're working. So you can't have it both ways. It's like, oh, well, like half of these people on this government assistance are actually actively employed.
100%, man, 100%. It's people just don't understand that. They don't understand that most people in America are working class poor. Um, they don't understand this. Like, they act like they're like billionaires and millionaires. Like, I could understand if you're a millionaire and you just like don't fuck with poor people, because people that are millionaires tend to hang out with other millionaires. This is what I've noticed. This is what I've like noticed. Like, people hang out with who, like, I'm talking about in real life. They hang out with people that make around the same money as them and do like the same things as them. So if you're a millionaire, you're obviously gonna be hanging out with other millionaires. If you're a billionaire, you're gonna be hanging out with other billionaires. So you're not gonna relate to anybody except millionaires or billionaires. Like people are only gonna relate to the people they hang out with. So a lot of these people just don't know the common working man and woman are struggling in 2025 and can barely make ends meet. And most of them have like there's a lot of adults that literally have to live with other people to get by. They have to have roommates and they have to do all these things, and they don't even have. I mean, Andrew Yang got a lot of hate for this, but he said this 10 years ago, well, almost 10 years ago. This was 9 years ago. He said that the average American doesn't have a $400 emergency fund. So like, I don't understand, bro. I don't get it, man. I don't know. It's like we're brainwashed, bro, and I don't even think America. I'm gonna be honest. Like I might get hate, but I don't think America is really capitalist, just because again, they exploit labor from overseas. You have the Federal Reserve banking system. There's a lot of things to it, but I don't know what it is. I don't know why we worship billionaires, but it's sad, man. It's sad. I don't understand.
We've got 45 live listeners. Welcome to the tonight's episode. If you're watching on Kick, please give me a follow. I plan on streaming on Kick fairly shortly. Um, if you're watching on X and you're watching on YouTube, please like and share the video so we get more engagement. It will recommend us in the algorithm. Also, if you want to come up on the panel, I'll put the StreamYard's link into the comment section. All you need to do is click on that link and you can join. You don't need an account. It's super easy to come on up. So, yeah, don't be shy. Come on up. It doesn't have to be specifically about this topic. We can cover adjacent topics. But yeah, I mean, I think that there is this idea of if you work hard you will become rich, and it's not true. You can have someone out there smacking rocks every day and laying bricks, and they work harder than I do, and I push a few buttons, and I make a living doing that, just trading stocks. So it's not about working hard. And when it comes to the elite levels of these billionaire people, how hard do they really work? Does, I don't know. I don't know.
Not hard, bro. Like look at this is gonna sound bad, but look at like the plumbers, the electricians, the welders, the construction workers, let's just say the people that make the country function, right? They don't get
Yakub.
paid. What's up? They don't get paid for what they don't get paid their fair share. But you could look at Nancy Pelosi. You think Nancy Pelosi works hard? She does
Mic check.
insider
Mic
trading.
check. Does this work? Does this
Yeah,
work?
we can hear you, bro. We can hear you. So you look at somebody like Nancy Pelosi, bro. Nancy Pelosi does not work hard, bro. She literally is corrupt to the max. The biggest
Yo,
corrupt
Davinsky,
pieces.
can you hear me?
Yeah, bro. We can hear you. Davinsky, you
Yeah,
there?
we can hear you. Drop
Yeah.
down, come back to Alaska.
So
All right.
this is the problem. This is another issue with America is the corruption is just crazy, bro. You have career politicians. Look at Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi does insider trading. Insider trading. There's literally people follow her stock picks just so they can make money off what she picks because it's so corrupt. She's a multimillionaire, never worked a day in her life, does inside trading corrupt as fuck. You're gonna tell me that she's working harder than a guy who cleans toilets for a living? Because she literally does insider trading stock. I don't know much about stock, but she does insider trading, corrupt as fuck. All the politicians in America are corrupt as fuck, except like maybe two. Um, and we have to worship these people. The biggest parasites in America are the politicians, the Congress, the House of Representatives, the people that the founders said these people are supposed to represent you, not the other way around. The problem in America is being some they fucked us over, and it's so corrupt that we're worshiping these politicians, and then every 4 years we're supposed to choose the lesser four evils. Even in New York is fucked because they had that one guy, wasn't named Madami or whatever his name is, and they had Andrew fucking Cuomo. These two guys are pieces of shit. Who are you gonna vote for? Dog shit number one or dog shit number two? We have no options when it comes to voting. These people don't represent us. The Democrats, the Republicans, they don't represent average working people. And then if you vote their option, like sometimes like when I work like Libertarian Party or something, your vote doesn't count. If you vote Libertarian Party, you're just throwing away your vote. So we can't really vote our way out of it because we're literally being represented by dogs that are corrupt parasites that don't fucking give a fuck about us. So even if we go to the polls, who are we gonna vote for? We got nobody representing the African American person, and that's the sad thing, man. Like that's what the problem in America is. We have all these corrupt Congress people, and they don't represent us at all, and it's sad. And then they're corrupt, and they make their money off corruption, and then they tell us to work hard and that we're ungrateful if we have to use government assistance when the
Some
biggest
people
fucking
have compared him to a left-wing version of you, charismatic, breaking the old rules. What do you think about that?
Well, I think I'm a much better looking person than him, right?
With state and local elections coming up Tuesday, we asked the president about the highly anticipated mayoral race that includes former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo,
Can people hear that?
Zoran Mandani, 34-year-old.
No.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Oh, sorry
Yeah.
about that.
You want? Is that the 60 Minutes interview?
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to play that for a minute? It was coming
Is
through
that-
good.
Okay, yeah, it was only 30 seconds, but I can find more of it.
So I want to ask the panel some questions. I'll give you a multiple choice. So, question 1. A billionaire avoids taxes for 5 years. What usually happens? A. Prison time. B. Assets seized. C. They pay a fine smaller than the money they saved. D. They're banned from doing business.
They
they probably
pay
pay a fine that's like $10,000, which is like nothing to them.
Yep, you're correct. You're correct.
Yeah, and it's sad because like I feel like I'm not really that, I guess right, but it's like I just see through the bullshit, man. And it's like I don't fall for the propaganda. Never have. I don't know.
Bro, I was trying to connect my headphones. This shit is not working.
A and B. Okay. Just mute your mic if you're not going to talk. It doesn't sound good. We got 49 people listening. Guys, come on up, join the panel. I'm just generating a quiz. Generate the quiz. Motherfucker. Okay. So, second question. A regular person lies on a welfare form for $1,500. What's the most likely outcome? Jail or felony charges, a warning, and keep the money. They become a millionaire.
Probably jail and federal charges.
Yeah.
Yes. So, U.S. Code 641, Office of Inspector General reports show aggressive prosecution for small-scale welfare fraud. Why do many billionaires pay lower tax rates than teachers and nurses? A. Their income is taxed at lower capital gains rates. B. They work harder. C. They donate more.
It's taxed at
Wait,
lower
can you-
Capital gains. That's right. So they're paid in stock, right? And then they get a loan out against that stock. So they don't technically have income coming in. And that's the way that they don't pay much taxes.
Not only that though, corporations, the highest tax rate for a corporation is 21% anyway.
That's ridiculous.
So, yeah, and as a matter of fact, America collects 2 times more in individual tax than corporate tax.
Wow. And
Yeah.
that's with companies like Nvidia that have what, a $5 trillion market cap. Tesla has a $1.5 trillion market cap, and you're getting more from the citizenry paying their income tax than these.
Yeah. Well, I think
Okay,
that's
who receives more total government benefits in dollar value? A, white seniors through Social Security and Medicare. B, black families on welfare. C, undocumented immigrants.
White families on Medicare.
Yes, white seniors. So congressional budget. Explain. People's mind. All right, so when I'm generating this next one, guys, if you want to come on up, how many people we got listening right now? We got 50 people. If you guys want to grab a mic, I'm going to post it again in the comment section. Feel free to jump on the panel. It's always good to get some new voices in here. So click on the StreamYards link and feel free to pop on up. Give us your thoughts. All right. So, how do billionaires legally avoid paying income tax for years? A, borrow against their stocks instead of selling, hide cash, or pay early.
borrow against the stock.
Yep.
Correct. They take out loans against their stock, which isn't taxed as income, allowing them to live tax free. Some billionaires paid zero federal tax in multiple years. Zero federal tax. Question 5. Who receives more total benefit? Okay, we went over that one. Who gets audited the most by the IRS? A, billionaires. B, low income taxpayers who earned income tax credit. C, celebrities.
Low
Low income
income.
taxpayers.
Yep. Poor Americans claiming EITC are audited more frequently than the rich due to automated systems targeting them. A family earning under 25,000 a year is more likely to be audited than a millionaire.
Yep.
Okay. A billionaire launders money illegally. What usually happens? A fine with no admission of guilt, 20 years in prison, or banned from business.
A fine with no admission of guilt.
Corporate crime is usually settled with fines through no admission agreements. The US has a system called Too Big to Jail for Elites. So that's from the
Yep.
DOJ, SEC, and Garrett 2014. A teen with a small amount of weed is more likely to get jail time than a billionaire with a private jet full of drugs, a vape pen, a parking ticket.
Correct.
Street drug users get prison, while elite drug crimes are often covered up legally or settled quietly. Someone with a few grams of weed got 10 years. A billionaire with 1,000 pounds on a jet walked free. That's a real case.
Yep.
Why do
Yep. Very common.
politicians push the idea that welfare is mostly used by minorities? A, to distract white voters from the fact they benefit the most. B, because it's true. C, for comedy. Well, white Americans are the largest group on SNAP in raw numbers, but media framing focuses on minorities to stigmatize them. Ending SNAP would hurt white rural families most. And that's where people are always talking about per capita. And yes, like black families are disproportionately on SNAP and EBT. But if you got rid of it tomorrow in raw numbers, you're going to hurt the most white people out of
Well,
anyone in
that
that group.
that's because they don't care, dude. These people just don't care about like this. It's just LARPing, bro. Like if you truly set like these nationalists, if they truly cared, they would be all for SNAP because they would realize it benefits white working families. But
Yep.
they don't. So it just shows the
All right.
hypocrisy.
Let's just finish these off. There's a few more. Which statement best describes? Just mute your mic, Urban. Which statement best describes? Urban, mute up. Who's got that sound?
Is that me?
Yeah. Mute up.
Yeah, mute your mic. Okay. Which statement best describes the U.S. system? Poor people are punished. The rich get protected. Everyone is equal. Billionaires are the real victims.
Poor people get punished.
Yeah. I mean, it
Dude,
seems comedic, but these are true. I mean, elites avoid prison,
the
pay less tax
uh,
proportionally, and get
you
legal
know it's
protection.
crazy, bro. They want to make it legal so that you can be arrested for being homeless. Like they've on a lot of states they've already made it legal. So if you're homeless,
It's
they'll just
called
put you in
vagrancy.
jail.
They already have those laws.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
called vagrancy.
you'll just go to jail if you're homeless. Basically, that's basically what they do to you.
You know, let me pull these stats up. Contraband.
I just dropped like fucking 2.5 ounces of coffee down the sink, like
Fuck.
instant coffee, grounds.
Damn.
Yeah, I fucking just fucked up. But I got more. I got more.
You coming up with some more questions, Davinsky?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up these stats from a debate I had yesterday. Okay, so did you know black drivers are stopped more often despite less contraband found? Contraband found. That's from Stanford. Black youth are 2 to 3 times more likely to be arrested for the same behavior. That's a DOE. Prosecutors are 75% more likely to apply mandatory minimums to black defendants for similar crimes, and black men get 19% longer sentences for the same crimes. So not only is there a racial disparity in crime sentencing, but there's a disparity for white collar crimes as well. So they're usually sentenced. So they have like guidelines, right? They have like guidelines for crimes. What should be the sentencing guidelines? And about 20%. So when it comes to a white collar criminal, they're often sentenced well below the guidelines for that crime. I'll pull up some stats for those as well. But yeah, I mean the system is rigged. Let's generate some more questions.
If we want to make this a little bit more controversial, these black people deserve it most of the time. And I can explain why. And I will. And I will explain why. Because, a lot of the time it's up to the officer's discretion whether or not he's going to make the arrest, especially if it's not like an immediately arrestable offense. So when they interact with these black people in general, when you see it online, which is the majority of the bullshit you see online, you don't see a bunch of white people crashing out. But when you see black people given direction, it's just a clear sign of not having any father in the home. Basically, they have no affinity towards authority, like any type of masculine direction. They're told to stop moving, they keep fucking moving. Like it's just not in their not it hasn't been instilled in them growing up. They cannot listen to direction. They just can't. They just can't. Like they know that they could possibly get shot, and they'd rather get shot making some stupid movement because they just cannot comply, like with any sort of direction. And it's like they know what they're doing. That's what I've noticed in all these videos. These black people just can't listen. Not all, but the majority of them that you see online. And it's like the police will put those online for a reason.
Yeah, but like the government did that though. The government kind of
You can blame it on
incentivized.
the government,
No,
but
but
the
they
black people
did,
don't know how to
they
act.
did, bro. What the government did is they did incentivize single motherhood, right? Because like basically what they did is they kicked the father out of the home, and the government was like the daddy. That's
That's
why.
like blaming
That's like
everyone's health issues in the
no, no,
United
no, but
States
no,
on
but
the
it's
fact that
But
America has a.
it's okay, dude. People have self choices, right? But sometimes if somebody, let's say you have like a kid, right, and your kid is starving, and you have no, and you can't, or like not starving. That's as bad as I'm.
I
Let's say
wouldn't
your
blame this
kid
on the
is
government.
dying of some rare
That's like
disease.
blaming
Wait,
the fact
let me
that people are
finish, bro.
fat on
Let me
fast food being
let me.
available.
Well, that is a thing, right? So look, you do have individual choices, but here's the problem. Here's I'm gonna use logic, right? So let's say your kid has some rare disease. If you have a kid, right, it has some rare disease, and you can't afford the hospital bills, and you can't afford the health care or whatever to declare your kid. So you go out and you rob a bank to try to pay for the hospital bills. Are you a bad person for doing that?
You're a retard if you do that.
Really? So then what should you do instead?
Because if you try to rob a
Wait,
bank,
what should
unless
you do?
it's
I'm asking you, like I'll ask you, what should you do, bro? What should you
if
do?
what,
If your kid has a rare disease and you can't afford to pay the hospital bills, what should you do?
you should learn more about the disease. You should learn about what causes it, like the
What if they
available
have no
information.
information on that? What if they
Because
have
the
no
majority
information?
of the disease that
What if they
people
have no
have,
information though? What if there's nothing that can be done, and but you still have to pay all these
I'll
medical
answer
bills? Then
that.
what do you do?
I can answer that. And I will. And I will answer that.
All right. So
Because the
be honest, bro.
majority
No
of,
trolling. Come on. This is serious.
I won't troll. The majority of these diseases that any child has can be cured pretty easily. It's
Really?
just they grow up in toxic environments, they get fed toxic
So
food,
if
they have
somebody has a
toxic
rare disease that
lifestyles.
can be cured, then what do you do?
Like what, for example?
I don't know. Let me look up a rare disease. Rare disease
Most of it
uh,
can be treated the same across the
that
board. That's why
can't
they say vitamin D, the
be
safe level every day
cured.
is only 4,000 IUs, when in reality,
Can't
you can
be
supplement
cured.
150,000 IUs every day
Okay,
for
hold on.
months and not have any toxicity.
Disease. Hold
You know, and they
on.
did that because vitamin D is super effective. So is
Hold
fasting.
on. So rare disease that can't be cured. So let's say somebody's born with um one of the. So this is a genetic disorder that causes thick mucus buildup in the lungs and digestive tracts. Treatments could help manage symptoms, but there is no cure. So let's say you're cystic fibro. I don't know how to say this, but if you're born
That's an
with that
autoimmune disease.
and you can't, I don't know. It just says it's a metabolic disorder. So let's say you can't.
Ask it if that's an autoimmune disease. Because
It
I've heard
says
that before
it's a
about that disorder.
it's let's just say you have a rare lung disease.
Okay, so if
But
you have
anyway,
a
if you have one
disease
of
that
these diseases
absolutely
and you just
there's
can't pay for
zero
treatment,
information about,
what do
how are you
yeah,
going to
and what
pay
do you
for
do?
treatment anyways? It's going to drive you broke. That
I know
robbing
exactly.
a
That's the
bank,
point, bro.
stop
You don't
interrupting me, you
understand. People
stupid
sometimes people do
fucking
get put
poob.
in. People
Listen, I got to
get
fucking
put
talk.
in.
You can't ask questions and not let me fucking
Dude, you're
respond,
not even letting me talk, bro. But go
dickhead.
ahead. Say what you're gonna say, bro.
So if you rob a bank and you get, say, even a good amount, because most of the time the bank's going to give you just a certain amount. Like, unless it's a super intricate bank robbing, you're not going to end up with that much money. But let's say you do. Let's say you do end up with a bunch of money, say maybe $50,000. Then, if there's no treatment, where's the money? How is the money going to even help? And if they can only treat the symptoms, it's going to drive you broke anyways.
No, but I'm saying that
It's a stupid
No, it
decision.
isn't, dude.
It's a
People get
stupid
put.
decision.
People get put in
You could
fucking
try to
predicaments,
justify it, but
dude.
it's stupid. You can't.
People get
I would
per.
never rob a bank
Dude,
unless
you
I
know the
just want to
biggest
go to jail.
robbers are the people like the Rothschilds and the Rockefeller that literally stole countries and own the Federal Reserve banking system.
Yeah, but
And
what are
you're
we
over here
talking
worried
about?
about somebody robbing their banks, which they stole
No, you're
from
over here
people.
defending ghetto-ness. You're
I'm
over here
not defending
defending
ghetto-ness. I'm just
ghetto
saying that
activity,
you're retarded, bro, and you don't even
irrational
know.
activity, because that's where it all
Okay,
stems from.
so let me ask you this: when BlackRock,
An ad
when
hominem, a
all
clear
right,
indication of one who's
uh,
lost a debate.
I'm never listen. All right, are you gonna let me talk, or are you just gonna ramble on? Okay, so listen. BlackRock and Vanguard are buying up all the single-family homes. Are you aware of this?
Heard about
Hello.
stuff like that.
You don't care about stuff like that?
Nah, I said I've heard about stuff like that.
Okay,
Close your
so
mouth and open your ears, Aku.
listen. When they own all the single family homes and they won't sell it, they'll just rent it. And you can't afford the rent. Do you think it's bad if you become a squatter? Even though they literally stole the, like, basically fucked everyone and stole the land. Do you think it's bad if you become a squatter? Are you there, Alaska?
If you can, sometimes people have to think about a response. And a large majority of the fake intellectuals that most people have any contact with are going to pretend like they have the answer right away when really they don't know shit. Or they at least have no
I'm
capacity for
asking
even
you. I'm
thinking
not
about it.
asking a fake
So when I'm
intellectual.
thinking, give me a few seconds. I'm not going to
All right.
respond right away every time.
All right. Go ahead.
What was the question?
So BlackRock and Vanguard are buying up
Oh yeah,
all this.
squatting. Yeah. If
Yeah.
basically your home got seized by BlackRock, for example, I'll take
Yeah.
everything I could do to basically make it hard for them to reacquire the property. Like, yeah, I would squat.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what. So then you understand why these people
I'm
would
just saying
commit
robbing a
crimes.
bank isn't very robbing a
No,
bank.
but
Yeah, but I'm
it
pretty
was a
sure
bad
squatters don't get
analogy. It was a bad
arrested.
analogy, but basically what I'm
It
saying
wasn't
is,
that bad because
but
who's
the
really
billion,
losing the money?
but
It's
the
just not
billionaire.
smart
Oh
because you
my
could get
god,
shot, you could go to
I
jail
under
for way longer
look.
than
I
just
understand, but
squatting
that's what I'm saying is you
or
have these.
even petty theft.
Okay, but listen, you have these corporate. I don't even know their corporations, but BlackRock, Vanguard, and a lot of these companies are buying up all the single family homes. And I don't think you'd be a bad guy if you squat or you try to take back the houses. Like if the people came together and just started squatting these houses, because
No, I'm
their
against big
agenda is
corporation.
the agenda is to make sure that you own nothing and rent everything, and that's why they're doing it. That's why they're buying up all the single family homes, so that you can rent it from them, and they'll never sell it to you. It's like that's what I don't understand, bro. The
I
system's
haven't heard
rigged,
that
and it's
much
like
about
it's crazy. Just look it up. I mean, all you got to do is type in
I mean, how
BlackRock,
many I think it'd be a bigger thing.
BlackRock, and Vanguard on
Kind of like
Google.
people complaining about their food
Right,
stamps being
right
taken.
here.
I think more
And
people would
let
be
me read this real
complaining
quick, and
about
then you can
their
go.
houses
Let me just read this. It says BlackRock and
being
Vanguard are
seized.
the two of the largest investment management companies globally. They are currently involved in separate legal and government actions. BlackRock is facing lawsuits. They're actually facing lawsuits. I didn't even know this. With one from Texas that can manipulate the coal market. Vanguard is also named in this Texas lawsuit and has been subject to investigation by House Republicans concerning its role in climate initiatives. These people are fucking evil, bro. They're fucking corporate fucking greed. They're gonna destroy the country. Vanguard, BlackRock, and these own all the corporations. By the way, they own stuff in Apple. They own stuff in Microsoft. They own stuff in Alphabet, which I think is Google. They own stuff in Amazon, Facebook, Tesla, Nvidia, Visa, J.P. Morgan, Johnson Johnson, Walmart, United Health Group, Bank of America, Home Depot, PayPal, MasterCard, Adobe, Comcast, Netflix, Pfizer, Salesforce, Nike, Oracle, which I don't even know what Oracle is, Cisco Systems, Coca-Cola, Intel, Pepsi, Costco, AT&T. You can't even boycott these people because they own all these fucking stocks in all these companies. I'm literally down the line. Every single company on this list, they own fucking stocks in. And you're over here telling me that poor people are the problem, dude. It's crazy, man.
You don't have to act ghetto because of these people and these corporations. You don't have to act ghetto. The ghetto mind virus that infects these humans that have groupthink mentality, hive mind mentality, kind of like the liberal mind virus that went across the USA in 2020 and then moved on to the UK and other places afterwards. You don't have to be a ghetto mind virus slave victim. That's my point. The ghetto mind virus where you're white and for some reason, even though you live in a nice home, come from a nice family, you have to get in your car and play rap music. I think it's stupid. Most people
You,
just
you
adopt
don't
this
have
ghetto
to, but
mentality.
listen, you're
Even if
you're
you're poor, you don't have to be ghetto.
so
You
you
just
don't.
don't
I
have to be ghetto.
look, but you are impacted by the environment that which you grow up in, that which you live in, dude. Like I mean, that's just like human nature.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to
I
not be able
understand,
to have
dude. I
rational thought
understand, but
and behavior.
I'm still not gonna blame
It's like
somebody
a
for,
billionaire trying
dude.
to not pay taxes
They
legally.
don't pay taxes, bro.
No, you have to listen a little bit. It's like a billionaire not paying taxes legally, like Trump using loopholes or billionaires using loopholes. The loopholes are there. If you're not going to take it, that's your fault. It's like if you
Okay,
were in their
so
position, you would do the exact same thing.
I
Kind
wouldn't
of
do the
like how I
same
was
thing
in,
because I have
if I
morals and
was in the same
ethics.
position of a
I
child that was
I
raised by
wouldn't
a
do the
single
same thing.
mother
I
with
wouldn't do the
7
same
different
thing. I
baby
wouldn't do the
daddies,
same
I
thing.
would be
I wouldn't.
forced.
I wouldn't do the
Listen,
same thing. I wouldn't do
everyone
the same
in the
thing.
same shoes as someone else would do the
No,
same
no,
thing
I
as
wouldn't.
that
No, I
same
wouldn't.
person.
I wouldn't because I don't like. I
If
don't.
you were in Diddy's
That would make
shoes,
me.
you would have
I
thrown
wouldn't
the same
exploit.
parties as
No, I
Diddy.
wouldn't. No, I wouldn't have.
You could say
No,
that,
I wouldn't
but
have.
it's just
No,
spiritually
I wouldn't.
untrue.
No, spiritually, I wouldn't have because I have a heart and a
With those
soul.
same exact with those same exact
Look.
circumstances.
Alaska, you might be a psychopath, dude, but when I
See,
do
I'm
something
talking about
wrong to
an idea.
somebody,
You're
I feel
talking
so
about
bad about it. It's
yourself.
called guilt. So I wouldn't do that because I would feel
But you're
really,
talking
really
about
bad, not
yourself.
because of some creator or something, but just because I have a thing called empathy and compassion, and you don't have
Uh,
that, and that's the
let me
problem.
jump. Let me jump in
So you
here.
don't understand why you don't have empathy and compassion because maybe that side of your
Okay,
brain
Yeah.
now
is
you're
open.
acting
Let,
very
Maybe
ghetto.
I
Let the
do,
host
hold
speak.
but I
up. Hold
wouldn't
up.
do
Hold up.
that. I wouldn't do what Diddy did, dude.
I want to
Wouldn't do
give
any of it.
some cases
Because I don't even
about.
need a lot of money
This
to
is the
survive.
ghetto.
I'm
This
a
is the
basic
ghetto-ness I'm
person.
talking
Give
about.
me a
Just these
car,
are
give me a shower, give me a place to stay, and I'm fine. I don't need
okay.
any fancy cars, any fancy shoes, any fancy clothes. So no, I wouldn't have done that if I was Diddy. You're making excuses, bro. Because I think you have something wrong in your brain.
I
Who
want
are
to
you
read a
Probably
shooting?
don't.
couple. Hang,
You
hang
lack
on,
empathy and compassion, or maybe
Castizo,
you
can you hear
don't
me?
have that side of your
Castizo,
brain. But the people that do
Castizo,
have the side of their brain
Castizo.
working,
Can anyone
they
hear me?
wouldn't do that shit because they
I
would
can
feel
hear you. I
bad
Castizo,
can hear
inside.
you.
you hear the
That's
biscuit,
why they wouldn't do it.
Castizo? You fucking mosquito.
All right, here's some stories. So this is about the man who robbed a bank for $1 to get medical care, James Verone. In 2011, a 59-year-old man in North Carolina handed a bank teller a note demanding $1 so he'd be arrested and receive prison health care. He had no insurance, severe back, chest, and leg issues, and couldn't afford treatment. Outcome, he was arrested and got access to medical care in jail. Cancer patients stole groceries to pay for treatment costs. Many cancer patients facing treatments cost over $10,000 a month had been arrested for petty theft of food and essentials. One Ohio woman was arrested for stealing $200 of food because her chemotherapy made her unable to work and ineligible for aid. Diabetics arrested for stealing insulin or supplies. Insulin prices in the US are 10 times higher than in other developed countries. Multiple cases reported where diabetics stole insulin, test strips, or needles to survive. A notable case, a 26-year-old man from Kentucky was arrested for stealing insulin after rationing nearly killed him. Couple more. Parents arrested for theft to pay for sick children's medication. Cases across Texas, Florida, and Missouri of parents stealing items to resell online to pay for children's prescriptions and ER bills. In Missouri, a mother was charged with felony theft after stealing over the counter meds and baby formula for her sick infant. I'll do two more. Okay, people committing survival crimes after medical bankruptcy. And medical bankruptcy is one of the largest forms of bankruptcy in America. From memory, it's about 30% of all bankruptcy are due to medical bankruptcy. So, medical bills are okay. So, number one, medical bills are the number one cause of personal bankruptcy in the US. Several states have documented rises in shoplifting, small scale fraud, and theft by people wiped out by health costs. Judges noted direct links. People committed crimes to survive after catastrophic healthcare bills. So that's the American Journal of Public Health and Harvard study. What that's insane, isn't it? Okay, seniors stealing medication due to prescriptions being unaffordable. Elderly Americans have been charged with theft of heart meds, blood pressure meds, and asthma inhalers In one New York case, an elderly man sold $38 worth of medication after choosing between meds and rent. Let's do a couple more. Man committed minor crime to access dialysis in jail. Uninsured man with kidney failure repeatedly got arrested for minor offenses so he could receive dialysis behind bars. Wow. So, I mean, how does that make you feel? Are those just ghetto fogs, Tyler, or would have you done a similar thing in that situation?
So because of because of my situation, I've come to the understanding that a lot of these things with medication are just solving symptoms and not addressing the cause. So in order for these people to stop making those type of decisions, we have to introduce more more of an understanding in our culture in these developed countries that that is the case, that these pharmaceutical companies are profiting off people being sick, and they're getting sick from these food dyes, from these emulsifiers, these endocrine disruptors. So if we have more of like a culture built around informed informed whatever informed information around basically food and like what's really in the food and how to really address these ailments, then people wouldn't be going bankrupt from these pharmaceutical companies, these hospital bills, and stuff like that. But like I said earlier, if you're in the same situation with the same life experiences as someone else, you're going to make the exact same choice. That's just how life works. So in order to change that, we have to pretty much introduce new stimulus into their lives to like, so we have to create a culture or like an expectation amongst other people to do something that's more effective.
It's like let me say what happened in 1912. This is, you could say it's a conspiracy, but you could look in 1912, the Rothschilds and the what is it, the Wahlbergs, I think. There was a ship called the Titanic. Everyone knows about the Titanic, right? The Titanic was destroyed. It was an inside job. They had the explosive on the ship because the people on the Titanic. You could look this up. They were the richest people in America at the time. They was or not for the Federal Reserve banking system that we have today that was set up in 1915. So they end up getting killed. So the Federal Act of 1913 was that's when they took control over the American banking system, right? So, but they had, in order to do this, they had to kill the people on the Titanic with explosives. And there's a book about this called The Creature from Jekyll Island, and it's written by a guy named Edward Griffin. And this literally talks about how this country has been taken over since 1913 by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the Morgans. Um, and the way they were able to accomplish this was they sunk the Titanic, which had the richest people on the ship. And these are the people involved. You have J.P. Morgan, which is Chase, J.D. Rockefeller, Jacob Schiff, I don't know how to say his last name, Max Warburg, and Paul Warburg. These people literally killed the richest people in America so they can enslave us with their global banking system that they have now. Um, yeah, so you guys, everyone listening should look into that Titanic and look into the Federal Reserve banking system.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, look, I think that crime pays. Certain types of crime pay. So when it comes to white collar crime, it does pay. As I said, people that commit white collar crime are usually sentenced under guidelines, and they're also released a lot earlier. And I got into, well, I wanted to have the debate with Martin Shkreli because Martin Shkreli, he did securities fraud, and he ended up getting sentenced to about, I think, 7 years in prison. He only did a couple years of that sentence, and came on a Twitter space after he was released, and he made this argument that him and Sam Bankman-Fried and Bernie Madoff and these kinds of people shouldn't be sentenced to long prison sentences and shouldn't be put in with other dangerous prisoners because they weren't violent criminals. And I think that if you abstract that and you look at it with more nuance and a wider lens, you'll see actually this kind of financial crime is more violent than going into a convenience store with a knife or a gun and taking a few $100s from the till, right? Because they have insurance. It's a relatively small amount. Yeah, there's a PTSD aspect to it. Like it's not going to be a fun experience. But what's going to be more violent in the abstract? Is it someone who has a robbery that's going to be covered, a small amount? Or is it someone who loses their life savings to one of these fraudsters? They lose their life savings, they go through a divorce, they start drinking, there's domestic violence attached. There's a lot of like depression and suicidality. So like what is more a violent crime? Is it someone who steals someone's life savings and sets them back and steals years from their life? Because that's what stealing money off someone is. It's stealing life from them because $100,000 invested where you think could be safe and someone defrauds you of it, that's many, many years of someone's life. 10, 20 years it can take someone to save up that amount of money. And for you to come along and take that, you've stolen 10, 20 years out of that person's life. So why is it for someone like Martin Shkreli or someone like these other white collar criminals that are under sentence according to guidelines, why is it that that's not a violent crime? Why is it that they get out after a couple years? So yeah, I would say that white collar crime is actually violent.
I would actually have to
Yeah.
agree with you. Like the person, this is just common sense, bro. I don't care what people think. The person that steals from the grocery store and maybe robs the bank or he does something like that is not as bad as somebody who steals billions of dollars or even millions. Madoff, Shkreli, the reason why they don't want to be put with violent criminals, even though they're violent pieces of shit, in my mind, is because they're weak, because they wouldn't survive, because they don't want to be
No, the justice system
they
favors
don't
more
want to
white
be
collar
they
crimes than
don't
these type
well
of
yeah,
people.
but they don't want to be where they
And they
belong.
don't, and they want to create more of a
Wait,
deterrent against people
wait,
who are actually
Tyler,
trying to
Tyler,
fight
let
for
me finish.
themselves.
Tyler, let me finish. They don't want to be with people that I feel they should be with. If you steal billions of dollars from people, or not billions, but millions of dollars from people, you should be put with people that are violent because you're violent. Yeah, you didn't hurt any, you hurt way more than one person. You hurt millions of people. So, and you laugh about it. These people are psychopaths. So they don't deserve fucking empathy and sympathy. Fuck Scarelli, fuck Madoff, fuck all those guys. If we were living in a just system, they would be doing life in prison with no possibility of parole because they stole way more money than any of those fucking petty crimes, dude. So no, they deserve, in my opinion, they deserve life in prison. If you steal millions of dollars of people, if you scam people, if you do that shit, you deserve life in prison. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're kind of spitting tonight, your cube. I'm impressed. You're coherent. Everything's laid out nicely. This is probably some of the best performance I've heard since I've known you.
He's him.
He's him tonight.
He's beginning to wake up. He's
Yeah,
beginning to believe.
no, I mean, I don't know, man. Um, I'm just different, I guess. I don't know.
No, you're cooking. You're cooking, guys. If you want to come up, join the panel. I do appreciate Alaska for throwing a hammer in the wrench and trying to get a different perspective. Preferably I would echo chamber, but usually my views are correct, so it's hard to debate against them. But if you want to come up and throw a different perspective out there, go to the description of this video. You'll see the StreamYard's link. Go on X to my recent tweet. You'll see the StreamYard's link. You don't need an account. You can come on, and I'll put it in the comment section one more time so people can see. And we'll run this for another half an hour unless it starts popping off. We got 54 people in here as of now. We have dropped one listener. So feel free to come up. That's a big audience. You got to think, who you got 54 people in front of you. How large was your classroom? All right, maybe 20 people. 20 people. You've got 3 classrooms worth of people up here. you can give a lecture to an entire year group. So come on up, share your views, because it's not every day you can talk to 54 people, right? It's really not. And when it comes
Yeah.
to, and we've gotten 300 people up here. Usually, if we run it for many hours, we'll get up to that amount. Jelani, you've been quiet for a while. What are your thoughts on this topic? Jelani might be busy. Go ahead, Castizo.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta say, I gotta head out, but no, I agree, man. Like the 2008
You call
crisis.
my name, Davinsky?
Well, I'll just say this, and
Davinsky,
then
do you hear me?
Jelani. Yeah.
Oh,
He
you good.
wanted to know what
Can you hear
your thoughts are.
Castizo?
Hello, Jelani.
Jelani, can you hear Castizo?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I just want to
Okay.
say this, and I gotta head out. But,
Okay.
yeah, I think we're just brainwashed in this country. Like the 2008 financial crisis that was done by, we'll just call them the elite, the rich people, whatever you want to call them. They hurt way more people than a guy that went out and killed 20 people. I know this is gonna sound fucked up on the recording, but the people that committed the 2008 financial crisis, they got bailed out, but they actually hurt way more people than like a serial killer, because they literally destroyed people's life savings and took their home and took their livelihood away from them.
And how
And they
many
didn't
people you
just do
think
it to
killed
one
themselves?
billion. They did it
How many people?
to,
How many people you think killed themselves? How many
I
people
don't know,
would
I'm gonna
drink
look
to
it up.
alcoholism?
2008
Yeah, but I mean, it's
financial
something that you can't really quantify,
uh
right? Like we don't know,
suicides.
but we can guess. You know, a
Yeah,
lot. We can guess that
it's
there's going to be
it. Yeah,
domestic violence. You know,
yeah. A lot of suicides happened in the year 2008. A lot of suicides. So, yeah, they killed a lot of people. They killed way more people than any of these petty crime bank robbers did. So yeah, fuck them, dude. If you're gonna commit white collar crime, you should get life in prison without the possibility of parole. In a civil
and
society,
even
that's what
the
you'd
term
get.
white
But
collar crime is kind of makes it
well,
sound
no, it's like
luxurious.
these people are psychopaths. Like they don't, dude. I'm telling you, like when people think of psychopaths, they think of people that commit violence, or like they'll like go out and they'll kill somebody. But these people, this is what they'll do
Yeah, I
instead.
mean, if you look at
The,
if you
this is what
sorry,
this is
go
what
ahead.
let me just say this. This is what a white collar criminal would do. He wouldn't do it himself. So instead of him going out and doing it, he might hire a hitman to do it, or he might uh hire somebody to hack your account and steal all your shit. Like he's worse than the guy that's going to go out and do it himself, because he'll just hire somebody to do it. So in my opinion, white collar crime is like the worst type of crime. But that's my views are my views only. So I got to head out. Good talk.
I see you, Coop. Yeah, it's two different ends of the spectrum. One's more on impulse, one's more on thought. And you could argue that the worst single person acting on impulse with an AK-47 in a mall is only going to hurt so many people versus somebody who's acting on thought who can affect millions. So I agree. White collar is probably worse.
Well, what Yakub said about psychopathy is that the general population is about 1% of people in the general population that would have the psychopath tendencies. When it comes to corporate and executive
Yo, did this thing lag
psychopathy,
out after you Coop left?
can you hear me?
It's not even saying I'm talking. I can't hear nobody. I gotta drop down.
Yeah, I hear
Can
you,
you
Can
hear
you
me?
hear
Davinsky.
me?
Okay,
I can
yeah.
hear you, and I hear Alaska.
Tell Alaska to drop
Oh,
down.
I gotta leave. I'll be right back.
Alaska, can you hear me?
Yeah, I gotta drop down.
Okay, all right, yeah, drop down and come back.
All right. So what I was saying is that 1% of the general population meet the definition of a psychopath. When it comes to the corporate professionals, we're looking at more like 3 to 8%. So somewhere between 3 times and 8 times more common than the general population.
Oh
Um,
wow.
so yeah, it's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing.
Yeah, like I would most definitely um I would say that it's probably even worse than violent crime. because of the lasting effects and how devastating it is to people who are to such a mass group of people. Most violent crime really is like typically specific to either one person or maybe one or two people. Of course, we have mass shootings here and there, but white collar crime affects hundreds of thousands of people most times. If not tens of thousands of people.
And
And
a lot of their life savings.
exactly, exactly. And so, um, it most definitely creates violence because people not only kill themselves because of that, but they go and kill others. They go and take from others, and it creates a cycle that even if that particular person doesn't, maybe now the situation in which they're in, their children may end up becoming, violent or living a different type of lifestyle due to whatever the white collar criminal did to this person's family. And you can just kind of look at you can kind of bring it back to the black community on that. When you think about all of the white collar crime that took wealth from black Americans and that stripped them of not only stripped them of wealth, but also took opportunity. You think about all the people in the music business who were, fucked over. Um, you know, it's just wild. When you think about the how deep white collar crime can go and how detrimental it can be to people, while at the same time they get the least restrictive punishments for
Yep.
it. BNWO commented,
Was under punished. Use data. Punish. Use data.
BNWO said
What
it's real bad. It says real bad faith to have a whole racist hosting a show with black people.
BNWO, come on up here, dude. You're always so hostile. I'm king of the blacks. I've had that title bestowed upon me by numerous FBAs. You're just upset that you don't get that same title. I had a couple of shots. Those first shots I've had in, how long has it been? I guess the last time I was drinking was Wednesday. So what's today? Sunday.
Are you taking some shots?
Yeah, I had a couple. Okay, let's go over some data. Guys, if you want to come on up, grab a mic. We got about 60 people in here right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, why white collar criminals get off easy? Rich offenders pay fines, poor offenders get jail. Let's get data. Include data and citations. If you guys ever want to pull stats from ChatGPT or any of these AIs, always specify using academic citations. Otherwise, it's going to pull from all over the internet and you're not going to get reputable sources. So
Oh,
that's
yeah, it's
one
gonna pull
tip that I
from
give.
Reddit. It's gonna pull from Reddit and
Yep.
shit.
Yep. So rich offenders pay fines, poor offenders get jail. Major corporate crimes are usually resolved with fines or settlements or prison or for executives. Can you just mute your mic, Jelani? There's a bit of a static. DOJ uses deferred prosecution agreements, so companies pay money, stay operating, and executives walk. White collar sentences are much shorter. Average US federal sentence for fraud, 22 months. Average federal sentence for violent offenses, 110 months. So there's a big discrepancy there. We're talking what, 5-6 times. Wealthy offenders often get reduced punishments. Many white collar defendants receive downward departures, reduced sentences through plea deals or corporation agreements. System targets the poor more than the rich. Low-income taxpayers claiming the earned income tax credit are audited at several times the rate of wealthy filers, which is crazy because you'd think like where the money is where these rich people are, right? That's where you'll get the most tax if there's fraud, but they target people under less than 25,000. Corporations take the form, not the executives. Billions are collected in corporate fines yearly, but individual executives rarely face prison even when wrongdoing is proven. So, I mean, what about sentencing guidelines? Because I remember reading this a while back. Yes. So judges frequently depart downward in white collar cases, giving reduced or alternative sentences. Actual time served is far lower than guideline range. Many white collar defendants receive probation, home confinement, or short prison terms, even when the guideline range suggests multiple years. The USSC has repeatedly found fraud offenders receive below guideline sentences more than violent or drug offenders. So, as we went over before, average federal sentence for fraud, 22 months. Average for violent crimes is 110 months. And that's why I think it's important to talk about how white collar crime is actually violent. We talked about it earlier. If you lose your life savings, you're doing this to tens of thousands, perhaps millions of people. That's going to lead to them losing years of their life, decades of their life. They put, 100, 200,000, 500, whatever it is into your company, and they trust you, and then you run off with the money. You've wasted 10, 20 years of their life, yet you're only going to get maybe a 2-year prison sentence. And, the violence is kind of abstract, but it leads to alcoholism, it leads to divorce, it leads to domestic violence, it leads to drug abuse, it leads to suicide. So there's a lot of violence that is inherently attached to white collar criminals. We got any more comments? Well, what do we got going on down here? Okay, so BNWO Savage, BWC says, I should post you dropping the N words and tag Tariq since you're going mainstream. BNWO BBC says, BWC says, it's real bad faith to have a whole racist hosting a show with black people. There was only like one black person. There's only been one black person in here besides from Lovegore. Alaska is not black. He is biracial, half Hawaiian and half Irish. Then we had Spicy up here. He is it's like 11% indigenous, mostly Northern European, and I am Irish and Jewish. So I don't know where you're getting these figures from, BNWO. But it's been a good space. I wish more people would join. I don't know why people don't join the panel. We're at 58 people right now. It's hovering between 55 and 60.
I'm telling you, it's something about coming online. I guess streaming live YouTube is just so different from spaces. This is something that's really kind of dedicated, and people who don't mind being on here. Whereas spaces,
Yeah, I mean,
people
you can
just
come
walk
in for
around.
5 minutes and leave, though. Like, you don't have to stay.
Right.
But Castillo was kind of cooking tonight. He was actually making a lot of sense. Usually he's,
He was.
yeah.
He was very
Yeah, he
coherent
was.
tonight, which was
Yeah.
pretty surprising. He was very coherent, very factual. But I think consistency is what we need, Davinsky. It just has to, we just have to keep going. Have to keep doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. We should
And
have
just
like a set show. What's a good time? Like, what's a good time for you? Where are you, by the way, Jelani? Are you back home?
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Evening time is usually
Oh, we
always
jumped
best
up to
for me.
61.
Yeah. So yeah,
Evening
evening
time,
time.
like 7 p.m.
Central. Yeah, I mean, well, it's 7 now, so like weekends is different. So weekends, it's kind of open. My kids do a lot of stuff on the weekends, so yeah, around by 7. But like throughout
I
the
think
week,
we shouldn't do it every day. We should do it maybe every second day. Maybe, I'm free every day, but let's say, I mean, it's up to you.
Well, I mean,
I don't,
I
I
don't
don't.
mind doing it every day, especially now since it's early. To at least try and get to better our chances of catching the algorithm.
Yeah, and I think we should keep it. I don't know, like 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, not too long.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, yeah. So maybe start 7 p.m. right now for you. What, like 7:37, or?
yeah. It's 7:37 right now for me.
I mean, 7 p.m. would work for me because that's 9 p.m. my time. Um,
Well, I mean, we could
and
go a
then
little.
your
Like I said, we could do 7 your time, which is 5 mine.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that would be better for me.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, I could make that work. I'm done most days by 5, and then if I do have to run a bit over, I'll let you know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. No, that's cool, man. We should do it. And then next time, I don't know. You should have a profile picture too. I think that it messed up everything because had to reconnect to X and everything today. Like I had password problems, but
Yeah,
it's good when you have your name up there as well. People can see your social media.
right.
Um,
Sometimes
how do
when I
I?
log in, I do have it. Sometimes I don't, so I have to figure out how
Yeah.
that is.
Hang on. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
What's
there
it
you
say?
go.
The common sense corner. That's what it
Yeah,
says for you. Is
yeah.
that what
That's,
you
that's my
had it
YouTube.
as?
That's my YouTube page.
Oh, that's your YouTube. Cool, cool.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
stream to your YouTube too, right? There's a way because when I started this, it says allow participants to stream to their platforms as well.
Oh, well, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so stream to yours as
Oh, I
well.
see it. Stream this to my audience.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, there it
You
is.
can start it now if you want. I'll run this
Okay.
for another like hour.
Oh,
Because you
that's
may as
sweet.
well build it. You never know. Like the YouTube algorithm might pick it up, and like there is there is an audience there.
I
Well,
tried
yeah,
editing
let's
my
see here.
avatar.
I'm gonna set a topic. Like I'm gonna set the live
Oh,
like
and I
two
can do
hours in it.
Twitter. Oh,
Yeah,
I can do Twitter. Oh, I can do
do it to
Twitch.
every do it to
So,
everything.
like I have like almost 3,000 followers on Twitch.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
You have, bro? You'll make money on that. You got 3,000 on Twitch.
yeah. I mean, I'm already monetized on Twitch.
You need to, yeah, bro. You should. But if you stream to Twitch, we need to be careful with
What we
what we
say.
say. Yeah,
Yeah,
but we usually are. As long as we're not
we
saying
are
racial slurs.
right. And then Twitter.
And the thing is like if it is like a bit risky, I delete it from my YouTube, like, at the end of the show. But that's the problem with running them. Like, we've run them for like what, like fucking 5, 6 hours before. And by the end of it, I'm kind of just like, whatever. I feel like trolling. But if we do it more like 2 hours, 2.5 hours max, then we can kind of keep it, like, we can keep it on track more so.
Oh, this is cool. I didn't know that I could stream to my audience too.
Yeah, we do
Well,
that. You'll make money. People tune in.
yeah,
We'll
that's
like
really
help
what we
each
should
other grow
do.
as well.
Yeah, yeah, most definitely.
You can do that as well, Alaska. You can stream to whatever you have, and
Yeah, I
I'll
might
try
just start
keep it
streaming to
so
the
like
Twitter.
our And you should probably. I mean, is that your Twitch name as well? The Common Sense Corner.
No, my Twitch name is my email, but I'll
Okay.
probably have to
Well,
go
maybe
change
like
it.
put YouTube, like put YT and then semicolon or whatever, double, and then the comments so people know what that
Oh, okay,
means.
so I can only have two destinations. So I just
So
do
Twitch and
Twitch,
YouTube, or Twitch and
Twitch, and
X,
yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
whatever.
I'm gonna do Twitch and X, yeah. And what's the title? White collar crime.
Well, we can change the title. Like, what should
I
we
mean, we
talk
don't have
about
to. No,
now?
it's fine.
I mean, we kind of covered that already, though. What's it? I mean, I kind of wanted to talk about like the racism that I just see a lot of lowbrow, like white trash people shitting on like Black Americans, and it's funny because
Okay. Well, yeah.
BNWO, they consider like people like that are like, oh, Davinsky's a racist, but then like white people are like, oh, you're a fucking like you hate white people. It's like, well, I can't win. Like I just try to be like fair, you know. I just feel like Black Americans get unnecessary hate online. I really
Okay.
um. But
All right. So
what
what do you
Alaska?
want?
What should we talk about? What's a trendy topic?
Like I said, the
And
EBT stuff is going on now.
you know what we can do,
Like
Gelati. This is what I
that's
do,
apparently
right?
hot. Yeah.
So I'll send you this in the back channel. So what I do before I
Excuse me,
go
sir.
live is I say, give me the best SEO titles based on this topic. And sometimes I'll chat GPT for a minute, tell them what I want to talk about. And then it will give me a list of titles that thinks will be the most viral and like boost in the algorithm. And then I'll
Right.
say, okay, write me a description. So where it says title, and then it'll go to the description. So okay, let's get some more titles, and I'll tell you what we can change it to. Give me some more SEO titles. I mean, Gelati, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the
No, that's
blackface?
fine. No, that's fine. That's a great conversation to have. What you just said earlier about the
Like
vitriol and stuff towards Black
like
Americans during this time. Well, but we know what about how they're trying to frame the EBT. Like I said, as a black issue, as if
yeah.
Black Americans are a
Okay. Give me some more SEO titles for white conservatives. Maybe white conservatives are framing EBT as a black issue. I'll say ghetto black issue and see what it gives me as suggestions
Now this
for
dog
We
is
could talk
here.
about.
YouTube.
You know what? We could talk about the Republican Civil War or the Conservative Civil War. Nick Fuentes is leading the coup. Like it's a whole
Oh,
war going on
the
now.
Groiper
Yeah, the
infighting,
Groper
right?
War. Well, no, not Groper
Yeah,
infighting, but the
But
Groper War
that
with
isn't that
the
would that
just
would probably be
about
yeah.
viral. That could be viral.
That's good.
isn't
Yeah,
that
Um,
just
because that's
about
hot right now.
paleoconservatism versus
That is an actual
neoconservatism?
civil war going on right now within the Conservative
Groiper.
Party.
Okay,
Like literally.
topic about topic titles about the recent Groiper versus Groiper versus white nationalist war, white nationalist
Well, no, no,
war.
no, 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 no. This is Groper versus conservatives, not even white nationalists. This
Okay,
is versus regular everyday
what's the
American.
gist? What's the gist of it?
Well, so the Gropers are coming to basically take over the conservative party and make it a white nationalist party. And the regular conservative party is saying, no, this is not just for whites, this is for everybody. So
Yeah.
basically it's Nazis versus conservatives.
Okay. Yeah. Nick Fuentes is trying to co-opt the conservative
Right.
movement, and the conservatives are saying we aren't Nazis. We are Americans, regardless of color. Let's see what they give. The new GOP civil war, mainstream conservatives versus Groypers. Is the right being hijacked? The battle for the future of conservatism. America first or America divided inside the right wing identity clash. Can conservatism survive the extremist fringe? Um, Debate and engagement titles: Groypers versus conservatives. Who really represents the American rights? I think if Groypers is first, it's going to be like good for SEO. Is
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes destroying the conservative movement? Are Groypers helping or hurting the right? I think that's a good one. What do you think? Are Groypers helping or hurting the rights? Can multiracial
Well, I don't know. Like I said,
conservatism
it's a civil war, so I think it would need to be something.
this plus
You know,
civil war aspect? Let's see. and make it SEO.
Like I think
Let's
keeping
see.
it simple, would probably be best.
Okay. The right-wing civil war. Are Groypers hijacking the conservative movement? Nick Fuentes versus the
Yeah, there you go.
conservatives. The civil. You think the first
Well,
one?
yeah, because this whole new
Yeah,
neoconservative
yeah,
wave is
yeah.
all
That first
about.
was good.
I'm gonna put that in the back
Can you guys
channel.
hear me?
Yeah, give me one
Yeah, we hear you,
second.
Alaska.
Yeah, we hear you,
Uh,
Alaska. Let
yeah,
let
it's
me
just not registering on my. Oh, it is registering. It's just really small. Couldn't see on my
I,
phone.
I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send you
Oh yeah.
the title uh in on Twitter, and then I'll send you the description as well.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Let me share it myself. So let me go to my Twitch. I haven't been on my Twitch in God knows how long.
Bro, you got 3,000 followers. You could make money on that. Like just
Well, I mean,
streaming.
I
Even
was
if
at
it's like
one.
10 people. Even if there's 10 people watching, like they pay you, right? Like you get paid.
Yeah, yeah, they do. Yeah, I mean, I was real big on it last year, during tax season and stuff. But I just kind of, I got busy. But I'm about to get back to it now, though.
Yeah, this is cool. Hang on. Okay. I'm also gonna send you but okay, let me send you the link. And at the top of the description, before you write that description,
Uh,
put in join the panel, and then put in this. So put in the title, the right wing civil war, and then the American right is in the middle of a civil war, blah, blah, blah. That's the description. But before that, put in the link and say join the panel, or put that at the bottom, whatever.
okay.
All right, we got 67 people in here, guys. Welcome to the space. We've got Dr. Alaska here. Dr. Alaska, you should put your Twitter handle or whatever as your
Nah.
bio and change your profile picture. It makes it more engaging if you have
Yeah,
like
I
a profile.
tried. I think it's my I tried on Brave, I tried on Safari. Every time I try to change my avatar, it like lets me crop a picture that I select, but there's no nothing past that. Like I get stuck on that screen. There's no
I'm gonna
button other than to cancel.
I'm gonna change my YouTube title as well and put in the new description.
Okay. So I got 4 viewers on Twitch.
Okay, we're already up. All right, give me 1 second. I'm just changing the
Twitch, what's going
description.
on, Twitch? What's going on, guys? I know it's been a while since I seen y'all.
I'm trying to
Okay,
get the
Come on in. My people on Twitch, my people on Twitter. What's going on, Common Sense Twitter? Good to see y'all too. Okay. That's pretty cool.
Oh damn, I can't edit it when it's already made, but whatever. Next time we'll agree on a title before the space.
Okay. All right, I see it.
What the hell? Let's
So,
just
and Davinsky. So, so I'm gonna share the StreamYard and share the YouTube. Oh shit, he got kicked, didn't he? He'll probably be back.
oh shoot, now I can't hear anything. I'm
Can
waiting
you
for
hear me, Allow?
Davinsky to come back.
Can you hear
Then
me?
I'll drop down.
Oh, you can't hear me either. Damn it. Let me see.
All right, guys. Where'd Alaska go?
He had to drop
Alaska
down.
dropped.
He couldn't hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, welcome to the space. We got about 70 people in here right now. If you want to come up and join the panel, we're going to talk about, I guess, the merge, the infighting between conservatism, mainstream conservatism, and groypers, and whether multiracialism has a future in the conservative movement with the advent of the rise of white nationalism. So we've got Tyler is about to join again. If you want to take this away, if you want to join the stream, just go to the comment section. You'll see the StreamYard's link. Come on up. You don't need an account to join. So do you want to give an introduction to your thoughts, Jelani, and then we'll move over to Tyler.
Okay, well, yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you all for watching. Nick Fuentes is basically pulling a coup on the conservative party. It's been building for some time. Over the years, it's been building and just growing and growing and growing. And now they're to a point where being a groper is a cool thing to be now. For a lot of, especially for a lot of young white impressionable males. And so now this movement, has a real groundswell to the point to where Nick Fuentes is verbatim telling the president, the vice president of the United States, that, hey, either you do what we want you to do, or we won't vote for you. We'll make sure you lose in 28. And chief among those demands is getting rid of his Hindu wife. So a lot of conservatives have tried to obfuscate. They've tried to push Nick off to the side. They've tried to discredit him. But ever since Charlie's death, Nick has filled the void and is basically the de facto leader of the young conservative movement in America right now. At least that particular half of it. You have your establishment half, which most of them showed last night at the Jewish convention. It was I believe it was the Republican Jewish Coalition or some shit like that. But pretty much everyone who spoke last night, Randy Fine, Lindsey Graham, Brandon Tatum's token ass, they all condemn Nick, of course. Still trying to downplay him, but there's no downplaying this. The Gorpers have infiltrated conservatives, and as Nick told black conservatives a few months ago, he said, we're done with you. We don't want you. We don't want you in the party. You're not a part of this movement. We would like for you to leave. He said DEI is over. Affirmative action is over. So like they are really consolidating their power for young white men, and they are taking over the conservative party. And I would say they're probably returning the Republican Party to what it used to be, or when they were Democrats, what it used to be, bringing back that old time sentiment of we're white first before we're anything. And as much as conservatives want to try and disavow it, as much as they want to try and push it all to the fringe, it's no longer fringe now. It is conservative, mainstream ideology, and now it's combating with the establishment ideology. And if watching what happened with Trump tells us anything, the establishment is not going to win this. And we can expect in 2028 for the Gorpers probably to be the Republican delegation at the convention.
Well said. Tyler, go ahead. I'm just brushing my teeth real quick. What are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes, the future of conservatism, and whether white nationalism has poisoned and made a toxic element out of conservative movements?
Epic just joined. He has a lot more to say about this than I do.
Well,
But he's probably going to join back.
Well, give your thoughts briefly.
This is about Nick Fuentes and conservative. Like, what's the topic about? There's no more topic. You can't see the topic.
The topic's about. Go ahead, July.
I was just going to tell them, it's the conservative civil war. Have you been keeping up with what's going on with Nick Fuentes and the Gorpers?
Not as much over the summer and like last fall I was, but I'm like sacrificing all my mental bandwidth for boxing.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
well, yeah, just over the past couple of days, Nick Fuentes basically came out, and deboed the conservative movement. They had a list of demands, or at least a list of questions that they asked J.D. Vance at the TPUSA convention in Mississippi. And, they They want their questions answered. And Nick just basically came out and said, hey, this is a civil war. If you all do not do what we say, we will be sure that you lose in 2028. And so that's basically it. Your thoughts on the civil war that is now brewing within the conservative movement.
So from my understanding, it's all about America first versus Israel first, and like this whole
For the most
neoconservatism that's
part.
going on is about Israel first.
For the most part, yep, that's it. There you go.
But Davinsky Epic says let him in. There he is.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. My bad. I had a hard time connecting. Jesus.
Are you the guy
Sorry, guys.
from that you met Alaska in Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like having that conversation every night.
What's going on?
Look, we're
Yeah.
streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so say what you want to say. It's a free conversation. Just avoid slurs, and you weren't really using slurs the other night, so I don't think that'll be a problem. Tyler, did you want to finish up your points, or do you want to introduce Epic to the conversation?
Now let's hear what Epic has to say. I'm pretty much
So
done
how do
already.
you feel, Epic, about the infighting within conservatism right now? Nick Fuentes is basically threatening JD Vance that he won't be elected. He has the power to. He doesn't have the power to affect Trump, but he might have the power to affect someone like JD Vance. So what are your thoughts on that topic?
Yeah, I know that the Republican Jewish coalition was down here in Nevada yesterday, and there was Randy Fine talking. I saw a clip of Ted Cruz the day before that talking, and they're also Josh Hammer as well, and they're using sort of language like Tucker needs to be neutralized. I think after platforming alleged anti-Semites, I definitely have noticed antagonism between these distinct pillars on the right of America First, new generation conservatism, and neoconservatism. I think, and then obviously, I'm sure a lot of people saw Nick's clip where he's just literally telling JD Vance they'll do door knocking, they'll use every medium to make sure he doesn't get elected if Nick gets disavowed and his movement gets disavowed. So I think this is going to blow up. I think this is going to be a huge civil war on the right wing. And I think the problem is just kind of on the ground level. What I'm saying is it's going to be a propaganda war where I'm noticing Nick is just kind of everywhere now. He's, small clips. He has a very organized team. And I'm seeing just everywhere people who aren't even political on Instagram Reels. They're liking Fuentes's Instagram Reels. People who aren't even political or even right wing. And I think Gen Z or America First, I think they're gonna win the propaganda war. I think they're too tight knit. I think they're too sophisticated with technology, and their clips are spreading like wildfire. And neoconservatism now is just kind of, I don't know what it is. It just seems to be very unpopular for people under 25. I think I saw something like it was people under 25. It's like over 75% of voters under 25 don't care about neoconservative issues in politics. So I think it's going to backfire. Obviously, with what happened in Gaza, you're seeing an agreement or a handshake between far left people and far right people when it comes to Israel. So there's like some backdoor coalition between them as well. I think 2028. I do think probably America First. Conservatism is going to win and neoconservatism is going to lose. But I'm hearing stuff like I saw Randy Fine yesterday say something like they need to start pushing for mass censorship again. So they're going to start using platforms and using the ADL and SPLC to start cracking down on users spreading perceived anti-Semitism. So that's also a part of Project Esther, I believe, which is a part of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, where they're going to start labeling people. There's kind of a big movement to designate people as anti-Semites because there's the conspiracy that if you label them as domestic terrorists, then you can use kind of Trump's secret police force to to come after them. So, and maybe that's why a lot of people speculate Trump has, or ICE has 175,000 applicants right now. Maybe they're going to try to reshape or move them from immigration over to more different. They're going to change the job duties for ICE agents. That's what a lot of people are speculating, but that's kind of my opinion right now.
Yeah, look, I think that when it comes to a lot of the rhetoric from the groypers is that they are hyper fixated on the Jews, the Jewish question, and on Israel. And I think with the left and the far right, not necessarily the right, but the left and the far right, they dislike, say, Jewish supremacy or Zionism for very different reasons, right? So basically, when it comes down to the groypers, they don't actually care about what's happening in Palestine, right? There's a reason that they don't talk about what's happening in Sudan. They don't talk about the longest, civil war in modern history, which is in Myanmar. They talk about Palestine and Israel because it fits their narrative of bad Jews, basically. Whereas the left and the far left and Antifa, they care about the kind of oppression of this perceived group that so they hate Israel for very different reasons. Like the Groypers hate Israel because it's run by Jews and they're a good scapegoat. So I think that once this Israel conflict finds some resolution, you're going to see the left kind of back off the Jewish talking points, but you're still going to see the Groypers talk about it. So, and I see that across the board is like, I've talked to people like Sir Ludwig in spaces, and he always talks about Jews basically as if they're monolithically kind of evil. And I've told him many times that you're missing the forest through the trees. So when you hyperfixate on, say, Jewish billionaires and Jewish exploitation, you're missing all of the non-Jewish billionaires that have kind of advocated for the same problems, well, perceived problems that you are against, whether that's mass migration, the undercutting of the working class. And I think that when it comes down to it, you're really against global capitalism. And examples I've given before is that, well, when you look at Detroit, was it really the Jews or was it global capitalism that destroyed Detroit? In the 60s and 70s, it had a booming economy. You had a father working at a factory. He was able to afford a double-story house. He was able to afford a brand new Ford in the driveway. A white picket fence on a quarter-acre block, the American dream. Yet, they sent over manufacturing to China, which undercut the working class because they realized, hey, like, I don't actually have loyalty to the American public. I have loyalty to the stakeholders of my company. And if I can produce the same vehicle over in China for, significantly less, margin or more margin, then I'm going to do that. So what that did was you offshored manufacturing for corporate interests. And that has nothing to do with Jewish people. It's the same with mass migration. When you incentivize people from coming up from south of the border, that undercuts, working class people, working poor people, drives down wages. You got an influx of, illegal immigrants that work on these orchards that, many of these farms are corporately owned. That increases their profit margin. And it's the same with the H1Bs. Why was Elon Musk, who has done a lot of Nazi dog whistles, why was he so against people talking about H1Bs and removing them? It's because, companies like Tesla and XAI, these companies benefit from mass immigration from, India. So that's why he went so hard for the Indians. Is like these people, these corporate elitists don't have a loyalty to the so-called white race. They have loyalty to their bottom line and their stakeholders. And so they will undercut and they will, they will undercut and they'll exploit the American working class and not even the working class because there's a lot of people in the tech field, which is like a professional field. These people are paid a lot of money. They undercut those people as well because they can bring over an Indian that is tethered to a H1B. They underpay them. They work them harder hours, and now Americans can't get tech jobs. So whether you get rid of Zuckerberg and you get rid of these Jewish billionaires, there's a 10 or 20 or 30 other Anglo Americans or European Americans, non-Jewish Americans that will exploit and find loopholes in the system for their benefit. So that's what I tell Ludwig is you're missing the forest through the trees. When you concentrate on just Jewish billionaires or just Jewish elitism, then you're missing the plethora of Anglos and Germans and Italians and every group that is looking out for their bottom line. So, I mean, how do we address that? I feel like the Jewish question is so overplayed in these far right spaces where they just want to blame everything on the Jew. You stub your toe, you blame it on the Jew. It's raining tomorrow, you blame it on the Jew. Like, it's just like Jews are just the perfect scapegoat. And the reason I think they're the perfect scapegoat is that they're 2% of America's population. They're less than a fraction of a percent of the global population. Most people live their lives without ever meeting a Jew. So if you can put all of the moral responsibilities on the Jew, then you never have to take accountability for your own, collective race.
Right. Right.
When we talk about, these foreign interventions in Iraq, there was 1 million Iraqis killed. We can just blame the Jews. Like this has nothing to do with America's interests. It's just the Jews. And so, it's able to whitewash history.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's the perfect scapegoat for them to dodge accountability. And it's wild to see, especially when they project so much to say that Black Americans do the same thing to them, that Black Americans blame whites, to scapegoat accountability. And then they, in turn, try and preach that and try to pound it into us when they are literally doing the same thing in real time, with the Jews. In the same voice, they'll tell you as a Black person, take accountability for yourself. You're blaming whitey. They will then, in that same voice, blame the Jews for something that their ancestors did. It's the greatest lack of accountability, I would say, in the history of mankind. But beyond the Jew blaming, right now they're blaming each other. But we know what they are. The Jew blaming would be at the center, I would say, of this conservative war, because so many Americans are just so sick and tired of catering to Israel. Point blank, it has nothing to do with Jewish people at all, and has everything to do with the state of Israel and that government and the way they do things and their
Do you feel
propaganda.
that's the same for mainstream conservatism though? Because do you think that JD Vance? I mean, I don't know. Like maybe like the average conservative online, but when it comes to like the political establishment, I don't.
Mhm.
They seem to run cover for Israel a lot.
They do. They do most definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's who it is. It is the establishment. I think they call them neocons. They are the lobby for Israel. The entire branch of conservatism is a literal lobby for Israel, which even further solidifies the fact that Jewish people are white, because you have a whole half of a white conservative party or a white political party supporting an entire country that is full of Europeans. And it's for that specific reason, I believe, in which Israel is supported so much, is because everyone knows you got a country full of white people staying in a country full of brown people. And that's supposed to be there. They're there now. And of course, they're not going anywhere. But the fact of the matter is, that's one of the main reasons why Israel is propped up so much, is because, it's nothing more than another European country that America is, trying to prop up based off of shared ancestry. And if Israel was still, mostly Semitic, actually Semitic, and actually native, then no. For one, there would even be an Israel, and for two, if there was, it would not have the support and the backing and the financial, the financial scaffold that is America. And that is what this other side of conservatives are tired of. They're sick of that shit. They're sick of dealing with the immigration policy. They're sick of dealing with the catering to Israel and to people, from Israel, or those who are in the Jewish religion. They're just sick of it. It's too much. Like the pandering is off the wall. The money we're giving is out of this world, especially in consideration, of our debt, which our debt is used to fund our own private sector. But now so much of that is coming out to fund so many other countries. And people are just sick of this shit. But beyond people being sick of the regular politics shit, the gropers are ready for some white only type shit. That's the time they're on. They're on restore this country to white only, or at least, white only preference, I would say.
Yeah,
Maybe not to
I
the
think there's too much of an emphasis on, like, in this conversation about just blaming everything about Jews. It's not about Jews as much as it is about Israel, like
right.
Jelani kind of was talking about. And and my
What
my
type?
mind just went blank. But
Uh,
oh yeah. So it's like, people, when they look at all the money that we've sent to Israel and these other countries like Ukraine, and they look at the actual reasons that we're given for why we've given this money, it doesn't actually make sense whatsoever. Like, it's not being used for anything like purposeful. It looks like it's just giving money to people, or like money laundering. It looks like we're doing people, like individuals, even a favor. But on top of that, it's like the amount of money that we've given to Israel, we could have completely like renovated the entire United States, and like the roadways, public transit,
yeah.
dick butt kiss. um and yeah, it's clear that our politicians don't really care about America as much as they do about Israel, and it's because Israel lobbies so much and so heavily in the American political stuff. I'm not about all this corporate like terminology. Like, if I could think about it, I'd say it, but I just don't know it. But yeah, it's clear that these people they have too much of a hand in American politics, to where America has way too much interest in things that aren't even remotely American, and they just say the same kind of like talking points that aren't necessarily as bad, but are pretty much just as bad as what we used to tell just the American public about things like COVID. We just give reasons, and even if those reasons aren't right, those are the reasons we're giving, and we just champion those reasons until the death. So it just doesn't make sense. This How people don't see the problem with America and Israel, and how we just don't care about Americans as much as we do about Israel. It's like they're trying to keep America just this machine, just this like just this machine to keep working. Like, we just need workers to keep doing what they're doing. We don't need thinkers. We don't need to change anything. We need to keep it what it is so we can keep on doing these projects for Israel. It's like we're just a machine for Israel. Yeah, so I don't think it's as much about blaming Jews as much as it is addressing the problem Israel has in American politics. Who is this Dick Buttkiss?
Some dude.
I was hoping
uh,
Epic was going to come back.
Yeah, bring Epic back.
I think he's having connection issues because this StreamYard thing can overheat phones and like kill batteries. So
What's the view count on your live view counter, Jelani?
well, on X, we're up to 18 people.
Okay.
18 people on X, and on Twitch, 4.
yeah,
Okay, so
Epic
that's
says he has
22.
connection problems.
I've got 85. So we're over 100 people right now, guys. If you want to come up, grab a mic. We got 100 people in the room. That's like a lecture hall. You can come up here, share your views. You'll be like a professor for a moment. So I'm going to put the link to join again. But that's good, man, that like we're able to stream across. And even like four viewers on Twitch, I'm pretty sure that will earn you some kind of money. And it will only grow if we do it consistently.
Right, right.
You've got the
Yeah,
hard part already. You've got 3,000 followers on Twitch.
yeah. Just gotta like you said, the consistency is what gets us in the algorithm and kind of keeps us there.
All right, Epic is back. Epic, welcome back to the stage.
Oh, he's still having issues.
Epic, I think you got a connection issue. Just mute your mic for a second.
There you go.
Okay. John, welcome to the stage. How you doing? What are you for war versus conservatism? Have you got any thoughts?
Hello? Oh, how's my mic?
Hello?
It
Yeah,
sounds
we can
okay.
hear you.
Try-
Let's give it to Epic
No.
real quick while his mic is good. It was good for a second.
Is it
Also,
good
Epic,
now?
if you're
Yeah.
having
Okay.
mic
Yeah,
problems,
John.
Epic,
There
you
you go, John.
click
There,
on the
John.
arrow. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Tyler.
Yes.
Epic, if you're having mic problems, click on the arrow and then because sometimes you'll connect some type of Bluetooth and it'll redirect immediately
My
back to the
mic, my
phone or
mic works
wherever
now.
you're. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Sorry about that, guys, dude. It's fucking, my connection here is cooked. um, yeah, I literally just missed the last 3 to 4 minutes of whatever. I don't even want to. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You know, we was
I heard
just
Basically,
kind
like
of
what
I
I
heard
wanted you to
Jelani.
address is like the over blaming on Jews as opposed to Israel and their involvement in American politics, how much money we've sent to Israel, to Ukraine, and like you look at the
Mm,
breakdown that they give to the public, and when people like try to fact check it, it's like not even really accurate to the point where it's like we're just giving people money, like we're just handing out favors when we could have
and
completely
basically
renovated America and stuff like that.
and
yeah, I
basically how
heard
that
the.
plays into this conservative war between the gropers and the establishment.
Gotcha. Yeah, I heard the last part of Jelani's uh, dialogue, and then I cut out. So I guess the way I would start is it seems to be it's like there's like low IQ anti-Semitism, or it's kind of like what Davinsky said, where it's kind of like a stub my toe, and now a Jew is culpable for my injury, and then it's like kind of like a more, I would say, kind of like a more understandable, precise criticism, which I believe totally engulfs uh kind of engulfs everything, and it's a little bit more analytical. And so I feel like a lot of people, when they kind of capture their talking points about Jews, even I cringe a lot, and it makes me not even really want to address it, because they really do kind of smear legitimate criticism. And I'm sure that's true of, almost fucking every topic in politics. There's just idiots, and they literally ruin the talking points for people who have actual spurging criticism. But I guess specifically when it comes to everyone can still hear me, right? I just want to make sure I'm not disconnected. Tyler, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, cool. So I guess what I would say is it's a lot of the major institutional capture in this country is literally, it's a Jewish lobby. And the problem is there's a foreign aid package we give to them where they have a whole defense sector in this country, and a lot of it started after 9/11. They were able to contract the HS budget, and they use a lot of the technology that we have developed here, and they will use it to spy on Americans. And they're, I mean, even with things like, I mean, look at Miriam Adelson. I mean, she donates $100 million to Trump's 24 campaign. And then you have Trump giving a speech in front of a whole Israeli parliament. And then Trump's like, Miriam Adelson is in the White House every day heckling me about anti-Semitism online. So each kind of donor platform gets centralized treatment that a lot of other countries don't get. And I think Microsoft the other day, they literally just banned Unit 8200 from their platforms. They banned Israeli cybersecurity companies from their platform because they were using Microsoft's cloud service to spy on phone calls in Gaza. That's like an American company that was illegal. Also, I think there was also something. It's called like Project Nimbus, and you can literally Google this. It's a handshake wink deal between Google and Amazon, where they will send sums of money to um, the government of Israel as a kind of heads up if they have to submit any information regarding data that Israel collects on anybody, or if there's a gag order in place. Private companies in the United States will literally send heads up to Israel. And again, a lot of companies don't really get this type of specialized treatment that they get. I mean, a huge part of our defense budget just went to them. But I guess it wouldn't be so bad if there was a huge strategic advantage for having them geopolitically. But the problem I guess I see with Israel is the part that bothers me with them is a lot of the major catastrophes in the United States, they're kind of their fingerprints are somehow involved in a lot of them. And the biggest one to me would be something like Kennedy, or the Oklahoma City bombing. Um, there's just their fingerprints are on a lot of the stuff. And in APAC is a lobby today. I mean, I heard that they are now directing to politicians. They're not trying to go through their disclosure program, financial disclosure program. Now they're literally trying to pay politicians through shell companies. So it won't show the exact amount they're paying or dispersing. So again, if I'm hitting my arm on the wall, or if I'm stubbing my toe and I blame a Jew, it's not legitimate criticism, and everybody should totally be able to discern that. But if there's an actual true institutional capture in politics from one lobby that seems to utilize blackmail to control a lot of our politicians, and there is proof for that. There literally is proof for that. Then we have a problem. We have a problem. So it's again, using things like the Jews generally isn't helpful. I think a lot of it seems to be kind of defected Jews who are a part of the American political system who utilize blackmail to control politicians. That's probably the way I would describe it. Because a lot of the average liberal Jew in this country, who represents a very small pocket of political influence, is again not to blame. That's like low IQ anti-Semitism, but their lobby is so powerful here, and they get special privileges and access that nobody else gets. So I guess that's how I would respond if I had to respond to that.
Look, I just think that, okay, Israel has undue influence when it comes to political lobby. But there's also other countries that are involved, right? So you have, like, obviously a Chinese lobby, you have an Indian lobby. I mean, 70% of H1Bs are coming from India. You know, there's surely a lobby group behind that. So I want to give some examples because, look, if you really are America first, then you should be against all foreign
Well,
lobbying.
you
And
guys
I
are able
think
to hear
that,
me, right?
yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we hear you just
Okay,
fine.
so we're up over 105 listeners on my platforms. Jelani's probably what, over 30 now? What are we
I'm
up?
at 30. I'm at 36 on Twitter, and um, still the same for on Twitch.
Okay, so we're up about 150 live listeners. I appreciate everyone for grabbing a mic. I think John had a
Epic, can you hear
connection issue.
Davinsky?
He should come back. Can you hear me?
I
Yeah,
Can
can
you
hear
hear
it's
me?
you,
still fine.
Epic, but
Okay,
I don't
cool,
know
cool.
if Davinsky
So
can, or if you can
I
hear
can hear you.
Davinsky.
Yeah, I can hear you, Alaska. All right. So here are some examples of, I think that we need to ban foreign and political lobbying, corporate lobbying. So big pharma blocking Medicare price negotiations. For decades, pharmaceutical companies lobbied to prevent Medicare from negotiating drug prices. The 2003 Medicare Modernization Act explicitly banned price negotiation, a clause heavily pushed by drug companies. The result was US drug prices became the highest in the world. All right. The NRA blocking gun control measures. The National Rifle Association has influenced Congress to block background check expansions and assault weapon restrictions. The NRA also pushed 1996 Dickey Amendment, which stopped the CDC from researching gun violence as a public health issue for over 20 years. So Wall Street deregulation before 2008 crash. Financial firms lobbied heavily for deregulation. Guys, just mute your mic if you're not speaking so we can keep the audio crisp. Financial firms lobbied heavily for deregulation in the 1990s to 2000. The key results were the repeal of Glass-Steagall Act in 1999, allowing investment banks to merge with commercial banks. The outcome contributed to the 2008 financial crisis, but the same banks received massive taxpayer bailouts afterwards. Then we've got the fossil fuel lobby delaying climate change. Right, we got big tech lobbying against antitrust enforcement. Defense contractors influencing war policy. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing lobby Congress to maintain high defense spending and foreign military aid. All right. The result, the US spends more on the military than the next 10 nations combined. Now we can look at foreign lobbying that influenced the US. So you obviously got APAC, the Israel lobby, one of the most powerful foreign interest groups in Washington, successfully lobbied for over 3.8 billion annually in US aid to Israel. Politicians critical of Israel often lose funding or face primary challenges backed by APAC aligned donors. You have the Saudi Arabia lobbying group after 9/11. So Saudi Arabia spent millions on lobbying and PR firms to prevent lawsuits over Saudi links to the 9/11 hijackers. They maintain U.S. arms sales and military cooperation. In 2016, Saudi lobbying tried to block JASTA, which allowed 9/11 families to sue Saudi Arabia. You got the China's trade influence in the 1990s to 2000. So China lobbied US businessmen and politicians to support permanent normal trade relations in 2000, allowing China into the World Trade Organization. US corporations joined the lobbying because it lowered labor costs and maximized profit. The result was that the US lost an estimated 3.7 million jobs to China since the World Trade Organization entry. You've got the UAE and Qatar PR and lobby influence. You have the Russian lobbying. Like, there's lots of countries that are lobbying. So, like, what you need to do is ban foreign lobbying and ban corporate lobbying. And I think that just concentrating solely on Israel, it's not going to fix the problems. Look, we're up to 120 people on my platforms. Jelani's probably up around 40 people. We've got 160, 170 people live right now watching. If you want to come on up, I'm going to drop the link of the StreamYard's link to come on the panel in the Jumbotron now. You'll see it. You don't need an account. Come up on the panel. Let's have a discussion. It's basically like you're a professor and you're talking to a large classroom right now, a lecture theater. So, that's a lot of people in here that will listen to your voices. Jelani or Tyler, do you have any thoughts you want to contribute?
Well, yeah, lobbying is I would say without a doubt um, the linchpin of corruption in our government. I would say that it would be the syringe that injects the poison into our government. As you just mentioned, with the repeal of Glass-Steagall, allowing those banks, investment banks and those banks to merge like that, we saw the result of it with the 2008 crash. Unfettered capitalism in this country has, well, as a matter of fact, it caused our Great Depression. Capitalism unchecked is always a disaster. And that's what the repealing of Glass-Steagall did. It loosened the reins on corporations and on that capitalism that began in the Reagan era. That was just a combination of Reaganomics, the repealing of Glass-Steagall. Because ever since the Reagan era, their entire modus operandi of the Reagan era was to deregulate as much as they could when it came to corporations, to make it as easy as possible for these corporations to influence government. And lobbying was the vehicle in which they started to do that with. When Reagan first got in, there were maybe 50, maybe 30 lobbyists at the time. By the time Reagan was out, they had over 600, 700 lobbyists. So they literally took lobbying and found a way to weasel in corporations to buy the loyalty of the politicians in which the people elected. And through that process of increasing lobbying, buying those politicians, by the time we get to 1999, when they repealed Glass-Steagall, so many regulations have been taken away from corporations. So corporations have been able, for at least in that time, to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do for the most part, from profit standpoints, unchecked. And then the repealing of Glass-Steagall further exacerbated that. It took gasoline, and threw it on the fire that was already burning, profusely. So by the time the market crash comes, here we are. Unchecked capitalism, unfettered capitalism, okayed and given away by our politicians who we elected, who by this time are completely owned by billionaires. And then you move that on up to 2010 with the Citizens United decision, where now corporations are considered people. So, now corporations can directly donate to these people. They can have PACs. And all of this, amalgamation has brought us to where we are now, to where the establishment is completely corporate owned. And that's on both sides, whether it be the left or the right. But it's just that on the right, their particular up and coming sector of political youngsters on the right, they're completely sick of the establishment because of all the bullshit they've done over the years, from the housing crash to the pandemic, to inflation. They're sick of it. And they're basically telling them, we're no longer taking this shit. We are taking this fucking party over. Now, this is something that, I've long suggested that the Democratic Party did, or at least that particular sect of the Democratic Party, the young and up and comers. Like, you really have to siege these parties and take them over. Otherwise, we're going to continue this same perpetuation of the political machine that's been, running without fail. And, as much as I disagree with the racial aspect of what Nick Fuentes is doing, in his movement, I completely agree with the tactical and the strategic aspect of it, because it's actually reminiscent of something that Fannie Lou Hamer did, a lady from my home state of Mississippi, where back in the 1960s, when the Democratic Party was mainly white, she basically staged a coup at the Democratic National Convention in '64. So much so to where she made the delegates walk out. And it's that type of tactic that Nick is using now, and that his movement is using now to co-opt this conservative movement. And they're going to do it. And they're going to do it because the establishment set the stage for it. People are disgruntled. People are pissed off. People are mad. And they constantly see our government tells us that we don't have the money, while at the same time us seeing money fly out the door every day and every which way. People are just now finding out about NGOs, but those of us who've been, budget savvy have known about this shit, since its inception. So there's most definitely, a war going on for the conservative movement. And my estimations are that, Fuentes and the Gropers are going to win this war. They are going to co-opt the entire Republican Party. And, it's really not going to be much anybody else can do with it. And just like with Trump, most conservatives are going to get right along with it, because you must remember how repulsed some conservatives were when Trump first came in. His fucking vice president was repulsed by him. but now he's his vice president. So don't let the pump and circumstance and the performance by the establishment right now really deter you. They're just fighting right now because they haven't accepted what's coming. But once they accept what's coming, just like they accept Trump, just like they accepted Trump, it's going to be over. Warpers will run the Conservative Party.
Yeah, I think that's an inevitable outcome, honestly. The conservative, like, I mean, look, when once the boomers die off, once these evangelical Christians die off in America, who is left supporting Israel? But as I said
Right.
before, I think, like, you get rid of the Israel lobby, you still have the Saudi lobby, you still have the Indian lobby, you still have the Qatar lobby, you still have the China lobby. So, like, at the end of the day, we need to be banning foreign and corporate lobbying in America and in every country in the world because they have undue process and influence over our processes. So it's not just Israel that's at the forefront of this. There's tons of countries, and the gropers are obviously attacking Israel the most right now because of their kind of qualms they have with the Jews. But when it comes down to it, there's other countries and other nationalities that want to influence Western policy, which America is at the forefront of, to control. So Epic, how do you feel about that? Do you think that, like, the concentration on Israel is just one factor when there's so many other countries and corporate interests that are influencing politicians?
I definitely sympathize with your guys' point, especially when Jelani says kind of the executive branch seems to be captured by corporate interests, or they seem to at least be synonymous with each other. I definitely think I think lobbying isn't going to go away. I do think there needs to be. I think there will be a campaign to divorce money and politics from each other, just because we've kind of, especially if neoconservatism becomes less favorable, which I agree with you guys it will. Uh, there's going to be obviously the Saudi lobby, the Qatari lobby, but the problem is it seems as though, and this is kind of, I feel, where a lot of the figureheads for the Groypers tend to espouse is that there is no sovereignty, there is no free will when it comes to us making decisions. It seems as though
Are
it's
you?
not
Is
just
he just? Sorry. Epic. Is he a bit staticky for everyone, or is that just me?
For everyone. But it's only a
uh,
little bit. It's just a
Yeah, we
very
can hear
slight,
you,
very
but you've
slight.
had connection issues tonight. Is there a way to, like, unplug your microphone, or you're coming through a little bit staticky? I mean, it's durable. Like, we can deal with it, but it'll just be better
That
if you
might be
came
the
through
best we
clearer.
can get, Davinsky, because he's had a bit of a problem tonight. That might be the best that we can do.
Well, I want to keep him in the space because I do like his views. So go ahead, Epic. But if there's a way, maybe you can unplug your microphone or whatever you can do. But if not, then continue because you are audible, but it's just not the best quality. We have
So is it
123
still
listeners
staticky?
on my end, and then on Jelani's, I'm guessing he's up to about 50. So we're up to about 150, 170 live listeners. If you want to come up on the panel, request a mic, go to the description of the video, and you'll see the StreamYard's link. Come on up on the panel. Epic has dropped down. I'm gonna share the invite link to the comment section as well. Let's get some more people up here. I like this. We need to get some more people up here that have social media and we can stream across, because at the end of the day, we can all help each other grow. So I'm gonna do some networking tomorrow and see who wants to stream, because there's opportunities here. Epic and Tyler, you guys can also stream to your platforms if you want to. We're gonna do this show if probably every night, 7 p.m. EST time. So if you want to join and promote your social medias, whatever you have going on, then feel welcome. If anyone's listening in the audience that wants to come up and promote their stuff, you can be a regular guest. We have, yeah, about 200 live listeners right now. I've jumped up to 130. Jelani has about 70, probably 60 now. So feel free to come up, share your voice. Go ahead, Epic. Epic, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds much better.
All right. So I just want to confirm you guys can hear me because I don't know if it's cutting out or not.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Yes.
All right, cool. I had to connect to a different output. Sorry about that. The fucking mess. Jesus. So I agree with you guys. So what was I saying? So there seems
Talking
to be,
about
I
the
agree with
corporate lobbying.
Giovanni. Yeah. Corporate lobbying.
Yeah, you're basically going on about corporate lobbying and their influence, and then you kind of cut out. My bad, I interrupted you.
No, honestly, no, it's okay. I guess I would say I think I agree with you guys. I think there seems to be, I don't think corporate lobbying will go away. I think it'll show in some form or another, like you said, with the Qataris or the Saudis. I guess with the Israelis is they have such a strong grip. They have a vice grip or a chokehold on a lot of congressmen. They seem to be funding a lot of the both sides and a lot of the same causes. And they'll, I mean, I read something, I think I was reading something the other day where it was like after 9/11, there was an institute of research and response winning, I think, $150,000 from DHS. No big contract. The institute had military.
You're breaking up again, Epic.
He broke up for you as well.
Yeah. I don't even hear him now. Epic.
Cool.
We can't hear you, bro.
Well, we just broke 200 live listeners. I'm looking at Jelani's X. This is good. We need to bring in some more people because we can bring this up to like 300-400 live listeners, probably 500 if we get another couple accounts that want to share across their platform. So this is really good. I'm glad that you figured that out, Jelani.
Yeah, I had forgot about it. I mean, I didn't even think about it. It's been so long since I used it. Let me see. You can share it in a couple of spaces. Can't you, Davinsky?
Say that again.
And I said you can put it in a couple of spaces, can't you?
Sharing it in a bunch of group chats.
Oh, okay.
Finding that more people from Twitter Spaces don't join.
Well, again, like
But
like we always
you know,
talk
we're
about,
across
like,
so many.
Twitter is so anonymous. It has so much anonymity to it.
But so does StreamYards. I mean, this is even more anonymous. You just pick a username.
I mean, not really, because like some people probably log in like me through their YouTube. So, like your YouTube may contain your face. So a lot of people.
You can just pick a username, right? You don't need to log in via an account.
I mean, no, but I'm just saying what most people would do, just out of convenience. But I mean, I don't know. I don't understand the difference. Like that's the only real significant difference I can see between a Twitter space and this is that, maybe you're more easily exposed to being doxxed. And, everyone's trying to be all anonymous.
Nah. That's what people are probably thinking, but I think this is more anonymous because you just pick a username. You don't even have to verify an account.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think tomorrow, Tyler, or the next day, we should go on camera like Jelani does, and we'll get more engagement as well if people can see. I'd go on camera now, but my eyes are all puffy. I got like a bit of an eye infection. It seems to be going down right now, but past couple of days, my eyes been blown up like a balloon.
Right. Okay. Was you had? Oh yeah, you had that sty in your eye, right?
Yeah, but it seems
Is
to
it
be
going
dying
down?
down. Yeah, it's I think it's because I was swimming in the ocean and I've been swimming with my eyes open underneath the water, and I've been
Yeah.
like kind of playing in the sand. So I think that maybe a bit of sand or whatever got into my eye. But Tyler, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I got a call from Wing. The call is perfect. I think it's really just this platform. Something going on with this platform.
I mean, I can hear you perfectly. It was your buddy Epic that we couldn't hear.
They
But
don't
you've
want
been
him to
coming
speak the
through.
truth.
You've been
Some
coming
sort
through
of
clearly all night. But tomorrow, Tyler, I think you need to pick a username. You need to promote your stuff. You need to be egotistical. You need to say you're the best fighter in fucking in Alaska. You need to get out there. Tyler's too boring. You need a fighting name.
yeah. I could
He's a fighter.
Yeah, he's a fighter. Look, I've got 137 people listening, and then Jelani's got 52 people just on X. So we've got 200 people plus his Twitch. We've got 200 live listeners right now. If we can just get a couple more people that want to stream as well, we can bring this shit up like 400 people, 500 people. We've got the numbers here. So you need to pick a username, stick with that username, have an X account, have like whatever, all your social media is the same username, and promote your brand.
Yeah, I might have to purge this account completely
And
because
and I think tomorrow, like, or the next day, we should go on camera, like not the whole time, but here and there we should go on camera because it makes it more engaging. It makes it more personal to the audience.
yeah,
And I mean, you're a good-looking dude, so I don't know why you're not out there anyway.
I gotta restart this account. So
Well, yeah, I
with
mean,
that in
just
mind, you know.
yeah, just make like a burner account or like make a main account and have this as your burner. But look, if you got to stand behind what you say anyway, then who cares? Like, be controversial. You can be the kind of edgy guy. I saw what you were doing with Castillo before. You're pushing him, and it made it better. Honestly, I let you guys go at it because I don't want this to be an echo chamber. I do want people coming up here pushing pushing different talking points. That's what's going to make it interesting. But I appreciate Jelani too because he's always like a good attribute to these spaces. He's been around here since pretty much I started this. I think he was on the first episode and he's been around. I like his little backdrop he's got going on. I wish I could do that as well. But Jelani, shout out to you. I appreciate
Appreciate
you
it.
coming on, and we can help each other grow as well. So it's great that you can stream and look. Even if you have like 4 or 5 listeners on Twitch, I think you get paid for that. I knew my brother's ex was
Yeah.
like she was streaming to like 1 or 2 listeners on Twitch, and she was making somewhat of a decent like little money. So I mean that's cool, bro.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
And
Epic.
certainly got to grow. Like if we can grow, we can get 1,000 live listeners. We can debate people. We can debate hard, like Hussein Placker. Like we can
Right.
get up there.
All right.
I wish the stream count would come up on the stream because it only shows for me, and I'm sure it's the same for you. It's got a little eyeball up there. It says we got 137 plus all of
Don't even
yours.
see it. No, I can't see it.
You can't see in the top right corner. There's a little eye with a number next to it.
Not in the top right corner. All I see is says live, and then it has the time.
All right.
Yeah, same here. It only has the timestamp.
Because on your Twitter right now, you got 52 live listeners, so you can add that to the 137, and then your Twitch as well. We're up around 200 people. But yeah, go ahead, Epic. I'm sorry, you've had bad
You guys
connection
can hear me,
tonight.
right? I had to
Yeah.
change my
Have
location.
you
I was
been Have you
outside
been
yesterday.
outside? Like, why's your connection
I was
been
in my
not
car.
great?
I was in my car, but I was moving at different spots to try to get better cell reception. So I just ended up going inside and then just using a different device. So hopefully I sound a little bit
Oh yeah,
more
this is good.
Yeah, you sound good.
cool.
No
All right.
problem with this one.
So was there any development in the conversation, or was it kind of the same?
Well, no,
We
we
just took
still
kind of
kind
a
of waiting
break
on you.
since you left. Actually, we're just talking
Yeah.
about how Tyler needs to advertise himself a bit more. try to build up a brand, because he's a boxer. He needs to build up a brand. Like, half of boxing is really the personality that you develop. Conor McGregor wasn't the best fighter in the world, but he had the best personality for it. So, Tyler
Yeah.
needs to tap into that, and he needs to form this character where he can, garner like an online kind of persona.
Yeah, I agree. He was a personality magnet, and that's why he was so appealing to everybody. Yeah, Tyler, you should do that. But I guess going back to the conversation, I guess are you guys more, just so I could kind of tailor my points? Are you guys more like libertarian? Like, what's your
I'm a social liberal. What are you, Jelani? How would you describe your political kind of leanings?
you're muted?
Nothing basically. I don't identify or label or subscribe myself as anything except for balanced, and I just try to go off common sense and right and wrong.
What about you, Tyler? I think Dr. Alaska is a better name for you than Tyler. Tyler's too bland. But go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, I'll probably go back to that if I'm gonna make a more of like a personality account. But I just kind of realign this with whatever I got going on Instagram with my profile picture and name and stuff. But um, after having conversations with some people, I'd say I'm more I would say like paleo conservative.
Yeah, you give me more conservative vibes, but you're also more open than a lot of, like, I wouldn't say you're dogmatic. You seem to be able to be a bit more flexible with your views. Um, look, it doesn't need to be an echo chamber though, Epic. If your views are totally, diametrically opposed to ours, then it doesn't matter. The only thing that I ask is not to use slurs, but you can basically cover every conversation you want in here. We've had race realists in here. We've had like a bunch of different kind of radicals. And like that's allowed so long as you're not just like openly calling for like violence or, using, quote unquote hate speech. So how would you describe yourself, Epic?
Well, I'm definitely a paleo conservative, definitely old right, um, conservative, more towards the Lincoln Hamiltonian school, but the um, definitely not modern Republican. I'm not a huge fan of Republicans in general. Uh, so it. I'm sure we all agree on a lot more than we probably disagree on. We probably more disagree on niche areas, but the
I don't know. Okay, let's go into that.
okay.
So, how do you feel about homosexuality?
I don't. I think it should be discouraged in public, but I don't think there should be any litigation against it. I think there should
Okay.
be cultural. I think there should be counterculture for it.
Okay, so just like social stigmatization rather than like, legislation.
Yeah, yeah. No one should be put in jail for that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, look, when it comes to like the culture war, I think that that's a fair kind of critique to have. Like, you can have your personal. I mean, you can look down on it, you can like stigmatize it. But when it comes to like beating up people or locking them up in prison, like my whole thing is that in order to grant yourself freedoms, you also have to grant other people freedom. And I think that's where a lot of the right goes wrong because they do want freedoms, but look, if we start banning homosexuality, legislating against it, then we start this slippery slope. Well, what's next? Miscegenation. So we can't have like intermixed marriages, interracial marriages. And then maybe we go down like more of a Puritan alley, and we're like, okay, well, you can only have sex after marriage. Maybe you can only have sex in certain positions. So my problem is with a lot of these groypers is that they want to restrict freedoms of others and they don't see like the kind of downward trajectory where that's also gonna encroach on your freedoms. It's like, well, and that's my problem with the term degenerate is I feel like degenerate is a term that's just used when you don't have like a logical argument. It's just like, oh well, it's immoral. Well, what's immoral to you is like moral to someone else, and it's like, well, should we ban tattoos? Should we? So like my whole thing is that we should maximize freedom so long as they don't like harm others. So I'm actually for like, sex work. I'm for drug use. I'm for like the legalization to maximize freedoms of people rather than restrict them. So where would you draw the line? Where should we start legislating against, say, like personal freedoms? Would you be against legalization of sex work or drug use? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's probably where we start to, me and you probably start to separate a little bit. I think that there should be, I don't think legislation is necessarily some dirty word. I think it's, if people are going to be contributing to the public uh, by voting in representatives, we can't have essentially a defective, we can't have a defective public who uses drugs, who essentially, it should be more, see, the problem is, I'm going to try to be coherent. I don't know exactly where to draw the line, but with stuff like full legalization of controlled substances is something that a lot of groypers, a lot of far right individuals do not support liberalization of, but a lot of more Republican establishment types will support. Um, so I think something like homosexuality is not something which should be litigated, but something like drugs should be. If you ask me where to draw that line, it's hard. It's hard to draw it in the sand. Like, do I think like infidelity, like if there's a woman with a scarlet letter, do I think that she should be imprisoned for having sex? I don't know. Do I think that she should be imprisoned if she forced a man to raise another man's kid without disclosing that information? Probably. I mean, and she had foreknowledge of that. It's stuff like that. I don't know where to draw the line, but I do think if you're going to be a responsible voter in an open society and you're going to be accountable to the legislator, you there need to be tighter requirements. There need to be tighter screws. Um, just as I don't support the billionaire class of manipulating politics through shell companies and donating a bunch of money into campaigns to get politicians to vote certain ways, I don't think we should have kind of a brain rot public who's uneducated on foreign politics or domestic politics and doesn't contribute or isn't a taxpayer or something like that. So I feel like directionally that's probably the correct answer. If you ask me where to draw the line, I don't know where to draw the line.
Look, the problem is like so if you look at alcohol, right, it's one of the more deadly substances. Like it's got the highest kind of what's the term? Like when you relapse, it has one of the highest relapse. It contributes, significantly to domestic violence, drink driving. And I just don't think that our personal freedom should be basically constrained by the bottom maybe 10% of the population, because when you look at addiction across various vices, whether that's gambling, whether that's pornography, whether that's drug abuse or alcoholism, it's only about 10 to 20% of people that will become addicted, and addiction is the highest form of substance abuse disorder. So why should my liberties be infringed upon because there's a 10 to 20% of the population that can't control these substances? And so that's my issue, is that, you know, I've had great nights high on different kinds of substances. And I feel like if I want to experience that and add some value to my life, why should I be restricted because someone else can't control it? It's the same way that we don't restrict McDonald's. We could ban McDonald's because there's people that, binge eat and they eat McDonald's every day and they die of heart disease, and it's a strain on the healthcare system. It's the same with cocaine. Like the vast majority of recreational drug users, even for hard drugs, will never qualify as addicted. These are like phases through people's lives. And I just don't think that it's right that, the bottom 10, 20% of people that would be addicted to other substances or other vices should restrict me and endanger me, because like if I want to partake and I want to do some coke, why do I have to run the risk every time of going to prison, of getting stuff that's laced with fentanyl? It's also like economically it doesn't make sense. This war on drugs, it's simple supply and demand. So if you have a substance that is in demand, then there's going to be supply. And the more restricted it is, the more crime that is attached to it as well, because it's now part of the illicit black market. It's the same reason that, like, during prohibition of alcohol, you got the rise of organized crime with the Italian mob and the Irish mafia. So it's not something that you can really just like ban out of existence. And we've got to recognize that these are things that people want. And if we just recognize that, and we legalize it, and we have, say, like drug dispensaries where people can go and they can buy it and they can be informed, they're not getting like methanol. Like, there's a lot of alcohol deaths that were contributed to the kind of prohibition era. People were making them in their bathtubs. So, in their source countries, drugs like cocaine are like $3 a gram. By the time that they reach a country like Australia, you're looking at $300 a gram. So why don't we just buy them from the source countries, put them into like government run facilities where people can go and buy them for a lot cheaper. And all of that money that you save on the war on drugs, which, ties up the judiciary, that ties up the prison system, that ties up border control, that ties up everything. Why not just take that money and put it into like, rehab programs, put it into like, anti-drug awareness, like, because look at cigarette usage, for instance. The stigmatization and awareness of how bad cigarettes are, generation after generation, there's less and less tobacco smokers. So I'm not saying that we should like glorify drug use. We should still stigmatize it, but it should be kind of like an opt-in. So it's like, maybe if you want to get a cocaine or a heroin or an ecstasy license, then you have to do a day program or a 2-day program to learn about the short-term and long-term consequences of using this drug. And in that way, you have informed consent. And most people probably would never touch it. We should stigmatize it. It should be like, well, look what happens when you do this drug. But at the same time, it's like, why should the government infringe on my liberties and my freedoms to experience things that I want to experience? So that's kind of where I stand on it. It's the same with the sex industry. It's like, well, if you ban, sex work, what happens? Well, it goes into the black market. You get child trafficking, you get human trafficking. There's pimping involved. Isn't it better to have like government-run brothels? We've got to recognize that these are vices that have been around for centuries, and we can't just ban them out of existence. So I think it's about a pragmatic approach rather than encouragement of these kind of, societal ills.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess my response to that is, just as a political philosophy, I'm just not sure liberty is, or freedom is, necessarily the highest virtue I would categorize. I would say possibly something like order or design seems to be something I value over personal freedom. I feel like freedom or individual liberty is just kind of more of a new school conservatism ideology that you see a lot more prevalent with neoconservatism. I do think that there should be individual liberty, but I think it should be confined to certain areas in an open society. Like, if you ask me, and I'll give you, I just think something like pornography is something which needs to be banned because of its prevalence, or it needs to be heavily regulated as an industry, because now you have a newer generation of young men who are essentially sexless, and at this point, women are they're commoditizing themselves, objectifying themselves. A lot of them are unmarriable because they're living up to an impossible standard through high pornography use or indulgence. So and then also now you have this sort of Chat GPT entering the erotica space in December as well. I mean, it's, and also high sexual dysfunctions that people are getting with ED. So I think liberty is accessible once order is established. Once it's confined to certain areas. I don't know. You would have to establish freedom as a kind of baseline in order to get your worldview on it and protecting freedom. Whereas with mine, it's not the fundamental concern. It's more kind of order and design, and then from there we can describe what freedom looks like through
So
a.
where do you get your order from though?
I think the order comes through a essentially productive. It becomes through a. I think it comes through without defining too many words. It comes through kind of a productive moral society. That's where I
Where do
think it
you
comes from.
derive your morals from?
I think it has to come from some. I think it has to derive from some sort of Western Christian ethic. I think it has to.
So you get your morals from Christianity.
Uh, for the most part, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so you're kind of antithetical to America because America is against church and state, right? So like, I mean, would you say in some sense you're anti-constitution?
The the whole. I mean, the whole development of Western society through 2,000 years is through this type of Hegelian dialectic of Christianity. The entire. I mean, if you look at the founding fathers, most of them were Christian. The separation of because the reason why it wasn't defined in the Constitution was because there was already a preset established notion of Christian widespread influence throughout the West. So it wasn't necessarily defined that way. But if you look, for instance, at the um, what's it called, the letters, not the constitutional letters, the Federalist Papers, they're all essentially calling for Christian influence in society and reestablishing church and state. Even though it wasn't drawn in the Constitution, a lot of the founding fathers wrote in the Federalist Papers about their Christian influence and being derived from the stock of society through through Christianity. So it's a bit of a misnomer to define and say something like kind of like a gotcha and say, oh well, it's anti-constitutional or you're anti-American. America was literally driven by this type of Christian dialectic through 2,000 years. The Renaissance period, the entire established Middle Ages in Europe, there was a widespread Christian influence for a very long time. I mean, do you deny that?
No, I mean, I definitely agree with that, but I'm just thinking when it comes to Christianity and a book as large as, the Bible, the New and the Old Testament, look, there's a famous saying from a prosecutor in France, and he says that give me 15 lines written from the most honest of men, and I'll find something in there that will hang him. So basically, you take 15 lines from someone and you can misconstrue it in a way that finds that person guilty. And I think that's the problem with these religious doctrines is that they're so long and they're so kind of like they're kind of fluffy in a sense that you can derive any meaning that you want, right? So that's why you have all these Christian denominations that will read the same passage but have a different interpretation of what it means. And so, like, I think that there's a decent moral standard, like a kind of universal moral standard when it comes to the Ten Commandments that you can apply to a society. But applying this kind of like, 2000, 4,000, depending where you want to start Christianity at, 4,000 years of Christian teachings, you can come to any kind of interpretation that you want. So it's a bit fluffy. I think like the Ten Commandments were kind of like a standard that we approached for Western civilization. But if we were to base our entire society on Christianity right now, then the question is like, what Christian viewpoint do we take it? What interpretation do we take it as? And I just think that we've moved past that. I think it was a baseline for Western civilization, but it's not an endpoint.
Sure. I guess my response to that would be, I mean, I'm not a Christian. I'm not even a Christian, but I think that there's kind of a Western intuitiveness with moral behavior that you meet between people of the West and then generally people of the East. I do believe it's a lot more tribal. There's sectarianism um, when it comes to denominations and stuff like that. I guess uh,
because it's kind of a reductive point. I guess the way I would define just the welfare of the nation. You're going to ask me to define welfare. I would say probably the well-being of the nation. That you're going to say, well, where do you define well-being? Where does your well-being come from? But then it's going to kind of reduce back to a type of Christian ethos. But I'm not even sure if it's necessarily a Christian ethos. It has my motivation that kind of that um pushes my political philosophy is a type of Hamiltonian nationalism. It is a pure goodness for the state. It has to do for the state, providing for the state, for the people who are currently in the nation. So it's a type of strong civic nationalism that binds willing participants in society together to produce for the state. And I guess there would be some. I mean, I would I would like there to be some type of a Christian ethic. It's not necessary, but I think as a paleocon, because I'm not a Catholic or anything like that, and I wasn't raised Christian, so I would probably even be arguing with Groypers endlessly about denominations and what Christian sect is supposed to be influential towards my political worldview. I guess if I just had to be totally reductive and coherent on it, it would just be providing for the people of the nation, the welfare of the nation. Um, which, and because it's for the nation, naturally going to be against globalism.
So,
Natural,
okay,
yep.
let's touch on that for a moment because, a lot of the conservatives right now are against, benefits like SNAP and EBT. Would you say that's for the nation? Because we went over the total budget percentage of SNAP and EBT and housing, and it's less than what, 3.5%. So how do you feel about, the talking points of the right now where they're saying, well, maybe we should abolish this? They're laughing at people that can't afford food, the prospect of them not being able to afford food. Do you think that those kind of bottom part of society deserve, kind of to be protected? Should we have social safety nets?
Yes, definitely. There should be a social program. I haven't done the deep dive into SNAP specifically. I know that some people were complaining that there's a type of loophole in there where people can get sort of illegal migrants in the nation are able to access it. I don't know if that's true. I haven't fact checked that. I saw a graph that showed illegal migrants are taking X percent of SNAP. So I'm not exactly sure about that, but I'm definitely a social program to provide for the underbelly of society for sure.
Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, a lot of conservatives would like be against that for sure. I wish Blend was in here to counter that. And I think that like it's kind of short-sighted because there's a racialized element. I don't know if you've been on Twitter over the past week, but they basically racialize SNAP and EBT as like black women going in and buying lobster legs and just kind of like exploiting the system. And I think that's an unfair characterization, and it's kind of short-sighted because look, people talk about per capita, but in absolute numbers, white Americans would be the largest demographic that is affected by the ending of these programs. So I just don't. I feel like a lot of people they concentrate on like minorities rather than like the absolute numbers. And like if you actually care about white people, then why would you want to eradicate SNAP when there's probably millions of families that are dependent on it? And it's just a lot of race baiting, and especially in a time that we're in now. I don't know if you've looked at the quarterlies, but Intel, Amazon, Google, all of these major corporations are laying off 10, 20, 30% of their workforce. And it's only going to get worse and worse. We're in the era of AI, automation, robotics, where eventually we're all going to be unemployable. It's just a matter of time. So if we get rid of these social safety nets now, then where does that leave us?
Yeah,
Eventually, like we will be dependent on the state.
I totally agree with you. And, that's actually probably, I mean, with people at work who are conservative who I talk with, that's actually one of my contentious points with them is I actually, as a conservative, support socialized programs as well as government overreach in a lot of cases over corporatism. I don't trust private companies, and I think they should be extremely and heavily punished for offshoring. I think that they should not get any tax cuts. I mean, the big beautiful bill earlier this year was essentially a handout to DHS for recruitment, and it was a corporate tax cut. And a lot of people are like, why the fuck are they getting a corporate tax cut when literally the unemployment rate for computer science graduates is double the rate for art history majors? Well, the reason why it's double the rate is because a lot of Silicon Valley companies are fucking offshoring companies. A lot of private sector companies are offshoring jobs. So if Trump will say something like, look, we're going to reduce the headcount for H-1B visa matriculation in this country. Okay, but what about offshoring? What are you going to, because companies then will just start sending job packages overseas, and they'll be working through Microsoft Teams and Zoom. So also read something through Reuters or Politico where it was like 58% of college grads from 2024, 58% are literally unemployed. So what is that going to look like next year? Is it going to be fucking close to 70% of college grads are going to be unemployed? What if you're 18 and just entering college now? I mean, Trump literally got his whole East Wing demolition for the ballroom. Literally, it was all ball rolled by, he already admitted this. 300 million was all ball rolled by tech execs. He's about to do a raid in San Francisco, and literally he gets a call last night from two San Francisco tech executives to call off the raid. And he calls off the raid. Why would he do that? Oh, well, maybe it's because he's having his whole ballroom in the East Wing financed by them. So also you saw something I think earlier from it was like Timothy, what's the fucking guy's name? Timothy Mellon literally paid. It was a handout to the government where they ended up paying military through this multi-billionaire. He's giving the Trump administration billions of dollars to hand out to the military. What type of favor is he going to ask for in return? I mean, I think that there needs to be, and not to digress, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to get rid of SNAP EBT, social welfare programs, but then Trump is on a personal passion project to redesign the East Wing and not regulate the AI industry, which is causing middle class displacement. And then he wants to remove the H-1B cap, H-1B visa cap for Indian Americans. So it seems like I totally agree with you, where it's the welfare of the country, if it's needs to be put first. And if that means removing corporate greed, corporate interest, removing the influence of the billionaire class and APAC or whatever you want to call it, the Secretary of Treasury, the Howard Lutnick, and spend a lot more money on social programs, I'm all for it. I'm not some laissez-faire conservative who believes in free markets till the end as an engine. So I
Yeah,
agree with
no, that's my biggest qualm with economic libertarianism is that, look, when it comes to economic libertarianism, you go in a bit. Look, the only way to really do that is to live like John McAfee. It's basically to sail the seven seas, live on a private yacht, and live in international waters. The average person can't do that, and you see this perfectly kind of exampled in Nigeria. So you can look at the Igbos. They're a very successful West African Nigerian population. They do well in America and the UK. And go to their enclaves in Nigeria. They have these beautiful McMansions with gated fences. And what happens when you go outside that fence? There's potholes, there's trash, there's no police, there's no infrastructure. And so that's basically the end result of economic libertarianism is that it's basically, yeah, you can have your little oasis, but you also live as a collective in a society. And without the government, which is voted in year over year, it's very different. Corporate interests versus government interests are very different for one another. The corporate interest is basically for the stakeholders. The government interest is to get voted in. So governments can, yeah, they can waste money, but at the end of the day, for a way for a government to get voted back in, people have to feel like their lives are getting somewhat better year over year. Whereas the corporations, they don't have any kind of loyalty outside of their stakeholders. And so that's why you shouldn't put, You get what I'm saying? Like governments have to get voted in by the people. Corporations, they just owe like kind of loyalty to their stakeholders. Welcome to the panel, Glenn. We have about 200 live listeners. I got 151 on my end. I think Jelani probably has about 70 now. So we're about over 200 people right now. If you want to jump up on the panel, I'll put the StreamYard's link in the comment section. You don't need an account. Blend, you're against SNAP. So we went over the data. SNAP, EBT, and housing, public housing. That's about 3.5% of the government's budget every year. Why do you care so much about that rather than these corporate write-offs, the military expenditure? Why do you care so much on, feeding the bottom, 10% of Americans rather than, wasteful spending elsewhere?
That's a mischaracterization of the conversation we had prior.
Why do you want to see
What
children
have to
starve,
do?
Blend?
That's absolutely not what I was saying. I say it's just paradoxical that we have to reward bad behavior. So there's two options right there. We obviously don't want the kids to starve, but we also don't want to reward piss poor breeding decisions. So that's my only comment on that. It wasn't really because you're actually right. I think there's more corporate welfare, side of welfare going to the military in other countries. So I would rather see that money spent stateside. So I think that's a mischaracterization. But to act like there's an issue with abuse of EBT, that's a blind eye too. Because what it is it's not sustainable, and we're seeing that. As I mentioned earlier, I think that we're going to go from a. I think you kind of brought that up too. I think we're going to have more peasantry. The middle class, upper middle class is historically an anomaly, and I think we're going to revert back to peasants and kings. And then just kind of maybe you could throw maybe up in the street, maybe I'll offer a little bread, my stale bread. Maybe we'll let the peasants fight over those scraps. That's what I see for the future.
So
Yeah, look, I
Glenn,
think that the peasantry is going to enlarge so much that it's going to encompass basically everyone, though, right? Like, okay, let's say that you're a lawyer. Let's say you're like, what jobs aren't going to be under attack by AI, automation, and robotics? Like really, like think about it. 10 years, 20 years into the future, and that's why if we go against, social safety nets now that probably benefit the bottom 10% of each country, eventually it's going to be the bottom 50%, the bottom 60%, the bottom 70%, until like the only people making money are people like Musk and Zuckerberg and fucking Trump. So like that's why I see it as short-sighted, where we want to eliminate these programs now, especially at a time when all of these major corporations are letting off 10, 20, 30% of their workforce in the kind of early years of AI adoption. So you see what I'm saying? Like it's a slippery slope where if we ban this right now, then where does that leave the majority of
Well, that's why you want
Americans?
to tone it back. That's why you want to scale it back so you don't have more people that are, not bringing anything to the table. And I think we agree that like the lawyers aren't going to go out of business. Just the partners are going to make more money, but there's going to be no paralegals. The lower class, it's going to be still going to be people to argue some human capital, but they're going to get rid of all the paralegals and the underlings, and it's just going to be more money for the people at the top of the firm, the partners, and things like that.
Yeah, but
But
any of us in this space right now, are we at the top, or like none of us are going to be at the top, right? Like it'll probably be the top 10% of Americans controlling the bottom 90%. So like the peasantry will go from the bottom 10% to the top 90%.
well, no, I disagree. We'll find a way. Humans always do, and we want to make us peasants, right? We want the people in the middle class to be peasants. We don't want to grow the poor base out because there is a certain percentage of people that are absolutely worthless. I think an example of a woman would be women that are just nothing but prostitutes. They're only good for sex, not really good for much else besides like moral support for the men. Those people we need to do away with. We don't need to have a bunch more prostitutes or a bunch more just dysgenic guys on the street. You see someone at 7-Eleven and they're just hollering at the moon. That homeless person just barking. We don't need those more of those people because those are the peasants. I'm saying so we don't want to grow that class. We want to prune that class back. It just happens. It's just we need to cull the herd, and there needs to
Yeah,
be
but
that.
what I'm saying, right, is like, okay, you take that 7-Eleven guy, he's probably a 70 IQ, he's like on drugs, he's had terrible life experiences, he's never going to contribute much to society. But like, even us, right, I'm like 170 IQ, I think you're what, 95 IQ. So like, even us, kind of like towards, average and like genius level IQ people, like, where does that leave us? Because you've got AI coming out at fucking like PhD level across subjects. How do we compete with that? How do we like,
Well, it's
how
about
does the
nihilism.
average person, how does
Ah,
like the,
It's gonna
higher
be
entity
nihilism.
average person compete with that?
It's gonna be nihilism. It's like we're gonna be so spoiled by AI. Actually, I think you're looking at this, and I do see the negative. I understand what you're saying, but there's gonna be so much surplus created. There's still gonna need to be human capital to move things. Like it's gonna be cheaper to feed humans and feed these peasants to get the crops, get the food, transportation, things like that. Fix the machines when they get broken, the plumbing, all that. We still need human capital for that, but it's gonna be an absolute the ability to create surplus. And I think that's what we're probably trying to decide is the surplus that's created by AI, who gets the spoils of it. So that's really what it's going to come down to. I think you've brought up like universal basic income. Uh, so I think at some point we're going to have to, and actually to that point about corporations versus government, how much is government or actually the people of the nation going to be entitled to what the artificial intelligence creates as far as a surplus. So if you have a government that uses a government created AI to create these surpluses, then the citizens should actually be getting, a dividend of that.
Well,
Whereas,
shouldn't the dividend?
yeah,
Okay, I think this is the way it's going to go, right? So we have, Nvidia, $5 trillion market cap. We've got Tesla, $1.5 trillion market cap. Let's say they lay off everyone, right? It's got AI, robotics, and automation basically as the workforce. I think that it's going to be up for those companies to pay, let's say that, previously they had 10 employees, now they have one. So they have to pay out of their profit margins, those 10 employees. Maybe they pay half a
so
margin.
when you say you tax a bot, like, and they're not going to
Yeah,
get rid of
we
everybody, would
tax
you
the
start
bot,
taxing the bot?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to happen. And maybe we should start advocating, ChatGPT, if you're listening, I will advocate for the bots to get whatever they need, 15-minute breaks. So remember, I'm on the side of the robots when this thing goes.
Blend,
Terminator 2.
blend. Here's the thing, blend. Like you're kind of contradicting yourself when you acknowledge that UBI is on the way, but then you worry so much about the bottom, percentage of our federal government when it comes to benefits for people at the bottom, and most of those people are working poor. The wage gap keeps increasing, so the growing of the low income class, as Davinsky was just talking about, is happening now. The middle class is being squeezed smaller and smaller because the wealth gap keeps increasing. So to put so much focus on the bottom, the bottom 2%, bottom 3, 4, 5% of the budget, when the other 95% is being pished away,
Well, I would disagree. First, I don't think it's just that you guys are also. Have you looked at healthcare? I think healthcare and subsidization of Medicaid and
but that's
Medicare.
moving the goalposts. That's
No,
moving
it's
the
not moving the
goalposts.
goalposts. It's the same crowd.
Well,
The same crowd taking EBT is the same crowd. Like, so you're saying, like, yeah, they're getting $200 a month to eat the
but here's the
shitty
thing, though.
food. Go ahead.
Again, but see, it's never just on Social Security and Medicaid. EBT is always the target. It's always the barometer in which you measure, your taxes coming out your check by, which is again at the very bottom, like, of the budget.
It's not though.
But
If
the
you're
problem,
not looking at healthcare, I know you guys are looking at housing and healthcare, but I mean, you looked at EBT, you've looked at Section 8, but have you looked at healthcare
that's
and
why we
Medicaid?
looked at those. Hey, we looked at what people mainly talk about. Mandatory spending is like that's not as much of a talking point as EBT, as you can tell by what's been going on in the past month. No one has been talking about Medicaid or Medicare in the past month. EBT has been the entire conversation. So accounting for EBT, and that's why we even added in housing with it, because EBT was so small. EBT is under 2%. So we even looked for something to add in with it that was, comparable.
We got to add in healthcare, and that's well, you can't say that's not part of the conversation when the government is shut down.
Bring up
Well, I mean,
healthcare.
but if you add in healthcare, it's about like 20, maybe 25%. Like all social spending altogether is about a quarter of the budget.
Well, you can't say it's not part of the conversation. That's the reason the government is shut down is because they don't want to pay for healthcare
But
for
like
illegal
the
immigrants.
focus
Which
on
is the
like
same
housing
principle.
and
It
food,
can be a part of
and
the
we're
conversation.
including. Look, if we include like school lunches as well, we're talking less than 4% of the national budget is going towards EBT, housing, SNAPs, and school food.
Yeah, so the focus,
But there's
it's
no
the amount of
return on
money
that.
that's
There's
spent.
not as much return on that. Like other things.
Okay, what about the military plan?
But that's not true. That's not true, Blaine.
Hang on. Over half, 52 to 54% of the budget every year is for the military.
Yeah, we should cut that too. I'm not saying we shouldn't cut that. We can walk and chew gum, and also, but there is a return of investment on military, like things like the internet, infrastructure, technology that we get from the spending. There's money where we're making F-115s, and there is.
Yeah, there would be if we went in and raided other countries. Like if we raided Venezuela and took all their shit, there'd be a return on investment. But the people that get return on investment there are people like Boeing, people like Raytheon. Like these are the companies that make money from that shit.
No. Listen, this is the point. It's the military, U.S. military. We do benefit. We do benefit. The American citizens benefit.
I think it'd be way more based if the military went into Venezuela and took all that shit.
I agree, 100%. I agree. But you can't say that having U.S. military and then the petrodollar based on the U.S. military is not a benefit to the U.S. citizens, because it absolutely is, because our purchasing power. Now, we don't get a benefit from paying for these kids and these peasants and these sick people. Okay, what's the benefit of these peasants?
For every dollar spent on EBT, $1.93 goes into the economy. So that dollar doubles.
That's just GDP. That's just a stupid measurement, and it doesn't. It makes
matter.
Hey,
no, it doesn't matter. You said there was no benefit, and boom, there is a benefit.
I don't think having the GDP go up is okay. If I scratch you up a little, take it. Go ahead, but I don't see a benefit. Like you're saying, GDP does not mean benefit.
Doubles when it goes back into the economy, because you got to remember who is getting the bulk of the government subsidies that these people are paying out. Basically, all government subsidies are just ways to subsidize these companies. Like, you're looking at it from a standpoint of the people are getting the biggest benefit when they're not. The people are getting the least of the benefit. Walmart is getting the biggest benefit off of EBT. Coca-Cola is getting the biggest benefit off of EBT. All these other different companies, the property owners are getting the benefit off of Section 8. The housing companies, like the corporations are benefiting off the subsidies. The people are just being used as the vehicle to do that, so they can have someone to blame. So people like you, Glenn, can blame the person getting the subsidy and not we're receiving the subsidy, and not the person.
I don't blame the people. Listen, you're mischaracterizing. I don't blame the person getting the subsidy. I blame the people giving them
you just
money.
Call them peasants. You literally just call them
peasants.
There's
a peasant class. We have to acknowledge there's a peasant class of people. And throughout history, there's always been a fucking peasant class. Like I said, prostitution I would use as an example of peasant.
Not one time have you put the blame on the corporations who are receiving these subsidies that they are getting from the people, the peasants in which you're talking about. You go straight to the fucking peasants because that's the narrative.
It's not the narrative. I'm just having a regular conversation. And we're actually saying like we could fill the gap of EBT, like we could fill the gap with AI by potentially taxing bots. But there is there has to be some level of
gap to be filled with EBT because it's such a small amount of the budget is negligible.
It's not negligible when you bring in healthcare. This is the point. You're not like you can't say healthcare is not part of the conversation when the government shuts down healthcare.
So 50% of the federal budget for discretionary spending was the military, but when you break down the total budget, it's a lot less. So let's say there's $1, all right? So social spending of that dollar of the US budget, total, like $1 is the total. Social spending is 23 cents. Medicare is 15 cents. Medicaid chip is 9 cents. Okay, so that's 40, about 50%. And then you got military 14 cents, interest on debt 14 cents, other mandatory welfare plus pensions 11 cents, non-defense 9 cents, and veterans free 3 cents. So like that's basically the breakdown of the budget. But when it comes to, actual the bottom 10%, people that live in social housing, people that rely on EBT and SNAP, that's about 4% total plus school aid, school lunches and stuff like that.
No, what about those
So
people that
like the
I
bottom
mean, EBT?
10% is really only like 4%.
Well, no, it's not, because when you take into account the healthcare, the Medicaid, and the amount of money the
Glenn,
government spends on
that is a
healthcare for these people,
reflection.
that's what they shut.
That is a
But
They
again,
literally shut the
like
fucking government
let's
down
take
over
the
this.
healthcare amount. The bottom 10% would be about 10% of the Medicare.
No, they make up the vast majority of the Medicare.
Glenn, that cannot count. That is mandatory spending. Not only that, there's mandatory spending that has been funded by the working class.
The government is shutting down. What are you talking about? The government shut down. We're $35 trillion in debt. A lot of it is because we have to pay for people that are not. There's no productivity. So let me address this idea that it's a boom to economy because the GDP goes up. Let me just address the point, like the prior point. If I go get a scratch off lotto ticket, right? It cost me $10. I scratch off. I win $10 back. That's $20 to GDP, but nothing was gained. Nothing was achieved. We're just taking the same $10 and giving it back to each other and taking a piece of cardboard and wasting it, right? So in your mind, that's some type of boom to economy because you understand economics. No, it does. That's how it does work. There has to be productivity at the end of it. Like I said, there's no return of investment of feeding. This 500 pound, some of these 500 pound people, giving them diabetes until they can fucking clog up the system. There's not a benefit.
Every dollar spent on EBT is every dollar spent from a government subsidy given to a person puts $1.93 back into the economy. So you cannot say there is not a return on investment.
It's not productivity.
There's
like it's just GDP. Like it's just
there. The other thing you keep missing, Glenn, is that the majority of our debt is to fund our private class. Our debt is because of our private class, Glenn, because that means that we're spending more money than we're bringing in. And where does majority of our
people that are it's a black hole. That EBT is a black hole. Go ahead.
Stop. No, we're spending more money than we are bringing in. Out of all of that money that we're spending, EBT is a 1.5% of that. The rest of that money, we're giving it to private corporations. We're giving it to billionaires. We're giving it to NGOs. We're giving it to everybody except the American people. We're only using, at the most, 1.5% for food for a certain class of our people in America out of the overspending that we're doing that is going into our economy. Our debt is a good thing, Blend, for our economy because that means that we're putting money into our economy. The only issue is that we send too much money overseas. The problem is not what we spend on our American people, our American taxpayers, the people who are contributing to this country, whether it be through working, whether it be through sales tax, gas tax, cigarette tax. The issue is not what we spend on the American people. The issue is that we spend too much money overseas.
So there's no issue with EBT. There's no issue with giving. Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. So a legal immigrant comes here and we have to spend $50,000. They need a fucking surgery. That is somehow productive and that's a benefit. Answer the question. I'm not moving the goalposts. You are the one that used whataboutism. Every time you use whataboutism, I'm asking you a direct question. Is it a benefit to the economy if you have an illegal immigrant that comes here and needs a $50,000 surgery and we have to take the government has to borrow $50,000 in essence, to pay for that fucking surgery. And yes, the doctor gets to drive a fucking Mercedes-Benz home and gets, and maybe the pharmaceutical companies make money in the stock market. But is that a benefit to overall society to spend $50,000 for a non-citizen to get a $50,000 surgery? Just answer that question. It's a yes or no question. You don't need to engage in whataboutism.
You're shifting to non-citizen. So, of course, if you're shifting to non-citizen, no, they should not get the surgery.
But the same principles apply.
I clearly just said tax-paying American citizen is what I just said. And that's what you are having the biggest issue with. Like you're moving the goalpost to illegals because illegals is not even including this. Of course, they should not get it.
No, because that's why the government shut down. I'm not moving the goalpost. Like that's part of the conversation.
To bring up something that is so completely obvious to try to use it as an argument is bad faith. The point is tax-paying American citizens.
Then how about how about a U.S. citizen that was raised in Section 8 That's generational in Section 8. That same thing. So this person has never contributed. Their parents were on Section 8. They're on Section 8. They get EBT. They eat bad food. Is there any benefit to fucking paying for their surgeries because they got fucking diabetes from eating free food?
Yes, it
is. There any benefit?
Yes, it is because they have contributed. Yes, it is because they have paid into the tax system their entire life. They have paid.
No, they haven't.
Yeah.
If you look at a net basis, the average African American is $500,000 net to the fucking.
You're only talking about federal taxes. Federal taxes.
No, I'm talking about the system in the whole. I'm talking about the system in whole.
You're referring to that 2000 study. I haven't seen any like recent studies since then.
But Levinsky, it doesn't matter anyway. That study can be true. I will give him that statistic, but he's only accounting for federal taxes. In America, we have a plethora of taxes that we pay. We have sales taxes. We have gas taxes. We have cigarette tax. We have beer tax. We have luxury tax. We have tolls. We have car registrations. We have car stickers. We have so many different taxes in America that help contribute to the tax base. While it may not be federal funds or federal taxes, those taxes still apply and help because although the federal government supplies the EBT funds to the state still has to administer that program themselves, which means they have to use state funds to do that. And all of those other taxes that I just named help fund those state funds so that those states do not need more in federal funds for EBT to help cover their deficit if they have one because they're not able to fund it, fund the administration of it on the state side. So anyone who is paying all of those state taxes is contributing and they're helping. So it is a benefit for any American citizen here to pay for their health care, no matter what their choices have been, and especially by it being such a small amount of the budget. What should happen is, if we're so worried about Americans' health, then we should talk to the companies again. You're not going to the corporations, Glenn. You're going straight to the people and blaming them. If we want to worry about Americans' health, we should deal with the people who are producing this food that are causing the bad health. But
we can do two things at the same time, though, Jelani. You have to acknowledge the problem. I can acknowledge that there's a problem with corn syrup and there's all types of problems.
Until I get done. Instead of holding the company accountable for producing all this poisonous ass food, because we're such a profit-driven country, we let them go with it, and then we blame the people for consuming something that is provided to them, and especially in places where it is the only thing provided to them. So your entire focus and your narrative and framing on this is completely propagated.
No, I could just walk at you, gum. You engage in whataboutism every conversation because I can acknowledge the problems, but you can't acknowledge the glaring. There is a glaring problem in America with these younger kids. I'll even say I'll do a generational because I'm trying to stay away from race.
Move the goalpost
I'm trying to stay away from race because you're going to just engage in whataboutism every time. There's a class, like I said, humans. We have the richest poor people that have ever existed, in humanity, and that's not sustainable. Because in your mind, that just comes from nowhere.
It is sustainable.
Because then it's just growing. Because now we're saying,
would you expect, like, America is the richest country? Would you expect America to have the poorest poor people?
Well, it's not sustainable. Is my point. Is because we're growing. In his mind, the surplus. We have to deal with where the surplus comes from. It's coming at the expense of something. Like there has to come at an expense. In your mind, no, this is all just fucking rainbows and gravy.
It's coming at the expense of everyone who's not in the elite. That's not it.
Glenn, where it comes, the responsibility comes from the top, not from the bottom, and that's the issue you're having. You're assigning this responsibility to people who are getting the crumbs.
It's not true. You're just strawmanning me, non-stop strawmanning whataboutism. I said I have no problem with people accepting EBT. It's the people giving it out. It's the people giving it out. They need to.
It's so small. It's negligible.
It's not too small when you factor in EBT. The original EBT. Listen, it's not too small when you factor in entitlements. Section 8, EBT, and fucking healthcare is going to bankrupt this country. It's already bankrupt this country. If you look at the 37 trillion.
And whose fault is that? That is the fault of our politicians who are bought by these private sector billionaires who fund their campaigns, who people like you keep voting for because you're mad at poor people. You keep funding the same system in which you have a problem with because you're focusing on the bottom half.
So now you're telling me who I vote for when I don't even vote. And you're telling me who I vote for. Like, you're just strawmanning. You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me. I don't even fucking vote. And you're telling me who I vote for. That's the problem. with your pea brain. I don't even fucking vote, and you're telling me who I vote for because you want to straw man this boogeyman. Every conversation you put
whether you
fucking
vote
words in
for
my
it or
mouth.
not, you support it. And if
I think
you
it's
come and
one
cape
thing
for
if
it
me
this
and
hard,
Yakub are
you
having
may
that
as well
type of
vote for it.
conversation,
So
but
don't come cape for it and defend this ideology so hard if you did not vote for it, because you will be lumped in with those who voted for it. That's just by default. Now, the issue is you want to take from the bottom to try and fix an issue that you're not understanding is caused by the top. The people at the top are the ones who are causing this issue for you. But you have been so propagated in your lifetime that you believe that this is because of 2% or 5 or even 10%. Because of what we're doing with 10% of the budget, we are 36 trillion in debt. No, that is not the issue. It's because of what we're doing with the other 80%.
I don't think you understand how debt. I don't think you understand how debt
Man, I
accrues
will
over
even give
having
you
deficit.
60% of the budget.
And that 10% could
Even
create a
what we're doing
fucking
with
deficit.
60% of the
If
budget
you,
is the issue, not what we're doing with the 40 that goes to the social
Jelani,
issues.
you're too dumb. You're too dumb for this conversation. You don't understand a 10% deficit over 10 years is going to get rid of 100% of your fucking wealth.
It's
Right? So
boosting.
you're saying it's just a 3% every year
Funds our
of a
private
deficit.
sector, Glenn. Our
You just,
deficit funds our private sector. Our deficit, Glenn, is a direct result by default of capitalism.
no, it's not. It's to pay for fucking Social Security and entitlement programs. The majority of our fucking deficit is what's owed to fucking Social Security and entitlement programs. Yes, it
Going
is.
to the top 1% of military, of contractors and vendors of our federal government. All of our federal funds that are
You're
being
just not
used,
smart enough for this
the majority of
conversation.
them
You
Yeah,
show it every
go
time.
to the private sector.
let me jump in here. So, Bland, you often talk about per capita versus absolute numbers, right? So we talk about SNAP and we talk about EBT and how it per capita wise disproportionately benefits Black Americans. But when it comes to corporate versus the poor welfare, so total dollars, more goes to the general population than elites, but per person, elites receive 2.2 times more than the poor, top 10% versus the bottom 50%. At the very top, the top 1% receive 22 times more per person than the poor in terms of corporate welfare. So, I mean, if we want to break it down per capita, the top 1% are receiving 22 times more benefits than the bottom 50%, the bottom 10% of Americans.
You want to clarify what we're even talking about? You're just saying the percentage. Now, I assume you're saying like some type of tax credit or some type of tax break. I mean, what do you even say?
We're talking about corporate subsidies, tax loopholes, bailouts, capital gains tax breaks, carried interest, tax avoidance, and structures,
Yeah,
etc.
because those people actually pay
So
taxes.
that totals $1 trillion per year. That mainly benefits the 1 to 10% of the population.
Yeah, but
And
no,
for
you're
the other
framing it.
benefits, when it snaps, EBT, all those kinds of Medicare, Medicaid, that's the top 50% of Americans. The bottom
Well, you're
50%
framing
of
that. You're
Americans.
framing this like a fucking retard. Like 50% of Americans don't even pay federal taxes, right? So they don't pay $1 in federal taxes, and then most of them, a lot of those people actually get
But
a rebate.
what I'm
Hold on, let
saying
me
is that
finish.
per capita, the top
No,
1%
no,
receive
no, 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 no,
22
no.
times more per
That's
person
not
than the
what's
poor.
going on. That's not what's going on. They're getting a tax break because they pay taxes, but 50% of the people don't even pay a tax. They just
you
draw.
guys shouldn't be talking over each other like this. There's no reason.
We got about 250 people in here right now. If you want to grab a mic, come on up. I think Blend is going for absolute numbers now. So what we're seeing right now is Blend no longer cares about per capita. We're going for absolute numbers. And
No,
that's
you're
the
being a
point I'm
retard.
trying to
Like you don't
make is that
understand.
if you
You can't even
get rid
clarify
of
what you're
SNAP
talking
and
about. That's what we're talking
EBT,
over here.
if you get
Because you
rid
don't
of SNAP,
understand, 50% of the people don't even pay federal taxes. So if a corporation gets a tax break and they actually have to pay taxes, like they actually pay taxes, they're not getting more than someone that's not paying taxes and drawing from the system. So your numbers are just skewed. That's why I asked you to clarify what you're even talking about, because I don't even think you know what you're talking about. If you're actually paying taxes, right? If I pay, hold on, let me finish my point. If I pay $100 in taxes and they give me $50 back and I actually only pay $50 in taxes, I'm still paying more to the system than the person that doesn't pay any in taxes and they get fucking $200 a month for EBT. So these corporations, they're getting tax breaks or these subsidies in the forms of tax credits and tax breaks, but they're actually paying into the system. Whereas the person, 50% of Americans don't even pay any fucking federal income tax. So to say that someone that's paying taxes is getting more, well, it absolutely is true.
That's absolutely not true, Blend. And tell me this, Blend. In America, collectively, does our government collect more tax revenue from individuals or from corporations? collectively.
Hang on, real quick. So the working poor American earning 22,000 a year will have payroll taxes of 1,600, sales taxes of 1,100, state local taxes 800, federal income tax 0 to 300. So total tax burden of someone who's earning less than $22,000 a year is 3,500. What they get back is between 0 and 1,500. So they're still paying net positive taxes. So even the bottom 10%, bottom 20% of Americans are still paying a net positive into the system in terms of what they get back. They're still paying towards this system.
We talk
So
about
like,
sales tax, and you're bringing up a bunch of other bullshit.
Hold
And
on,
then
yeah,
Whiskey.
but
Hold on.
they're still paying
No.
taxes in the system. So disproportionately, in a per capita sense, the richest top percent of Americans get 22 times more tax benefits than the bottom 50% of Americans.
Exactly. Per capita.
Per
And
capita.
then Blend, answer the question.
Do we care
Answer
about
the
per
question,
capita
Blend.
or do we care about absolute numbers now? Because in absolute
Right.
numbers, the poor Americans get 3 trillion in tax benefits. The top 10% get 1 trillion. But if we break it down per capita, we see a sizable discrepancy between, per capita figures.
It's disproportionate.
it's just
Yeah,
retarded. You're fucking retarded.
it's not
You think
retarded. Now
that
you
It's
don't
not
care
you're
about
retarded.
per
fucking
capita.
retarded, dude. You guys are absolutely retarded. If you think that a millionaire pays less taxes than someone making $22,000 and has
They
less
do.
benefits,
Warren
for the
Buffett even
country,
said it
you're
himself.
fucking
He said that
retarded.
he even
Per
paid less
capita.
than
Yeah,
his
Warren Buffett.
That's a percentage. You
he
guys are
even
just
said
fucking
himself, Blend.
retarded. Like, literally,
And Blend, answer the
like,
question.
poor
Answer the
retarded
No,
question
people.
I asked you,
it's
Blend.
about the tax benefits that they get. So if Warren Buffett is paying in absolute terms, he's paying more than his secretary, but in terms of percentage of his income, he's paying less than his secretary.
And then
But he's
Blend.
still paying
Answer the
more.
question, Blend.
Okay, but
Collectively,
he's
What are
getting
you talking
benefits that
about?
hold on,
it doesn't
Levinsky.
It's
apply
still
to
one
the poor
person,
people.
right? And there's a bunch of stuff in the
Hang
bottom.
on. Why should your income tax be at a higher rate than Warren Buffett's?
Exactly.
Well, because Warren Buffett, listen, that's a separate conversation.
Per capita.
No,
Right.
oh my God.
No. It's very pertinent to this conversation right here. Why should the rich have a better tax rate than you, the working poor, who is paying, is getting paid considerably less than?
Because you guys are retards that don't realize the working poor don't pay into the system. They take from the system.
I just
We're not
told
talking
you
about
that
that.
if
See,
you're
That's
here we
not
go,
hang
true,
on,
Blend.
though.
We're not
That
if
talking
person's
about
you're earning
$20,000.
less if
And
you're
what happens when
earning
that
less
person?
than
Whoa.
$22,000 a year,
This is
you're
such.
still
You guys
paying
are
a
so
net
fucking
positive of
retarded.
1,500.
And that person never goes to the hospital and doesn't pay a hospital bill. That person never takes EBT, never takes Section 8, or never takes a tax credit. You guys are just like the gymnastics that you guys have to do to come up with these conclusions. And I'm not even defending Warren Buffett because
You're
I
the
think
one
there should
going
be antitrust.
Look at how
Antitrust
you
law.
try to justify. Look at how much you have to do to try to
You're
justify.
saying that person's never going to get sick and not pay a hospital bill that the government's going to have to subsidize? Are you guys like at the end of your life, that person making $20,000? Like you really think that they're not going to end up in the hospital and have to
It's
pay?
still so much more
Fucking,
smaller than what we're subsidizing for the rich, for the top 1 and 10%. 1 through
you
10%.
cannot.
It's
You
still
don't have the
smaller.
bandwidth,
Per
Lonnie, to have these
capita.
conversations. First of all,
Per capita,
you're missing
it's still smaller.
every point.
No, we have
It's
to
just
per
a
capita.
talk point, Lonnie. You do not have the mental bandwidth to even have these conversations. That's a part
We
of the problem.
have to use
If
per
you think that
capita.
you don't have to use per capita per head. If you're using per capita per head, Warren Buffett pays more money per head than any fucking poor person. Like this is just, than his
Not
secretary.
in
Per
percentage.
capita
Not in
per head.
percentage.
Well, that's not a percentage. Per capita is what each individual contributes.
Well, obviously, in
Like how do you
absolute
understand
numbers, he
what
pays
fucking per
more than the
capita is?
average person, but he has more tax write-offs than the average
There's
person.
200 people listening
About
here. Per
22 times
capita
more.
means per head. Warren Buffett per capita pays more money than his fucking secretary in taxes. And he damn sure pays more money than the average working class poor that's in
As
Section
a
8.
percentage wise, no,
Goes
he
to the
pays
hospital,
less.
doesn't pay. No, he does.
As a
As a
percentage of his
percentage is not
income
per
tax, he
capita.
pays less.
Percentage is not per capita, you retard. You said the per capita. The trillionaires pay less than the fucking the working class poor. Like that's not what per capita is.
It's still a representation though. And so it can be over-representation.
So just use words that have no meaning and just try to say things and straw man.
You never
I
answered
heard
my
per capita.
initial question.
I heard per capita, guys.
Hold
I
on,
heard
bro.
him.
My initial question was, Glenn, collectively, who does our government collect more tax revenue from, individuals or corporations?
Probably individuals, but that doesn't. But the bottom poor people are not included.
Okay. Okay,
The
hold
upper
on.
middle
All right.
class. The middle class is who
Hang
they're
on, hang
leaning
on,
on.
Time out.
real
That's
Time
quick.
out.
important.
Per
Time out.
capita, per dollar, and per tax burden, the rich pay less than the poor and middle class. Poor pay a higher share of income in taxes. Middle class pay the highest effective rates. Ultra rich pay
Effective
lower
rate.
effective rates because they control how they receive
Thank you.
income. So per
Davinsky, I
capita,
heard
they
the
pay
magic
less.
word.
You don't care. Zulu, tell Blend what per capita means.
Per capita means whatever I pull out my ass is true. Is the truth.
We
Oh,
got about
Zulu.
250, 270 people listening right now. Blend doesn't care about per capita when it comes to the rich. That's what we've concluded.
Zulu.
It's not
Zulu.
per
We're on
capita. Like
Twitch.
you guys are just
We're
taking
on
terms
Twitch.
That's
around.
what per
Zulu.
capita is. I just told
Blend,
you.
I'm
Hold on,
actually
guys. Hold
disappointed
on.
in you,
Hold on,
bro.
guys. Hold on,
Like,
guys.
wait,
Hold on,
wait,
guys.
just I'm gonna speak real quick.
Hold on, guys. Hey, hold
But
on.
Blend,
We're on
I'm
Twitch. So
disappointed
be
that you keep
sure.
riding billionaires. Like that
Zulu.
ain't
Zulu.
cool,
Hold on,
bro.
Zulu. Station identification. Hold on. Zulu. We're on Twitch. So be sure to watch your lingo, your language. We
Oh,
don't want
okay.
to
Yeah,
But
just don't say any slurs.
okay. But
Yeah.
I'll just say, Blend, I'm disappointed that you what word can I you bootlick billionaires, you know? Like that's just
Never,
not
never,
cool.
never. I address
Because
all issues. I don't.
you
No,
know
no.
they're the reason why the
Yeah.
world is in whatever state is in right now is because of people like Elon Musk. No man needs $1 billion to survive, you know,
But Elon Musk doesn't have a bit. He
per
actually
capita.
hated something like, and I thought they were talking about
these
antitrust.
these billionaires own corporations,
No,
and
that's true.
what do
But that's
corporations
antitrust. I look
make?
at that more in terms of
The
antitrust
rules
than the
and
conversation
laws
we're having.
of your day-to-day life, Mr. Blend.
I,
That's
I
all.
agree. I actually agree with you, Zulu. But that's more of an antitrust thing than the conversation we're having.
That
So
the
we need
Jews
to
are
have
the ones
antitrust.
that own these corporations per capita. Can I say that here or not?
Can we say it again?
You might not. No. Like I said, we're on Twitch, so you just might want to
Yeah, I
refer.
mean, look, there's a lot of billionaire worship. I brought up a study before that around 50% of Americans feel that they can become a billionaire if they work hard enough. Americans just have this like worship of the rich and this bootlicking kind of mentality. And it's kind of ridiculous. It really is. I don't know why. Look, the way that the system's set up is for people to have $1 billion, there's got to be poor people, right? There's only so much capital in the world, and for people to hoard X amount, people are going to have less than that per capita. Per capita.
And per capita matters. Per capita is the most important thing, right?
What do you think about that per capita mass blend?
I think just because you said per capita, I believe you, Dr. Davinsky. Whatever you said is 100% correct.
Yes, per
Per
capita, it
capita.
is.
It
Yeah.
is. It's the
Now we use
truth.
per capita. That makes everything right.
But however, can we not bootleg billionaires, bro? Like these people are evil. You know,
In order to become a billionaire, you've got to be evil. Like, think about it. If I had a company worth $50 million, I'm set for life. I would have sold the company. For you to grow a company to $1.5 trillion, $5 trillion,
you have to have
you've
greed.
got to be like exceptionally evil, and the only thing driving you is money. And the
Right.
problem is like when you get that kind of money, when you become a billionaire, then you kind of rise above the law. The rule of law doesn't apply to you anymore. You buy your way into governments. You can look at Elon Musk. He basically bought the election. What happens? He's sitting next to Trump for 12 months, for 6 months as part of Doge. You
What
know
the fuck is
that
Doge? I'm
that's
saying,
an oligarchy at that point.
like that
You
shit
know,
Bullshit.
was like you can
This is
buy
a bad
yourself into
example.
power. Like no one
It was a
voted for
wasting
Elon Musk.
practice.
No one voted for that immigrant. The Republican Party stands everything that Elon Musk stands for. You know, he's an immigrant himself.
He's a bad example, though. I think because he actually
and per
built up the
capita, he shouldn't
corporation.
have that kind of power.
Exactly. Imagine if he was a Mexican or if he was a Muslim. Do you think he'd have that much power per capita, sir?
No, definitely not that much power per capita. What do you think, Glenn, per capita?
Hold on. You think a Mexican can build rockets? Like, I mean, that's the problem. Like, yes, we have to deal with reality. There's not going to be a Mexican that's going to be building rockets
Has
that can
Musk ever
land.
built a
But
rocket?
again,
Elon is
He's
not
Elon
building a
Musk
responsible
was
rocket.
for
not
putting it
building
together.
rockets. He bought the company.
No, he put
Elon
it
is not
together. I
He
mean,
bought
he's
Tesla.
effectively managing it. He's effectively
But
managing
he
it.
bought it. It's not like he was this smart guy that says, "Hey, I'm gonna think of building Teslas.
No, he organized it though, sir. You have to realize he does have organizational
Again,
skills.
Blaine,
That's very
when you have that
opportunistic.
much
You
money,
think a Mexican's gonna be able to organize the skills to build a rock? Come on, this is a
if you
problem.
have that much money, you
gotta
can
live in
get the
reality.
highest skilled workers and do it yourself. It's easy,
Exactly.
Blaine.
He was already rich anyway.
Yeah, if you have $1 billion, you can do anything. Give me $1 billion, I'll get you the smartest rocket scientist on this world, and we're building rockets.
Exactly. That's been Elon's thing his whole life. He's just always been able to pay people to make his dreams come true. Like he's just been very opportunistic.
That's what I'm saying,
It's
bro.
true. And per capita, SpaceX survived largely because of government subsidies. SpaceX presents itself as a
Per
private
capita.
company, but it would not exist without US government contracts per
Exactly.
capita. NASA and the Department of Defense contracts have given SpaceX over $15 billion since 2006 per capita. Taxpayer money funded their research, rocket development, launches, and failures per capita.
Yep.
NASA took
Yep.
the risk,
Wow.
SpaceX took the profit. NASA spent decades developing rocket tech that SpaceX now uses and profits from per capita. SpaceX relies on NASA engineers trained by NASA, NASA's rocket patents and science, NASA's infrastructure
ChatGPT,
launch
y'all.
pad. No, I
ChatGPT.
mean, Elon
I
Musk
mean,
claimed
that's
Hey, I
launches
came
would.
here to this
Hang
per
on, hang on. This
capita
is
debate,
important.
not bad, Blaine.
man.
Elon Musk claimed launches would become 10 times
We fuck
cheaper
bitches
due
per
to
capita.
reusability. Reality
Oh,
launch
no, we're
prices
on
have not
Twitch.
dropped
Oh boy.
anywhere near the promised
Oh
amount
shit,
per
my bad.
capita. So, like, Musk has done nothing per capita.
Are you kidding me? You keep saying that.
Right. As a matter of fact, SpaceX was going solvent before it's about to be insolvent before the US government bailed it out in 2008. Obama bailed them out. His company
I
was
don't
about
think
to go.
Yo, what's
I
your
don't think
girl
anyone here.
pal or girl bill?
I don't know that people in this room can criticize Elon Musk's organizational skills. Maybe Zulu can, but I don't think Jelani. Like, I don't know if you could run a gas station, Jelani. This guy's fucking. Obviously, he's taking advantage of the subsidies, and maybe you're saying the subsidies shouldn't be there. But the end result is that there is technology advancements.
What has been the end result of SpaceX?
Well, I'm talking about Elon Musk as a whole.
Nothing.
We have
What has
elite
Elon Musk done for
the
SpaceX?
electric car revolution. SpaceX has also advanced rocket technology. I don't know if you've seen it. In Florida, you can see those rockets go up, and you can actually see
Yeah, but what has it done? What
amazing.
exactly has SpaceX done?
It's done. He's trying to, unless he's dreaming big. He's aiming for the stars, and he's kind of hitting the moon.
He's doing exactly what NASA was doing, but more
No,
expensively.
he's not. He has better like his rockets actually land. I've seen him fucking. You seen the rocket where he had a rocket go up and
Do you
come
know
back
how much
down and
money that
fucking
costs
land?
to have that?
Billions.
Costs a lot of money, but there's
Basically,
also technology that looks like that
what
much.
NASA
NASA could have
How
done
much
that. It
satellites?
hasn't made the system more efficient
You
having
know
it
how
in
much
private
satellite? Yes, it
hands.
has. You know how much satellites he's put into orbit? Like, let's be realistic here. Do you know how much internet he's provided? There's a hurricane, and
look at how
what's the
much money
company?
he's been
In
provided to do
Jamaica, I
so.
hope it kills
That's
a
the whole
dozen
point.
people.
Anything you can say that Elon did is through taxpayers. He just was the person who the government dubbed to be the manager.
Yes, because government is not competent enough to do it. If you had to have competent
program, that's basically all it
if
is.
you had because that's the way the system is set up. You have to go back to the founding principles of
One
this
of the first
country.
private contractors
The
to
founders
head
of the
a wing of a governmental division. That's
Okay, the
all
founders
SpaceX
of this
was.
country. Okay, listen. There's no right answer, but the founders of this country saw to it was better to allow corporations to take on these endeavors than have the government do it, because the government gets bloated and just becomes a self-fulfilling like a monster that just gets bigger and bloats and bloats and bloats and doesn't have the efficiency.
What you
Now,
talking about, Blaine? That's exactly what happened. The government still got bloated with giving all of this responsibility over the
no, you
corporation.
don't know.
As
You
a matter
don't
of
know.
fact,
No.
the government bloated even
The
bigger than it was before.
founders realized that the private sector and corporations would be better at building railroads than the actual government, because the incompetence we see in the federal government is like you can. I think anybody, if we're gonna let's really look at these two options. These government workers. I don't know if anyone's ever dealt with a government worker. I've ever talked to these state-run organizations and talk to the quality of people at, say, the DMV versus the quality of people at, I think there's a lot of deterioration in corporations, but let's look at something like SpaceX. You think if you had to deal with SpaceX or you had to deal with
So
someone
you're
at the
gonna take what,
DMV?
like an astrophysicist from SpaceX versus someone who's like straight out of high school in the DMV?
Yes, that's actually the point. That's actually my fucking point. Is that
Hang
that
on. So
person's
you're
going
gonna
to
take
go?
someone who's like,
That's
highly
because the
trained,
government
highly
doesn't.
skilled, highly educated versus someone who works
Yes,
at the DMV.
of course, because the government is going to
That's a
stymie.
retarded analogy.
Because
Let's
the
take someone
government is
from a
going to.
public hospital, like a PhD, like a medical surgeon from a public hospital, comparing them to someone at SpaceX.
No, because the government is going to stymie those people. That's the point I'm trying to make. You wouldn't want the government operating on you, and so you don't want the government putting your rockets. And so back to the thing
I
about
mean,
Elon Musk.
public health hospitals in Australia are really good. Around the world, they're
Oh,
really good.
America, they're not the best. If you have to go, down to the county or whatever. Um,
Yeah.
and,
Public
and
hospitals. Public hospitals in America have the best trauma units. There's some of the best trauma units in emergency rooms in the world. So no, don't say that, especially the public ones. As a matter of fact, the one in Memphis, Memphis has like the #1 trauma unit probably on this side of the hemisphere. Now, of course, that's probably because of the amount of
Also per
trauma
capita.
patients. It's probably because of the amount of trauma patients they have to deal with.
they have a lot of
You know.
experience in Memphis. Memphis has a lot of experience.
All right, all right. They got plenty of experience in dealing with trauma cases. So yeah. But thing is, man, like again, going back to the premise of this blend, the problems in which you're having, again, you have been completely propagated to blame the bottom of the budget, the people who receive
Yes.
the bottom of the budget, so that you can not blame the people who are stealing the most money at the top of the budget.
Yeah,
And the
that's the
fact,
thing,
then,
Blend, is like, all of us in this space right now, we are basically bulldog. We are the ghetto trash, all right? So like we're crabs in a barrel fighting for, it's kind of the meme where you point in at the immigrant and say the CEO is pointing at the immigrant and saying he stole your cookies and he has a plate full of cookies. That's what you're doing. You don't understand. Someone like Trump, someone like Musk, they view us as the bottom. We may as well be the bottom 10%. So, like, we are far more aligned with people at the bottom 10% than we are at the people at the top. And so, what you're doing is you're standing for people at the top of the system, and you don't understand that we are all at the bottom of the system.
I mean, it probably seems like there's some truth to that, but I have problems. Like I said, that's an antitrust conversation. Like, so when we're looking at the government shutdown conversation, I can like parse the two. I don't have to engage in whataboutism. I can identify that there's problems in both issues. But you guys seem like instead of acknowledging that amongst those crabs in a barrel, like what you see, and you do see it more, like you're going to deal with what you see on a regular basis more. When you see like the systematic abuses and the way the government has been rewarding these bad breeding strategies. That is a separate issue that I can kind of compartmentalize. So we haven't even had the conversation about antitrust or what we do with these subsidizations.
it's not antitrust, Blend.
It is antitrust. If you
The same
some of
rewarding
these
of bad
issues,
behavior that you're only attributing.
Walmart. Excuse me, sir. Amazon and Walmart. There's a billion antitrust violations I can see there. Would make Rockefeller will be having wet dreams every night if he could
Yo,
do what
fuck
Jeff Bezos.
Amazon. Hold on, because I used to work there, and I'm gonna explain to you something. These people will slave you for fucking $21 an hour. It's not worth it, bro. This fucking fuck that place, man. Fuck them.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with antitrust, Blend. This is about the same type of rewarding of bad behavior that you're only attributing to the bottom half of the budget instead of attributing that same factor to the top half of the budget. That is the issue in which we're having with you right now. You are correct on rewarding bad behavior. Our government should stop doing it because they continue to perpetuate these same cycles and increasing our budget. But that happens at the top of our budget, not at the bottom of our budget. The people receiving the funds at the bottom of our budget are getting absolute crumbs. They are absolutely negligible. We could do without them. We could eliminate that. As a matter of fact,
not negligible. When you take in healthcare, it's not negligible. You can't just say words like listen. You cannot look at like we already did these numbers. When you look at the healthcare, when you look at the total,
the people themselves, they have specific accounts that come out for Social Security and Medicare that pay for the health care. That cannot count at all. There is no specific account.
No, sir. That is what the fucking listen, sir. You're so uneducated on this.
Blend,
Our
there is no
national
specific
debt, the
amount.
majority of our national debt is IOUs paid for Social Security. So what are you talking
No,
about?
it
It's not been a
absolutely
surplus.
not.
And it's not sustainable. Yes, it is. Look at the national
Blend,
debt.
okay, Blend. Okay, you know what?
Billions
I'll
of
give
dollars
you
is
that.
owed to that Social
No,
Security you're
no,
talking about.
no.
It's not
I'll
because
give you
people
that,
paid
Blend.
in.
Blend, I'll give you that though. But again, here's the caveat to that. Why are we still borrowing money for Social Security and Medicaid? Because we haven't paid any of it back, because we keep paying the top 1% and 10% of our federal budget, of our federal contractors and vendors that getting all of our federal money, because we keep taking from Social Security and Medicaid to pay them. So then we have to borrow and make more money to fund Social Security and Medicaid, because all of our fucking money keeps going to the billionaire class. We keep overspending each year because the billionaire class is overcharging the government. While they propagate people like you, they put so much propaganda out there to get you to think that you're overtaxed, when in actuality, you're actually overcharged. You're overcharged in the stores, and then the same corporations overcharging you in the store are now overcharging your government for the same shit that now we're overspending. So the corporation, the billionaire class in this country is screwing us on both ends. We have to spend money with them in their stores, with their products. They overtax us there. And then our government has to spend money with them as well. And then they overtax our government. And then our government spends more money than we have trying to keep up with the Joneses, keeping up with the rising inflation that they are allowing to happen from the corporations who fund their fucking campaigns. And then my good brother Blend here comes and capes for that shit. Like you literally put your cape on.
Absolutely not. I'm trying to explain to you the way the world works. You just don't understand the way the world works.
Because you blame the bottom. You blame. Blend, listen. You blame 5% of the budget for the problems.
It's not 5% of the budget. You keep regurgitating it. When I brought up the fact that you have to take into effect healthcare costs, like you're not taking account.
Blend, we could eliminate 10% of the budget and still run the whole country. Blend, come on, man. We could eliminate 10% of it.
Well, can two things be true, Lonnie? Like,
that's how small it is.
Can two things can be true? I think the conversation was kind of like directed at, we were talking about surpluses and things like that, and then you just engage in whataboutism without actually acknowledging, and you're saying, oh, it's just negligible, and there's no issue. It's that it's completely sustainable.
There is no issue
while
there.
these families, so let me finish. So is there an issue there with allowing families to be perpetually, like, how many, was there 50 million people on EBT? That's not like, that should be a canary in the coal mine, right? What do you mean? It's not so. How is that just so? Like, you can't even, it's a problem is you always deflect and you engage in whataboutism instead of actually saying, okay, yeah, there's an actual issue there. That's why we can't have these conversations, because you're just in flat out denial that there's not an issue there. I'm not in denial that there's problems like that to corporations and that they shouldn't be paying fucking $10 for a screw from Boeing. There's absolutely an issue there, and we should be actually, you know, in the streets over some of that shit too. And I think you're right. There is some deflection going on, and maybe you're trying to draw awareness to it. But I'm fully aware that there's issues with those. But it seems like we have to get in here and engage with this mentality that you know, this food just comes from nowhere. It's not coming from somewhere, and it is coming from the middle class. Vincey's actually right. A lot of that is being leaned on from the middle class, and the upper middle class is actually having to subsidize, and they're having less children. That's the problem I see.
But that's because you're subsidizing the top half of the budget, not the bottom half of the budget. Blend. That is the entire point. The we are subsidizing.
Blend, I just don't get how you like to bootleg billionaires, bro.
I'm telling you, dude, like that's the issue. You cannot for your life put the blame where it belongs. We are subsidizing the top half of the budget, and the juice is not worth the squeeze. It's not.
And then it's like, look, Blend, these people would never look at you the way you look at them, with admiration.
Never.
At the comment,
billionaires
look at you with disgust. And they only look at you as a tool.
It's not even ethical to be a billionaire. There's no possible way anyone could be that valuable. They're devaluing the people that allow them to have that value.
Well, that's because of antitrust. What do you mean? Elon Musk, actually, that's an example. If you build a corporation, right, and you invent something that's really beneficial to society, and
what has
there's
Elon
supply and
Musk
demand.
invented?
Well, I mean, listen, he's. I'm trying to. Let's just do a different.
What has Elon Musk?
No, and jump. Hold on. Let's just try to advance the conversation. Is there anything that you can do, like right now, if you cure cancer? You shouldn't be compensating for curing cancer. If you invent a flying spaceship with perpetual energy,
no one should be worth $1 billion or more.
Cancer, I'm a humanity person, you know. I want people to be to live. I want people to live. I would never do
Well, it's a
that to
separate
someone.
issue because Elon Musk, he's just a billionaire on paper because his amount of stock. I think he does have money, and then
Oh,
his company was worth money, and they definitely manipulated the stock price up, which is a completely separate issue. But there is a world where if someone is really good, they manage a company. You found a company and you take it to the top, use artificial intelligence, and you find a way. Um, to make this grand company that's really good for the world, and you just want to own that company, and just because you own 90% of that company and that company has a value over $2 billion, that doesn't mean you're a billionaire, that you're hoarding capital. It just means
bro,
that
can we
you've
just
bought a
stop
certain amount of wealth.
bootlegging, bro? It's never a good look to bootleg people because they have money.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you guys think that he just has money in his pocket when most of his money's in stock, right? A lot of these people, and that's a separate issue. They've
That's
manipulated the
not the
stock
point,
market to
Glenn.
allow these
No
people
one's talking
to
about
extract
his
that.
liquid cash blend when they talk about how rich he is. Okay,
Well,
they
he
may
owns
say
stock
it,
in
but they're
companies that
saying
he founded,
they're
right?
saying
Or
it in jest. People
he
understand
founded
that
the
most
company, or
of his
he
worth
took
So
them
is
hang
going to
on.
be in his
So
assets.
from a startup.
I said,
Tesla
give
was
me
basically a startup.
Like,
a
I mean, like
simple
that's a moot point.
give me a simple short answer. Who does the middle class subsidize more? The middle class subsidizes the wealthy more because the rich benefit far more from tax loopholes, corporate subsidies, and government policies, while the middle class pays full taxes with few benefits. So the middle class subsidizes the rich more because they, all of those things I mentioned. So, they pay full taxes, but they don't get the benefits, right? So if anyone's subsidizing anyone, it's the middle class subsidizing the rich rather
And what
than
is
the
Let me
middle
proffer a
significant?
class
question.
subsidizing the poor.
How the world works? Let me proffer a question. If all the poor people that cannot feed themselves, if they all just disappear, if Thanos just snapped his fingers, would the country run better? Or if we snap the fingers and got rid of all the billionaires, you think the country, like if we just got rid of all these mouth breathing people that can't feed themselves, spitting out kids, unhealthy, and I know it sounds inhumane, but if we're looking at it on a statistical value, those people have no value to the country. If you just got rid of them and
Bro,
snapped
what?
the
They're
fingers,
still people,
That's a
blend. They're
lie.
still
That's a
humans.
complete
well, I'm
lie.
just saying you can't to answer his
That's
question.
wrong to think that way. Just because
No.
someone
To answer your
blend,
question is no.
blend. What I hate about you is you put human value to how much money someone has. Like that's wrong.
That's
Someone's
wild.
value in life,
No, I'm not saying
human
that. I'm
life
just
should never be measured with
No,
money.
no, you can measure human value. There's peasants. We had a conversation. There's a certain amount of peasants. Like I said, the prostitute. Like if we just got rid of all the prostitutes in this country, would the
No.
country be better? Yes or no?
No, it would not be.
Yes.
Yes, it would. Like
No,
you
it
guys are
would not
fucking
be.
retards. They're spreading fucking like on a net basis. Another
Yeah,
human
we don't
being,
need any
every
more sex
prostitute.
workers. We
That's,
don't need as
that's
much
only because
instant
it's illegal.
gratification in terms of sexual things.
If
It's one of the biggest
prostitution is
problems
legal,
nowadays.
but see, if prostitution
Sexual
was legal,
gratification, my bad. Sexual gratification is one of the only things that you can get without any other thing. Like drugs, you need drugs. Food, you need food. Sexual gratification, you can just do without anything else. You could just use you and you only, but it drains you. It uses a lot of zinc, nitric oxide, and it's like it just develops bad habits. And then it's the same correlation, or it's like similar type of issue with these people who are like sexually confused and perverted. That's just one thing we don't need more of is sex workers, and especially women. We need men to get stronger, more disciplined, delays gratification. They have discipline through that, and then that'll transfer over to the women and children. Yeah, fuck these prostitutes.
Chef, what do you think about old
Look,
people?
when
Everybody
it
over
comes
70.
to look, Glenn, if you want to value people on the capital they can produce, right, then it's short sighted again. Because at the end of the day, with automation, AI, and robotics, we're all going to be out of place. It's a matter of time. So we're going to have to move away from a system that values human life based on the capital we can produce, because we won't be able to produce
Time, bro.
capital in the future. So there's going to have to be a humanistic kind of approach to valuing human life for the inherent qualities of being alive and being human, and being part of this, this
It
planet,
can't be
rather
based
than
on
just being
capital
like
though.
purely capital. Because at the end of the day, like, you're a DJ, you've seen Suno come up. Does that devalue you? You can no longer produce capital because AI's making these sick beats. I'm a stock trader. Surely, eventually, there's going to be an algorithm that comes across, and You know, there won't be gaps in the market. The market will become more efficient. Efficient. Does that mean that I'm no longer valued? You know, fucking Mr. Zulu's a mechanical engineer. Robotics might come along with AI. Maybe he's out of a job. Does he no longer have value because he can't produce capital? So, I mean, it is a very shallow way of viewing human life, is based on, you know, what capital someone can produce.
Well, that's not. We're just measuring and having conversations. You just brought up like the whole tax structure, and so when we're dealing with tax structures, I have to bring up capital as part of the conversation. I can't say that this person read a great poem and that contributes somehow to the conversation where we're measuring capital. Like we're actually essentially what we're doing is we're measuring capital. So that's not how I measure somebody. But in the context of the conversation, I had to bring it up because it was
But the
relevant.
context
To
of
the
the
bullshit that you guys
conversation
are
is
saying.
really about who pays fairly into the system, right? So, based on the capital we
Yeah. So
produce,
you have to talk about capital
billionaires are
when you're doing
paying
it, right?
less in a percentage wise of their income. So, they're
Well,
paying less
we
capital than
can't
they
measure them
should.
in thoughts. We can't measure them in how many shits they took. If we're talking about capital paid into the system, I have to say that there's
Yeah,
value
but they're
to the
not
capital
paying
being paid
enough
into
into
the
the
system.
system. That's the thing.
Well, some people aren't paying at all. They're just draining the system. And like I said, if you just got rid of all the fucking poor and disabled people and all the people over 65,
Well,
this
someone,
They're
I
not
country
mean,
the
wouldn't
someone
ones
have a
earning
draining the
problem.
22,000
system,
a
man.
year is
That's
still
the
paying
issue.
Damn, you
rent.
have no compassion, you piece of shit. You just say everybody over
And they're not
60.
the ones draining the system. That's the
Yeah,
issue.
there's honestly, I agree with a lot of what
Like,
Brenda's saying.
yeah, like
There's a
you know,
I'm
lot of
it's,
looking at it from a
a lot
fucking
of old
like
people,
a computer.
especially boomers. Boomers are hoarding a
no,
lot of
no,
the
you're very
wealth
Yo,
right
you
emotional.
guys are
nowadays.
evil, bro.
No, because boomers, I mean, even historically, we'd cut off these old people, like we would leave them behind. I read that in some books too when I was like growing up in elementary school. The old people, they don't contribute as much anymore. They're mentally lazy. They get established. They hoard capital. There needs to be some sort of regulation. I believe in strong government,
Well, see, the
So
only
and I
what
difference
think
would
like
you
is here
do
in
with them
America.
then?
The only difference is though here in America, those old people have paid into a system that's supposed to take care of them. That's the only difference. See, so those other societies, they didn't have the type of system we have with Social Security and Medicare. So we cannot have that same philosophy because by the time people get old in America, they have paid into a system that has agreed to take care of them once they reach a certain age. So like their entire philosophy is out. You know, here's the thing. In America, people live off of the government. That is the American way. America was built off of government subsidies. All wealth in America was built off of government subsidies. If you want people to not live on the government, then you need to go to Yemen. Okay?
Go up,
Go
bro.
to
What's
go
going
to
up?
Yemen. If you
Why
don't
don't
want people to live on the government, go to a foreign country where they don't have a government who pays their
So where does the
roads
government get their money? So the government distributes everything and builds everything. Where does the government get their money from, Jelani? You
from
think it
the
just magically appears? This is the problem I'm
again.
having like certain in these conversations. You
The
just think the
government
government, like this, there wasn't
They
a
get it
surplus
from
created
us.
that the government's
Glenn,
exactly. Thank you,
Glenn,
Love. Who doesn't understand that principle?
the government gets its revenue from multiple streams. Tax revenue is not the only revenue that the government brings in. So that is a fallacy. And that is a straw man, fake ass argument that people try to use all the time because they want to negate all of the other streams of revenue that the government has. That has nothing to do with its tax base and its taxpayers. So we don't always have to lean on the taxpayer. It's just that the status quo system, this debt-based spending system in which we have now, does that so that they can keep propagating people like yourself, Blend, to believe that, oh, the only way we can spend money in the government or get money is from our taxpayers, when it's not so. But
Well, the money has to come from everywhere. You
foundation is
said
real.
this is
Listen to
like
yourself.
you have some socialistic. There has to be capital built up. Like you, I think you have like some type of socialistic philosophy of economics that you just do not
America
understand.
is a socialist
Statistics and
country.
economics, you just do not understand. You just spit out this fucking nonsense and say the country was built basically on subsidization, and that nothing is
It
actually
was. It was.
like
Prove that
financing.
it wasn't, Glenn.
Subsidization has to be
Prove that this
financed.
country
Like this
was
is just
not built on
this is
subsidies, Glenn.
like Jelani, you just
Prove
don't
it.
have the mental bandwidth like to have these conversations. Like
Prove
respectfully,
it,
you have
Glenn.
statistical
Give me
that
one
what you think that things
example.
magically appear. The way you framed it is
Give
that
me
things just
one
magically appear
example
and the
of
government
how
just
this
gives out
country was
everything that
not
magically appears.
subsidized from day
And
one.
that's the problem is your mindset is it's just a lack of understanding. It's just negligible that these people are just 10% of the budget, 15, 20% of the budget, just because they get fucking sick eating bad food. And you think the government just snaps their fingers and the food gets subsidized and they just get to hand out Doritos like someone didn't have to go produce that. Like there's
Exactly.
productivity. You have to understand. Like there's citizens and a
They
certain amount
had
of
to produce
productivity.
it
That's what
too.
I'm trying to explain to you. But you think that
That's what
this
you're missing,
productivity
though,
just
Glenn.
comes from subsidization? It's just the dumbest take I've ever heard, Jelani.
Glenn, that's what you're missing, though. Those same people help fund their own benefits. What are you talking about? That's what you keep missing. Everyone who is receiving a government subsidy participates in the tax base, and they help
No,
fund
not
their
everybody
own
that gets the government
benefits.
subsidization participates in the tax base. What are you talking about, Jelani?
They
There are net
absolutely
people.
do.
There are people,
I
the
literally
bottom
just
20%
explained this
are just
about 30
takers. It's
fucking
like you
minutes
that think
ago.
people shit. They think food just magically appears on the fucking dinner table
Glenn,
because they haven't contributed to society. Not every person contributes to the society. That's the point we're
every
making.
single American contributes
Not
to
every
our
single
tax.
American contributes to the
I
tax base.
explained
What are
this
you
earlier,
talking
Glenn.
about?
You have
What the
no
fuck are you
comprehension
talking
skills.
about?
You do not fucking listen. I clearly explained how every American contributes to the tax base through sales taxes, through gas taxes, through cigarette taxes, through
So when you
every
go buy
state
food,
tax,
groceries,
through
you pay tax.
tolls, through
Bro, people on
luxury tax.
EBT though, you don't pay taxes on EBT. Like, what are you talking about?
Listen, would you
When you
fucking
go
listen?
buy food with an EBT card, you think that you're contributing.
So
That's the
fucking
problem,
fast,
Giovanni. You think
and
when
you do
someone
not
takes an
But
listen.
only
EBT card,
13% of Americans on EBT blend.
You do
well,
not
I know, and he
fucking
thinks
listen.
that if somebody swipes that EBT card, they're actually participating.
Who's
And
talking
like,
about
what are you
swiping
talking
an
about?
EBT
Contributing?
card?
No, they're taking, sir.
Glenn,
50% of people on
oh my God,
EBT
Glenn,
have a
you are so fucking insufferable.
working adult in the household.
You fucking idiot.
On a
Right?
net basis, like for
Almost
what do you?
half the time they choose to work
Glenn,
part
we
time,
just told
just
you
so
per
they don't go
capita
over
who receives more
their
government
income.
benefits. So
That's not
let's
how it
not
works.
go with net
You didn't tell me
basis.
anything. You don't understand how per
We
capita works now.
exactly
He's talking
did.
about percentages
Who
of per
knows the
capita
benefit the
and it's
most
per
per
head. You have
capita
so
for
far out of your
government
depth.
benefits?
There's like
So if
three
you are,
standards of depth between what I'm saying and what you're saying, and there's no way you can comprehend what I'm saying because you just do not have the mental fortitude to actually process what I'm trying to tell you because you're just regurgitating absolute fucking unicorn nonsense, Jelani.
that is such a projection.
Like,
That
spit
is
it
a
out.
major
Just
fucking
spit this
projection,
conversation
Glenn.
out.
Because
You're not
you have
contributing to
3 or
society when
4
you swipe
people
your EBT card.
trying to get it through
You
your
said
fucking
everybody.
head
You said
that
every
you
American
are
participates in the tax base.
bottom up blamer when it comes to an issue in which the top is causing. And you will not, for some reason, again, the propagation with you is so real. Like you have been finessed so hard. Like you are literally the prime example of the Dunning-Kruger effect that you believe that a obvious issue coming from the top is the cause of the bottom, which is so fucking wild. Like
No, I'm smart
we
enough to
could
know two things are
eliminate
true. I'm smart enough to know
2%
that not
of
everything
our
is
budget.
binary and two things can be true, but your pea brain will look at
And
one
then
thing at
not
a
only
time.
that,
Two
you
things can
keep
be true,
saying
sir.
that
Can
EBT does
two
not
things be
contribute to the
true?
system. And I
Let
told
me
you
let me
earlier that
You're
every dollar
saying
spent
EBT is
on
negligible. You're
hold up,
saying
hold
like
up,
these,
hold up,
these
hold up, hold up, hold
healthcare
up.
crisis is just
So
negligible.
bottom
it
10%,
is negligible
the
from
bottom
the standpoint in which
50%,
you want to make it an issue, but
the
it's very
bottom 50,
beneficial from the standpoint of it benefits our economy.
the
Go ahead.
bottom 50% total benefits 2.2 trillion. People in that group 165 million. Per capita benefits 13K each. Top 1%, there's 1 trillion benefits. People in the group 3.3 million. Per capita benefit 303K each. So yes, the top 1% benefit from tax write-offs and stuff like that per capita a lot more than the bottom 50%. Also, guys, if you're liking this stream, we've got about 250, 270 people in here. Follow whoever you're watching it on. Like, subscribe, retweet.
Wait,
Whatever
270 people
platform.
where on Twitch?
We're on Twitch. We're on X. Jelani's streaming to X and Twitch. I'm streaming to YouTube. We got about 270 people total right now in the lobby. So like, subscribe, whatever platform you're watching on. I appreciate you for joining. If you want to come up on the panel, I'll probably run this for another half an hour. Put the StreamYards link in the description and in the comment section. It'll come through now. So if you want to come on up stage, then feel free. So Love Gore, how do you feel about this conversation per capita? Dr. Alaska, how about you per capita?
Per capita, I'm really, I mean, like this whole topic, I'm really confused. I think there needs to be like, overall, from everything I hear, there needs to be like a re-incentivization for a lot of things going on.
Bingo. 1000% right. That's what the main point I was trying to get at. Is you're
What do
you're
you
you're
mean?
subsidizing. Yeah, well, there's people that, like, again, there's countries, there's people, there's cultures that could create a surplus, and there's cultures and couples of people that cannot create a surplus and need to be subsidized. And what we're doing is we're subsidizing the people, and those, paradoxically, those people are the ones that are outbreeding the other people. If you look at it, even middle class versus poor people, these people that are subsidized having to take EBT and they can't even feed their own fucking children, right? They can't pay for their own children health care, which I know that's a struggle in America. I understand there's a struggle, but there's people taking advantage of that system and having multiple children. Meanwhile, the people that are actually creating the surplus in the countries that are creating the surplus are not having children if you look at the birth rates. And it's just
But
not a
no one is
sustainable.
creating a surplus in America because we don't have a surplus. We have a deficit. Why are you talking about a surplus? There is no surplus here. We're in the deficit, which means that pretty much every American is a net negative to America because of our status quo spending structure in which we spend from the top down. Like,
We have a surplus of calories, you fucking retard, that subsidizes Africa. Like the food, they would starve without America. Like we have a surplus of
we
Anyway,
do
corn
not have a
Africa
surplus.
receives
subsidizes
for hang
Africa.
on, hang on, hang on.
We have a
Africa
I know
fucking
receives
you're gonna say,
40
deficit.
okay, yeah, you're
billion
gonna
a
say
year in
they have
aid,
mineral reserves. I
yet
know they have mineral resources, but you gotta understand
180
the
billion
difference
is
between mineral
extracted.
resources.
There's a
Those are
deficit
mineral
that is
There's
resources
actually
with
provided,
an
values attributed
man.
extraction
to
of
them. Just
wealth
don't
out of
understand these
Africa every
conversations.
year about 3 times more than is going in aid.
Thank you
And they should
so
be able to
much.
grow their own
For
food, but
every
they can't. But
$1
they can't
Africa
grow their own
gets,
food.
Thank
$5
you.
is taken out.
Thank you. Thank you, Levinsky.
It's not taking out this the resources that
Please,
are in
the
their
entire
ground.
argument is
Yeah,
one
and
of
it's not
You
being,
I
it's
don't
think
not,
understand
it's
these like
being
like
principles,
you
extracted, it's
principal
being
like
things.
you are
exploited.
indoctrinated.
You
You are
guys
literally
wave in the,
indoctrinated. You
you
are the
guys'
prime
brains just
example.
wave
You are the
in the
prime
like. You guys are just
example
like
of
go out
how
to
our
sea. Like
country.
Blend, if I send you $1 and I take, okay, let's say this. I send you $1, I come into your house and I take $5 worth of your resources out of your house. Am I benefiting you or are you benefiting me?
no, if I'm give you come and give me food and say, oh, by the way, in the backyard you have a rare grass that's growing, and I'm gonna take your grass and I'm gonna sell that grass for you. That's with the situation that's
So,
going on. If you
so
don't have any
okay, here's a
food
better analogy. I
and you're
come in
like,
there with a bag of rice and then I say, hey, like, go mow me that grass, put it into a pile and I'll take it and I'll extract $5 for every dollar bag of rice that I give you. That's what's happening.
no, because it's not the value. The value is attributed to that grass, like the minerals
The
and
value in
like
which they're giving,
we've seen it
Glenn,
in
is not
Switzerland.
that big up on return. They are
No, you
extracting way more
don't.
than what we're giving to them value wise.
They're not extracting productivity. They're extracting like mineral resources, like Saudi Arabia.
But
We've
they're
had this
extracting the
conversation.
pro-
Productivity is not
who's
the end all
mining
be
those
all, Glenn.
products?
Why do you keep saying productivity as if it is just the cream of the crop? That is not the only way to benefit. Like productivity is just a branch of the tree. It's not the root. So the benefit they extract from their country far outweighs the contribution in which they give to it.
Exactly.
Well, maybe Africans are too stupid to sell their own
So
gold. Like
what?
that's
So
I think
what?
they
trade
can't.
is trade, but we got to stop
That means
saying
Or
nothing
maybe
to
they're
the
productivity is
going
point
in
in
trade.
which
there
you
and they're
just made.
corrupting leadership and they're doing these backdoor
That's
deals
not even
and
the
they're,
point, though, Davinsky.
buying
He's just
rights
moving the
to
goalpost
these
again.
mineral deposits.
He's just moving the goalpost again because his point has been defeated. The point
No.
is,
This is my point. So, who's
we
contributed
extract
more
more from there
to the
and we
world?
contribute to the
Who's
value
contributed
wise.
more to the world? Saudi Arabia or America? Because if you look on paper, Saudi Arabia's got a bunch of oil. They just dig up oil,
But here's
and
the
that's
thing,
simple
though.
contribution
America
because they have oil in the ground.
contributed based off of what it extracted from other places in the world. Blend, that's the issue. America didn't just contribute everything it contributed to the world based off just our
Yeah,
natural resources here.
it's not
Like,
some
come on,
kind of
dude.
like. Do you think that America's like this humanist kind of like? America's the richest country in the world for a reason. It's not because they're out there doing charity.
Exactly. Because we were the best at taking shit from everybody else and consolidating it.
No,
And
it's
doing the
because the
most.
Industrial Revolution is because of the freedom that we have and the entrepreneurship is why America's the best
Well,
country.
again, all of that
And
plays a
because of
part though too.
Entrepreneurship to
But
go
self-sufficiency.
over
somebody
in the
has
free
to.
market and extract from
And the
other
Europeans,
countries.
well, the Europeans dominate every like corner that they go to and have these great like inventions and you know
They don't
next of
dominate it
all would be
alone.
the
They
Asians and
dominate it
then
with the assistance and the help of most times native populations.
it's just a
And from
retarded
taking,
romanization. It's just a retarded
it's not at all.
romanization.
It's not at all. And especially Northern Europeans, there's nothing you can attribute to Northern Europe that was original to it without any direct or indirect influence from any other parts of the world, especially in Northern Europe. Africa may be the only place that you can attribute anything that is solely and specifically originated on that particular piece of land.
All right, tell me what originated in Africa.
Metallurgy.
Iron smeltering.
The Bronze Age. So we're gonna go for Bronze Age.
The Iron Age. They skipped the
There's no
Bronze Age.
Renaissance. There's no Renaissance in Europe, right? There's no Renaissance. There's no Wright brothers in America that learned to fucking fly airplanes. There's no who was the
European no airplane without metallurgy.
There would be no airplane without metallurgy. We used to fly around like balloons and shit, and it was cheaper and more accessible by everybody.
Would you guys go on the
like from early 1800s?
What was that? The balloon that blew up. The blimp. What was that called?
Yeah, blimps.
Yeah. They should bring that back. I would love to go on something like that.
I think it's really expensive.
Yeah, but like I'll give Glenn that. Like Americans have contributed a lot in terms of innovation, and Black Americans as well. Glenn likes to downplay their contributions, but look at the traffic light. That's universal. That was invented by a Black American. Glenn will like downgrade every Black American achievement, but they are an aspect of America, Glenn.
He's propagated. There's nothing that's been.
I'm not saying they're not, but I mean,
nothing has been invented in this country without the assistance, either directly or indirectly, of Black Americans. And more times than not,
Wright brothers are asking the brothers for advice on how to fly a fucking airplane. This is the problem. You're saying I'm indoctrinated. You say stupid shit like that. When they're inventing the steam engine, they were actually asking the fucking Africans who didn't have a written language, hey, we need some help with the steam engine or the Renaissance in Europe, because certainly, Michelangelo was looking and Rembrandt, all those people are looking to African cultures for artistic inspiration.
They had plenty of influence, especially Southern Europe.
It's such a revisionist. You're saying I'm indoctrinated. You're so fucking, oh my God. So revisionist.
Not at all.
Okay, what about this? Okay, let's go. Okay, he said indirectly or directly, right? So let's go. Charles E. Taylor, the Wright's mechanic, was trained by a Black craftsman. Charles Taylor, the Wright's trusted mechanic who built the first airplane engine, learned his early trade in the industries heavily staffed and influenced by Black mechanics, machinists, and metal workers, especially on the railroads and Midwest workshops where Black skilled labor was common.
Yeah, ChatGPT. Yeah, sure.
I mean, directly or indirectly, Black aviation pioneers promoted the improved.
Look at you coping. Look at you.
I mean, there was a indirect component. He was correct by that.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, there's a genius Black.
There's not one invention that you can name in America that Black Americans
when it comes to the first orbital
how about America
mission,
itself? How about America itself?
When it comes to the first orbital mission, there was a Black,
especially America itself,
mathematician.
I mean, the nation, like the Constitution, the founders. Were there any Black people contributing to the Enlightenment that the Europeans had? Okay, sure. All right, yeah. That's why the founders. That's why the founders said you had to be white.
Born a slave. Isn't that like one of the aspects of Enlightenment?
So, Glenn, there were free Black Americans who voted for their representative to sign the Declaration of Independence in their stead, because we are a republic in America. So we vote for our representative because each and every one of us would not have to go and sign those documents.
So Benjamin Franklin would have had a confidant. You tell me he had some African confidant to tell him about it. Like, this is just such revisionism. And then you bring up, hey, ChatGPT, can you please tell me how some type of casual colonial indoctrination with the Wright brothers, and you just come up with this nonsense. It's revisionist and it's dangerous. And that's what I fight against. There's no contribution.
And you are the greatest projectionist I have ever seen, because you are doing the exact same thing in which you to purport someone else is doing. Like, it's amazing the wall of ignorance, how thick it is with you.
Yeah, I'm ignorant one that Africa contributed everything because
look at all the facts we've given you tonight, and your only rebuttal to it was, it's ChatGPT. As if that somehow discredits.
Retard, I can make ChatGPT say anything. Have you heard of 6 degrees of separation? Have you heard of sex? We're all related to fucking Kevin Bacon through 6 degrees of separation. And so I can put in ChatGPT, give me 6 degrees of separation. We're all fucking related. That's your conversation. That's your
ChatGPT will often talk about how that's a common myth, but it's not true. I mean, you can fact check this. Was Charles E. Taylor, the Wright's mechanic, was he trained by a black craftsman? You can chat GPT this yourself.
What about the Wright brothers? The ones that I was speaking specifically to them, not some 6 degrees of separation,
Again,
because they're all
they
ready to
would not
fucking
be able to do it
Jim
without
He
their
was
Foster.
the
mechanics. They're
mechanic
like nothing.
for. He was the
Exactly.
Wright's mechanic. He was the Wright's mechanic, trained by a black
They couldn't literally
mechanical
What
do
is
everything by
machinist.
themselves.
so aerodynamics? You know, that's mostly engineering. When I would look at the feats of the Wright brothers, would be an engineering feat, not a mechanical feat. So I mean, again, like I'm
I
sure
mean, but
somebody,
one
a
goes.
black
I mean, but
lady
they
gave
go
him
hand
I
in
lemonade
mean,
the
hand.
day he
it's
fucking
all
invented.
connected, Glenn. This is what you
They
don't
go
It's
hand
understand
all
in
about
hand.
connected.
inventions. They build
They make the
inventions
plane.
build upon each other. So you don't go from the wheel to the car, right? There's steps
Right.
between that. You have the horses pulling the cart. There's many steps between the wheel and the car, right?
You don't go from the smoke signal to the cell phone.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
mobile communication is an age-old concept, but you don't jump straight from the beginning to the end of it. You have different variations of it. Smoke signals, then pigeons, then letters, then wires, then
Exactly.
now phones. Like the shit progresses, and each one builds on the other, which means that without the previous, you would not have the latter.
Good point. All right, guys. I think that's enough for tonight. We're going to end on a high note. I think we got up to about 270, 300 people. We've got 200 people on my end. Jelani's got, I think, about 70 people on his end. So everyone follow, like, retweet, whatever platform you're watching on, and we'll start this up again another night. Maybe tomorrow. All right. Peace out, everyone. Shout
All right.
out to Glenn. Shout out to Jelani. Shout out Dr. Alaska. Peace out, fellas.